Totally locked in, Jae Cheon is glued to his phone, headphones on, soaking up whatever's on that screen. Over in the office, Jae Kim is checking out some wild stuff on her screen about shamans, and apparently, they're all over TV, flaunting their mysterious world. But she's totally calling them out as fakes, because who even believes that stuff? Then, BAM. The screen drops a bombshell. Today, we're meeting one of Korea's top-ranked shamans, Master Jaejeon from Yonhui Neighborhood Supreme Shrine. And Jaehyun's like, who even is this guy? And there he is, Master Jaejeon, right on screen, rocking a sly grin like he knows all the secrets. Back to Jae Cheon, still glued to his phone, he's totally shocked, realizing this, Master Jaejeon, is a seriously big deal. Someone just can't believe it. Now, let's talk shamans. Forget the basic fortune tellers, the face readers, the palm readers, they're all just third-rate, seriously. And get this, anyone messing with actual spiritual stuff. Still third-rate. The bottom line. These shamans couldn't care less about being accurate, they just claimed to read your. He's still locked in, headphones on, phone screen blazing with a shaman's image, as the voiceover drops a truth bomb, some wisdom is just self-help garbage. Master Jaejeon, the real deal, just gives a knowing nod. With a swift FWIP, she slides papers away, a crisp thank you, sealing the deal. She's clearly fed up, muttering about clients always chasing the cheapest fix. And then, the endless questions. That's why she's strictly apprentices only. No time for amateurs. Meanwhile, total chaos erupts with a deafening clang clang clang. A dude and a girl are absolutely stunned, shouting "Ocho" amidst the racket. Because this, the voice reveals, is what you get with second-rate shamans. A powerful entourage, led by an elder in traditional garb, marches down a sleek corridor, their steps resonating with authority. With each precise movement, the elder's foot lands on a sacred mat, signaling their arrival. This is the domain of a shaman, a figure whose guidance can make or break fortunes. But not all shamans are created equal, some offer only second-rate advice, like the one who led Chairman's son Jaehyun to public ridicule by making him wait a full month. The shaman, a woman with an intense stare, sits surrounded by offerings, a subtle, knowing grin hinting at her power. Her high-stakes clients bow low, desperate for her continued wisdom for the next crucial quarter. Yet, the fallout from her counsel can be catastrophic, as the Narek Daily dramatically reveals. A shocking headline declares CEO Yuseok Jong of Haejong Industries ousted by the board, engulfed in a whirlwind of crisis rumors. And now, the shaman herself, once so composed, is left trembling, her world rocked by the devastating repercussions. The pressure is on. If this company tanks, they're all going down with it. A tin of Waun confectionery cookies just sits there, a silent witness to the tension. A whole squad of suited men shuffles around, the tension practically radiating off them. Meanwhile, an ancient shaman lets out a low groan, as a younger man practically begs him for help. One of the suited bigwigs can't hold back, stressing that their ruling party is on track to lose the next election. He explains that these shamans are in a weird middle ground, not top tier, not bottom tier, just 1.5 rate, before a voice finally tells them to come in. The younger man's face is a mask of pure agony, his desperate plea for the master to save them echoing in the air. Turns out, these 1.5 rate shamans are the ones who cozy up with politicians. The suited men finally step inside, and you just know a whole new consultation is about to kick off. Politicians, fresh in office, are already making huge promises, thanking everyone for electing their party's candidates. They bow low, swearing up and down they'll work with conviction and dedication for the people. But really, they're just raking in the wealth and social status. But the public isn't buying it. News headlines are already blowing up, exposing the New Korea Party's massive government scandal. With articles screaming, shamanist politics has no place in the 21st century. And while all that's going down, a man is absolutely broken, kneeling in a dark room, head bowed in total despair. While a car roars away, engine chugging hard. So, who are the real first-rate shamans anyway? And who even gets to judge and rank them like that? The question hits hard, categories. Then, a sharp clack of keys, and the voice cuts through. I'll start by asking a first question. But high above, Jae Cheon is already locked in, his eyes scanning the urban jungle. This is where the first-rates play their game, he muses, a dangerous glint in his gaze. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, sweeps across the concrete titans, absorbing every detail of the sprawling metropolis. The chopper slices through the air, carrying him directly over the city's pulsing heart, revealing the legendary financial capital of South Korea, Uedo. This isn't just any district, it's the nerve center, home to hundreds of finance companies, with the massive Manhwa fund building dominating the skyline. And it's not just them, giants like NG Securities and General Financial Services Korea stand as colossal symbols of raw power and influence. Imagine this, a world where you could rake in $500 billion, that's tens of millions of US dollars, just by nailing whether one stock out of thousands would go up or down. As the Kospi index flickered, showing a slight dip, Jae-sung, Cheon and Jaehyun were locked onto the massive screen, soaking in every number. Crouching low, their eyes glued to the action, they were completely immersed in the market's wild ride. Let's be real here. If a shaman could just step in and mess with the market, even a tiny 0.1% supernatural nudge would mean insane riches. With a lightning-fast swish of his blade, the shaman executed his move with deadly precision. His mere presence sent shockwaves through the financial data, a silent, unstoppable force unleashed. He kept walking, his actions potentially swinging tens of millions of US dollars, a hidden master of the market's fate. While Jae-sung, Cheon and Jaehyun Kim stare at a screen flashing black, the shaman makes a tiny, almost invisible move, a quiet clack that changes everything. That one tiny move kicks off a massive chain reaction, showing us this world is way more wild than we thought. From way up high, looking down on the sprawling city, the massive skyscrapers just watch it all unfold. Then, bam. The city turns into a blur of motion, as something tears through the streets at insane velocity. A sick pink sports car absolutely shreds the asphalt, its engine screaming a massive vroom as it carves up the city. Behind the wheel, a total boss with sharp, red eyes and pink hair, their stare burning through yellow-tinted shades. With a fierce look, the driver grips the wheel, pushing that beast of a car to its absolute max. The pink car is just a blur, gone in a flash with a final zoom. Back with the shaman, eyes shut tight in total focus, he keeps up his subtle game, the clack-clack, hitting harder than ever. The shaman elder is propelled forward, his wheelchair rattling a stark rhythm as his attendants move him. They push on, leaving a towering modern structure behind, their purpose shrouded in mystery. The stakes are high, the narrator declares, this is the all-star match, their ultimate World Series. Across the city, a helmeted figure with dreadlocks receives a sudden, urgent buzz. Meanwhile, a mysterious individual, in a black jacket and camo, intently runs prayer beads through their fingers, a silent ritual. An elevator screams to life, shooting up to the 18th floor, catching the eye of an elderly nun below. A cluster of nuns erupts in hushed giggles and chuckles. They stride onward, their quiet mirth a strange counterpoint to the unfolding events. Welcome to the world of the first-rates, where they put on their own epic Academy Awards. While a sharp-suited man watches intently, a stylish woman by his side, the crisp sounds of their high-stakes world clicking and clacking all around. But hold up. The shaman elder is taking a nasty spill down a flight of stairs, his little bell jingling wildly. His body hitting the bottom with a final, pathetic jingle, just another event in their twisted Olympics. The suited man strides off, his footsteps echoing, contemplating how all these wild events are just rolled into one massive show. So, what's next? Then, he pivots, locking eyes with the unseen, and challenges, who am I, you ask? His fingers tap a card, a silent, thoughtful rhythm. And he keeps moving, his gaze fixed on a blinding, ethereal light above. Where another sharp-dressed man, sporting glasses, stands with the businesswoman, both staring up into that incredible, otherworldly glow. He drops the bombshell, the chairman's given the green light. It's go time, straight to the lounge, no delays. He reassures them, every single detail is locked down, and the protagonist just gives a cool, silent nod. Ready for anything. Up the grand stairs they go. Their steps a quiet rhythm as they stride into a sleek, buzzing facility. And then, the protagonist starts to peel off his suit, the jacket sliding away. Unveiling a ripped, powerful build as he rips his shirt off. His suit now just a crumpled heap in his hand. Then they drop, leaving him shirtless, absolutely primed. With a focused, powerful stride, he moves out, his next move already decided. He stands before massive double doors, his crew flanking him, a silent, tense moment of anticipation. Meanwhile, in another location, Master Jaehyun is on the move, barking, prep work. A subordinate quickly responds, yes, sir. A figure, clearly Jaehyun, strides with intent, his robes sweeping as he navigates a desolate hallway. A piercing eye, sharp and intense, watches through a door as it slowly creaks open. And then, with a sudden, explosive motion, Master Jaehyun unleashes a raw burst of power, his hand outstretched, commanding the very air. His robe billows wildly, catching the explosive aftermath of his power. In a massive, sleek chamber, he bows low, a profound gesture of respect or finality, with others mirroring his action. Meanwhile, a truly bizarre assembly of animal-headed figures, a pig, a cow, and more, are also deep in their own prep work, their strange forms silhouetted against a sprawling city. And then, the ultimate reveal, Master Jaehyun and another figure, both in traditional garb, stand side by side, shredding on electric guitars, bowing in perfect sync as if ending an epic show. The beat drops. Master Jaehyun is still going, laying down some serious keyboard while a drummer backs him up, sending out a literal wave of energy. But the real game is elsewhere. Jaizung Cheon is on the move, zeroed in on their next big target, Ilan Bio. He and his crew are already deep in the corporate jungle, the businesswoman dropping intel. Ilan Bio's stock exploded over 30% on FDA approval rumors. On a basketball court, the man with glasses lays out the brutal plan. They've got a massive put option locked in, and the chairman's offering $1 million for every single percentage point it drops. Meanwhile, Master Shaman is back at it, plucking a traditional instrument, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "Nice. This, Jake, is looking good." But hold up, the writers of this whole scenario might not be happy about this move, so who's the real player they're up against? Overlooking the city, Jaizung Cheon's team confirms the big players, like Gyeongjam Capital Global Leaders Investors Club, have already offloaded their put options to them. But plot twist. Their enemies are banking on a surge, a total powerhouse rumored to be trained by a master shaman who's been doing spiritual arts for half a century. Word on the street is that the FDA approval for the over-the-counter surge is all his work, leaving everyone to wonder, can anyone actually take him down? The spiritual showdown is heating up, and Master Shaman is laying down the law, telling everyone they're clueless about what's really going on. He's breaking down the science of a massive spirit domain, revealing that the deeper you go, the crazier its power gets. He lets out a frustrated growl, wondering why they drag a master shaman all the way from Yuri-san, when they could have just grabbed a spirit from any local mountain. Then, with a sudden whish, a supercharged, glowing blade just pops into existence, buzzing with raw power. Basically, a whole bunch of glowing, chiming spirit bells just show up out of nowhere, blasting light everywhere. Then, a massive, shimmering purple aura explodes with a shwum, making it clear he's about to absolutely obliterate anything that gets in his path. He's in full spiritual attack mode, surrounded by dark, swirling chaos as his glowing blade slices through the invisible enemy. His eyes are shut, totally focused, and he's dropping a mic drop declaration, "I can crush them." Watching the whole thing go down, Jaizung Cheon just gives a cool, knowing nod. A deep, booming drumbeat slams into the air. The rhythm pounds on, a relentless, driving force. Suddenly, a harsh, metallic shriek tears through the soundscape. A traditional stringed instrument unleashes a melody, its notes swirling with a swift, almost violent grace. Then, a crushing, distorted electric guitar riff absolutely explodes, unleashing a raw, forceful surge of energy. A deafening, chaotic clanging of metal erupts, as if something massive just slammed down with earth-shattering force. Then, a grotesque mass plummets, crashing to the ground with a sickening, bone-jarring thud. A tortured creature screams in agony, its desperate struggles met with brutal, dull impacts, as a tiny, eerie chirp echoes in the background. Completely overwhelmed, he collapses, gasping for breath, as the man in glasses stares down, unblinking. The talisman explodes with raw power, smoke and energy erupting as a primal thrum shakes the very foundations. The thrumming goes critical, and a shadowy mass pulses with terrifying energy, a piercing beep cutting through the chaos. Through the maelstrom, a monstrous hand clangs against something unseen, its desperate struggle ending with a sickening plop. The creature's form then crashes down, blood exploding outwards as the chaotic energy vanishes. Standing victorious over the fallen foe, Jaizung Cheon stares down at the wreckage, the sudden silence deafening. Blood streaks his face, and he gasps for air, the sheer intensity of the fight etched into his every panting breath. Then, a sudden, sharp ding rips through the silence, a jarring shift. The world snaps to a bustling office, a digital clock ticking down as the hum of corporate life takes over. Then, the announcement blares, proclaiming, the market has opened for the second Tuesday of September. In the cutthroat arena where the true titans clash, a squad of sharp-suited execs surveys the chaos from on high, ready for the next big play. Their eyes are glued to a massive digital screen, flashing the name Ilan Bio. A brutal red arrow plunges, signaling a catastrophic drop of a staggering 19.17%. An executive, jaw dropped, can't fathom the disaster, muttering about an 8% pre-market surge that instantly flipped into a 10.17% freefall. A bald executive slams his head into his hands, utterly defeated and declaring them screwed. But then, a chilling voice slices through the chaos, dropping the bombshell, their hired shaman had failed. Meanwhile, far from the corporate chaos, a mangled, blood-soaked hand hangs lifeless, scarlet rivulets staining the ground below. The crushing defeat came courtesy of the terrifying shaman of sudden death. A guttural, ragged sound rips from the figure, a desperate cough echoing the brutal agony. Lounging in pure luxury, a figure stares intently at a screen, fully aware that this is the ultimate arena where the big leagues play their deadly game. His eyes, sharp as a predator's, mirror the concrete jungle he dominates. Before a colossal corporate tower, he stands, a silent question hanging in the air, who am I? The shocking truth drops, he's a shaman, but not just any shaman, he's the one who brings down entire corporations with devastating death curses. Even with blood streaking his face, his declaration is ice cold, my name is Jaizung Cheon. And this, folks, is the epic saga. Of his brutal climb to the absolute top of this insane industry. In a world dominated by corporate titans, one man stands alone, gazing out at the sprawling city, a burning question echoing in his mind. He's no ordinary man, he's a shaman, a master of death curses, specializing in bringing down corporate empires. With a fierce, unyielding stare, he proclaims, "My name is Jaizung Cheon." This is it, the epic tale of how he clawed his way up. Straight to the absolute pinnacle of this cutthroat industry. Get ready for Moneyism, the groundbreaking series by Narek and Young Gi. But before the glory, before the power, he was just a kid living with his grandmother in a forgotten shanty town. The Chanji Shrine, once a beacon of spiritual power, now faces the wrecking ball, a stark demolition notice plastered across its facade. But inside, a young Jaizung Cheon is already moving. Adjusting his tie with a fierce resolve. His steps are firm, rattling through the silence. As he walks past the echoes of a forgotten past, captured in old photographs. He recalls the whispers of his grandmother, a legendary shaman who once commanded immense respect and power. Building an empire from her spiritual prowess. But her own flesh and blood, consumed by greed, stripped her of everything, leaving her utterly destitute. They just sat there, cold and unfeeling, as her world crumbled. And now, she was nothing more than a frail old woman, saddled with a seemingly useless kid like him. Jaizung. Yet, amidst the chaos, the table would often overflow with a feast. Her hunger was insatiable, a relentless demand for food, devouring until she could eat no more. But by the time he hit middle school, the cruel grip of dementia had taken hold, stealing her lucid moments, leaving only fragments. A profound sigh escapes him, the crushing weight of his existence palpable. "Why are you still eating? I just fed you, you'll get chubby," he pleads, only for her to stammer, I. You eat too much. My stomach. Give me food. I'll be back at lunchtime with food, okay? I'll even turn on the TV for you," his grandmother assures him, her words a stark reminder of his burden. A quiet beep cuts the call, leaving Jaizung Cheon to face his school day. Tray in hand, as the world around him literally crumbles, with demolition signs plastered across familiar buildings. The crushing weight of it all bears down. And a frantic glance at his cracked phone screams 7:38. "Oh no, I'm gonna be late," he curses, a familiar panic igniting. He sprints through the narrow alleyways. Then blasts through the bustling school hallways. Finally bursting into his classroom, utterly spent. Because if you lived his life, you'd be just as broken. He knows it's all completely wrong. But that wasn't the end of it. His eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting him like a hammer. It wasn't just about the cash. Having no money. Or parents. And living in an old shaman's shack of a shrine. All of it just guaranteed more trouble to be added to the list. The bitter taste of his reality, like a dark, unappetizing meal, was a constant companion. It was all just a form of bullying. A menacing trio, led by a student with sharp white hair, corners their next target, their taunts already ringing out. A dark, sticky mess already stains the floor, a clear sign of the torment that just unfolded. The white-haired bully and his crew corner him, blocking his escape, shouting his taunting moniker, HEY. Ghost Eyes. The white-haired tormentor grins, a chilling smile spreading across his face, declaring, "It's the winter solstice today." A flashback reveals the twisted logic behind their cruelty. "We got you red bean porridge to ward off ghosts," a bully sneers, the crunch of his snack adding insult to injury. Dragged along by the white-haired ringleader and his hulking enforcer, Jaizung Cheon has no choice but to follow, each step a descent into further torment. Without a shred of mercy, the white-haired bully dumps the sticky red bean porridge right onto Jaizung Cheon's hand. Slam. A hand smashes onto the desk, the raw frustration palpable. His hand dripping with the disgusting porridge, the final, crushing command rings out, "Who told you to clean it up?" Pinned down, Jaizung Cheon is trapped, the light-haired bully looming over him, ready to unleash another wave of torment. A hand descends, clutching a bowl of red bean porridge. The bully's voice slices through the tension, a cruel sneer in his tone. "Didn't you hear me? I bought this for you, Ghost Eyes. You wouldn't dare throw away my gift, would you?" The red bean porridge explodes onto his hand, a sickening, humiliating splat, and the bully sneers, "That's all you've got? Just cry and put on a show for us." The bully's voice drips with condescension, a chilling reminder, "I actually spent my money on this porridge for you, you know." Jaizung Cheon's face, now a canvas of red bean paste, twists into a silent, defiant grimace, refusing to break. The light-haired bully, witnessing Jaizung Cheon's unyielding gaze, visibly recoils in frustrated anger. Flanked by his crew, the bully snarls, his patience snapping, "You little batar." But Jaizung Cheon, covered in the humiliating sludge, slowly, deliberately, pushes himself up, taking a single, resolute step away from the jeering crowd. Slam. The door crashes shut, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. But the bullies are already talking, the light-haired one sneering, Ghost Eyes just walked away. Think he's gonna run to the teacher, huh? Another one laughs, mocking, good thing he didn't get his clothes dirty. He looked so pathetic. What if he actually snitches? The light-haired bully just cackles, a cruel, echoing sound. He boasts, utterly unconcerned, let him try. My dad's a pastor, remember? I'm untouchable. Their cruel laughter follows him, Jaizung Cheon, you're a total joke. A pastor's son acting like such a jerk. Hilarious. But Jaizung Cheon just keeps walking, his back to them, a silent testament to the harsh reality that some stories begin with nothing but schoolyard bullying. His foot clenches, a silent, furious promise of what's to come. In these tales, the main character always breaks down. Trying to deny the harsh truth, or just waits for a hero to swoop in and save the day. A student gets slammed against the lockers by a gang, the sound of the impact sharp and unforgiving. But that wasn't how my story went down. A blood-soaked hand streaks across the surface. Because I had my ultimate ace in the hole. Jaizung Cheon's eye blazes with an infernal red, his face a mask of chilling rage as he snarls, you and your crew just pushed it too far. A hand casually drops a bag, its contents a mystery, delivering a final, bone-chilling taunt, enjoy your meal. Striding away from a quaint Sunday shop, Jaizung Cheon moves with an unyielding purpose, his footsteps a quiet, rhythmic beat. The scene opens on the city library, a seemingly ordinary place, but for him, it's just another stage. Inside, amidst the digital hum, he's locked onto his screen, a decisive click cutting through the silence. His gaze sharpens on community student activities, then, with a swift click, he dives deeper. Suddenly, a profile pops up, Jae-hyun Kim, his face staring out from the screen. One more click, hitting print, and the data is his. Later, he's on the move, climbing stairs, his mission complete, for now. The street leading to his home is eerily quiet, a gate creaking in the breeze, and a stark, scheduled for demolition, sign looms over the property. He enters, the door clicking shut, his grandmother already there, waiting. Her eyes meet his, a direct question, are you here to feed me, but he's quick to respond, it's not time yet, Grandma. Trapped in the shadows of his own room, Jaizung Cheon's mind races, questioning the endless parade of intruders, never bringing food, just more unwanted faces. He ponders, was it the redevelopment committee again? The details are a blur, but the annoyance is crystal clear. A chilling creak cuts through the silence, and a dark thought flashes through his mind, they probably thought his grandmother was still around. His eyes lock onto a mysterious shrine, hidden away in his own house. Across the house, his grandmother's voice rings out, promising a meal of rice as soon as she's done cooking. A sly grin spreads across Jaizung Cheon's face, as he thinks about getting some sundae. He's surrounded by towering shelves packed with books and trinkets, his backpack casually tossed on the floor. The mysterious shrine, draped in red and laden with offerings, reveals a unique, intricately designed key. With a decisive click, his hand snatches the key from the shrine. He's just lying there, amidst the chaos of his room. But his mind is racing, remembering everything, even the smell of his grandma and this whole place. But to pull off a death curse, he's gonna need some serious ingredients. First up, a target, right there in the photo. Next, a sacrifice, a basket full of dark, shriveled offerings. And you can't forget the rhythm, blasting from a dead metal playlist on his phone. And of course, the shaman's tools, like that ancient rattle he's got. He lets out a heavy sigh, the gravity of what he's about to do hitting him. Now he's standing in front of a wall plastered with notes and pics, the target's face staring right back at him, ready to unleash hell. He initiates the dark ritual, a shriveled offering clutched tight, as a chilling memory surfaces. Jae-hyun's image flashes, his words cutting through the silence, you brought this upon yourself, Jae-hyun. The shamanic rattle ignites, unleashing a haunting, rhythmic chime. While a stick whips through the air with a menacing swish. A death metal playlist blasts from his phone, its brutal rhythm punctuated by the ritual's relentless chimes. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, the stick slices through the very fabric of the air. Unseen, a sleek black sedan idles nearby, the eerie chimes of the ritual faintly piercing the urban hum. Inside, a woman exhales smoke, her voice sharp, listen. There are strange sounds woven into it, she observes, her eyes narrowed, sensing the unseen power. Inside a sleek luxury car, a mysterious woman with a two-toned mane observes the strange sounds, noting they're definitely a shaman ritual, and her driver silently agrees. It's all so bizarre, she thinks, remembering the old lady was totally out of it during the ritual, and now they're talking about a death curse. Then, a sharp question to her driver, did he see anyone living in that house when he checked it out? He confirms it, there was an extra room, clearly for the old lady's grandson. A subtle smirk crosses her face, the gears already turning in her mind. Without hesitation, she gives the order, Cheolgan needs to dig into this grandson, and he needs to do it by tonight. Her real goal. To find out if this little brat is actually the old lady's grandson. And just as they speak, the grandson himself is shown, a disheveled figure with wild brown hair, clearly in distress. Is the curse already taking hold? The corporate world buzzes with ambition, as sharp-suited young guns gather, their energy palpable. Elsewhere, a driver, ever efficient, offers a ride back to the grind. The sleek vehicle roaring away from the building. But far from the high-stakes corporate game, Jae Cheon, the one caught in the curse's shadow, dutifully serves his grandmother her meal. A meal that's no ordinary dish, but an ancient, potent shamanic offering. Later, the pair find a moment of peace, perched on a brick wall, gazing out at the sprawling city below. Post-meal satisfaction washes over him, prompting a full-body stretch towards the heavens. A deep, contented sigh escaping him as he savors a cigarette. But just as quickly, the peace shatters. A sudden, agonizing heat sears through his head, forcing a cry of pain from his lips. Suddenly, a body drops from the sky. Jae Kim barely catches it, a stunned "huh" escaping his lips. And then, a bone-jarring thud. Cheolgan is still falling, his body twisting in midair, and Jae Kim is absolutely stunned, as someone screams, "What the heck? Someone just fell." Chaos erupts among the bystanders, with frantic yells for a teacher and grim declarations of doom. And someone else just can't believe it, muttering about why he had to provoke the judge. Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of AB1 parking garage, luxury vehicles gleam under the stark lights. Inside one of the sleek cars, a mysterious woman with blunt bangs and sharp glasses sits, focused, her face giving nothing away as she clutches a document. Just then, a car door swings open with a crisp clack, and Jae Cheon is there, inside. Yes, this is him, the old lady's grandson, Jae Cheon, just 18 years old, and he's about to change everything. Abandoned by his parents, he was left with his grandmother, living with her for over 8 years. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman in glasses demands to know, who was the target of his curse. She clarifies, revealing the shocking truth, his classmate. Specifically, the curse of the Tibon building. Leaning in, she stresses the critical detail, this is huge. How's the target doing? A single, terrified eye, Cheolgan's, stares back. As her subordinate delivers the grim news, he fell off the roof this morning and broke both his legs. A sinister grin creeps onto her face, as she finds the whole thing, how intriguing. Her eyes, now blazing with an electric blue glow, reveal a truly sinister interest in Cheolgan's tragic fate. The plan is set, they're going to pick him up, no way his talents are going to waste. Then, with a dramatic creak, massive doors swing wide. Flashback or premonition? Cheolgan and Jae Cheon are suited up, looking sharp, as a different, messy-haired guy seems to be just starting out. And he can't help but think of her, that greedy demon, who dragged him into this whole industry. A mysterious woman with flowing dark hair throws down a challenge, do you even know Jae Cheon? She doesn't wait for an answer, immediately dropping a bombshell, he's the absolute best shaman she's ever found in all of Yudo. A cigarette smoke drifts as she reveals more, calling him the final, powerful bloom, born from an ancient, mystical tree. And now, that flower is ready to explode into full power. Cut to Jae Cheon's place, where Cheolgan looms over him, and Jae Cheon himself looks utterly confused. A shocked, "huh," bursts from him, his eyes practically popping out of his head. He can't believe it, why are these people knocking on our door this late at night, just to gawk at him like he's some weird experiment? Trying to get rid of them, he awkwardly suggests, if you're here for my grandma, she's not exactly in peak condition. Meanwhile, the shaman scout, back in her own space, puts a finger to her lips, a knowing, almost mischievous look in her eyes. He's chilling in a fancy ride, when the dude across from him drops a bombshell, we're here for you. Jae Cheon, totally blindsided, is like, me? What did I even do? His eyes dart down, a wave of pure confusion washing over his face. Then, thump, Cheolgan shoves a bill into his hand, casually announcing, it's 10,051. Jae Cheon just stares at the cash, totally baffled, seriously. Only 10 or 11,001. He's completely lost on why he's getting $50. Then, with a sigh of pure annoyance, he deadpans, oops, I don't have any change. But Cheolgan doesn't even flinch, just asks, Cheolgan, do you have a 50,001 bill, with a dramatic FWIP of the cash? Another bill, another FWIP, this one a fat $50 equivalent. Jae Cheon, now holding the big money, fires back, dude, I don't have enough to exchange 1,000,001 for you. Then, with a smirk, fine, I'll just deduct the 50 from your next paycheck. He then mutters aloud, are they seriously just here to flex on the poor or something? Annoyed by the bizarre encounter, he spins around, ready to bail if they've got nothing else. But before he can even move, a hand snatches his arm. The shaman scout flashes a wad of cash, offering him a mind-blowing 20 times his daily pay. All for just 1 hour of his time, she clarifies. That kind of money. Absolutely impossible to turn down. Later, they're chilling outside a local convenience store, the Hyangdong Mart. Jaizung Cheon is totally bummed, slumped on the ground, while the shaman scout just stares him down. She can't believe there's no convenience store around, and he fires back with a sarcastic apology for his crummy neighborhood. Elsewhere, Cheogon is on the phone, looking serious outside a building. The shaman scout wastes no time, her voice cutting through the air as she confronts Jaizung Cheon directly. She knows his secrets, demanding to know why he's so worried about her having his info, then drops the bomb. You cast a death curse today, didn't you? Her words hit like a truck, and he can't even hide his shock, a soft peep escaping him as he's caught off guard. He can't even look her in the eye, his silence screaming volumes as her accusations hit home. But she's not done yet. The scout presses on, her voice ice cold, revealing another dark secret. You busted that kid's legs, you know. His cool facade shatters. Jaizung Cheon's eyes go wide, his mind racing as he desperately tries to find an answer, stammering, wait. He's completely flustered, his words tripping over themselves as he desperately tries to deflect. Do you have any proof of that? He tries to play it cool, scoffing that the police wouldn't buy her story, but then quickly backpedals, claiming he was just performing a ritual, a telltale flinch giving away his true panic. He practically collapses, grinding his teeth in pure frustration as he snaps back. How would you even know if it was a death curse? His anger boils over, and he finally explodes. Did his parents send you? Jaizung Cheon is on the spot, as the shaman scout keeps digging, challenging his grasp of the whole mess. His eyes snap open, jolted by the sheer audacity of her statement. She drops a bombshell, exposing his past, the kid's legs, his doing, but then pivots, claiming she's not here for revenge or medical fees. His mind races, trying to crack her angle, a flicker of his tongue betraying his deep unease and confusion. She jabs his chest, no beating around the bush, declaring she wants his raw talent. She throws back his own impossible achievement, shattering a death curse, a secret only she was privy to. A spectral shaman, wreathed in blood-red power, flashes into existence, as she pushes him to envision the sheer scale of what could be. Her hands ignite with a fierce red glow, lifted high, underscoring the insane power he could unleash with the right gear. Later, Jaizung Cheon and his grandmother overlook the sprawling city, his mind clearly reeling from the shaman scout's wild proposition. He shakes his head, shutting her down cold. I don't do that kind of thing, he declares, refusing to play her game. But the shaman scout's eyes blaze, her hand shooting out like a claw, a chilling warning that some lines are absolutely forbidden. She smirks, a dangerous glint in her eye, telling him not to test her patience after her praise, but he's already fed up, demanding she just finish what she started. She leans back, a sly grin playing on her lips, finally cutting to the chase, telling him straight up, I'm not asking you to kill anyone. She takes a slow, deliberate puff, then drops the bombshell. Their targets? Corporations. His brow furrows in confusion, asking if she's talking about actual companies. Her patience snaps, her voice cutting like a knife as she demands he listen, accusing him of being either dense or deliberately trying to tick her off. She lays it out. When a shaman works for a company, like the Yunpyong Fresh Market, that business explodes, and the shaman gets massive bonuses. But on the flip side, if a shaman screws up, the results are just as bloody, as she points to a horrifying, severed head. The shaman scout lays it all out, a death curse, a ritual of pure destruction, aimed squarely at a rival company, promising absolute chaos. And the fallout? Instant. Live on every screen, the world watches. Breaking news screams across the airwaves, Hogong construction site, utterly decimated. Miraculously, no casualties, but the damage is done. The market reacts with brutal speed. Hogong construction stock tanks, a staggering 8% wiped out in an instant. This isn't just small-time magic, the scout explains. This is corporate warfare, where a single misstep can collapse an empire, and only the most powerful shamans dare to play. The weight of her words settles, as she and her colleagues absorb the brutal reality of this hidden world. Then, a new player emerges, a sharp-faced man with striking light hair, coolly poised at a sleek table. Effortlessly sliding something significant across the polished surface. He reveals the insane payouts. Top shamans rake in tens of millions, even billions of won for a single gig. The screen explodes with numbers, millions, billions in USD, as a cash machine below just keeps spitting out stacks of cold, hard money. A sly grin spreads across her face, as she drops the bombshell. Her job is to hunt down the real shamans. A subtle rustle of fabric, and she's still laying out the deal. Staring him down, she makes the audacious offer, let me sell your abilities, Jaizung Cheon. With a dramatic flip of a book, she seals the deal, promising a payout so massive it'll make his head spin. Across town, Jaizung Cheon is locked onto his phone, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of the proposal. His phone buzzes like crazy, the sound cutting through the silence as a massive building looms in the background. The ultimate question looms: how do you even curse an entire corporation? He's hit with a moral dilemma, wondering if this path is even right. And what selling his abilities even truly means. Anyone else would be stuck pondering those words for ages. But at that moment, he was so utterly fed up with being broke, nothing else she said even mattered. His fist tightens, a raw symbol of his past desperation. But something else entirely seized his mind. A single, earth-shattering statement she'd uttered. We're talking tens of millions, even billions of won per job for the top shamans. Only a select few ever reach those insane figures, but the thought of him earning tens of billions? With that kind of cash, he could finally get his grandma into a proper nursing home, truly take care of her. He could still hear the relentless scrub of her washing, a haunting echo of their struggle. He could escape this crumbling town, perpetually on the brink of demolition. The stark, unforgiving demolition notices plastered everywhere were a constant, brutal reality check. Never again would he have to sweat about money, never again face the crushing weight of a school trip payment deadline. The classroom buzzed with idle chatter, but for Jaizung, only one thing mattered: the ticking clock on that school trip payment. The room cleared out, but the crushing weight of that deadline? It stuck with him, a silent, suffocating burden. It wasn't just about the cash, he realized, it was about having enough to flex, to show everyone they were totally fine without them. He shared that defiant thought, sitting beside his grandmother. A flash of a comforting embrace, a brief moment of peace, then he was turning his back, walking away from a building with a determined stride. But that path? It came with a price. A younger him, screaming in agony, fangs bared, a raw, desperate cry for help. The Hyundong Mart sign flashed past, a mundane landmark in a life that was anything but ordinary. A heavy phew escaped him, the crushing weight of the past finally lifting. His eyes were sharp now, laser-focused, burning with an unshakable resolve. A mysterious woman with sleek black hair coolly assesses the situation, declaring, "Looks like he's crunching the numbers." Her eyes narrowing, she cut straight to the chase. "So, what's your answer?" The response is firm, unwavering: "I'm in. I need that cash." A soda can crushes in his hand. A raw display of his resolve, as the woman claps, a surge of energy radiating from her, announcing, "Excellent." With a slight turn, she commands, "All right, let's move." Jaizung Cheon, visibly agitated, blurts out, "Wait, where are we even headed?" She responds with an almost amused tone, "Obviously, we're putting you to the test." Her voice dripping with sarcasm, she retorts, "Seriously, you thought a gig this lucrative wouldn't have a trial run?" Inside the ride, the shaman scout drops a quick command to her driver, Cheolgan, to get things moving, while Jaizung Cheon just chills in the back. She spins around, laying it out, "Look, I'm not asking you to work for free. I'm talking 50 times the minimum wage." Stepping out of the car, she keeps dropping bombs, "That's 3 million won for just 6 hours of work, so let's go." 3 million won, that's like 3 grand USD, and he's doing the math, realizing the minimum wage is 9,000 won. And the shaman scout just stops, giving him a look like, "What's up with that face?" He finally blurts out, totally stunned, "You gotta add a bunch of zeros to that million. That's 50 times the minimum wage." A hint of a smirk plays in her eye. And a full-blown grin breaks out as she shoots back, "You're a funny kid." The city lights blaze around them, totally setting the vibe for the wild ride ahead. Under the cloak of darkness, a sleek vehicle tears through the night, heading towards an unknown fate. Inside, the shaman scout cuts straight to the chase, her gaze intense, pressing him for the secrets behind his uncanny success. No room for games. She lays down the law, demanding precise answers, her voice sharp as a blade. Her eyes narrow, fixated on the bizarre, almost amateurish, ritual components, a pig, a drum, and a rattle. But Jaizung Cheon? He's totally chill, dropping the bombshell that his offering was just Sunday, then casually clearing his throat. Her jaw drops. "Sunday?" she practically screams, utterly flabbergasted by his outrageous claim. He just keeps going. Death metal on YouTube for the tunes, and literally random junk for the tools. This guy is wild. Her mind is blown. Could this kid seriously be pulling off miracles with such janky, hairy components? It's insane. She can't even imagine. If he'd used real components, the power he could unleash would be off the charts. A ghostly figure sprawls, lifeless on the ground, a stark vision of what could have been. Without him, the target would have been absolutely annihilated. Jaizung Cheon lets out a frustrated PFT, as he replays the shaman scout's reaction in his head, thinking, "Man, I should have totally faked it. What if she thinks I'm a total fraud now?" Suddenly, Cheolgan breaks his train of thought, asking, "Yo, Cheolgan, can you get the preparation team on a group call? He quickly taps his phone, pulling up the call screen. Boom. Everyone's on the line in seconds. The clock starts ticking. Then, the shaman scout's voice blasts through the speakers, dropping the bombshell: they're doing a death curse ritual tonight. Jaizung Cheon and Cheolgan's eyes practically pop out, totally blindsided by this intense announcement from the offering team. A quick note pops up: the shaman has never used live offerings before. Which makes her next demand even more wild: so, for tonight, I need you to bring us a pig's head. Jaizung Cheon hits the Malong meat market, slamming a fist against a metal shutter with a loud clunk. The shutter rattles violently. And a furious vendor bursts out, yelling, "HEY! Can't you see the shutters are down?" The vendor keeps grilling him about barging in, but Jaizung Cheon barely looks up from his phone, coolly replying, "We're so busy today." Then, out of nowhere, he drops the bomb: "We'll take one cow." The vendor gasps, utterly stunned. Moments later, Jaizung Cheon strides out, a massive, heavy black bag slung over his shoulder, a resounding DADUN marking his exit. His phone buzzes, a message from the shaman scout: "The offering is ready." The vendor, utterly confused, mutters about a team, as the narration reminds us that while the shaman uses wild methods, she still honors tradition, leading Jaizung Cheon straight to Malong Market for his quest. Elsewhere, a band absolutely shreds on stage, their sound a massive, wailing rumble that shakes the entire place. But backstage, a mysterious blonde woman chugs from a bottle, the ice cubes clinking with a chilling sound. Then, she casually pours another drink, more ice clinking as she prepares for business. Moments later, she's flashing a fat wad of cash, making an offer that's hard to refuse. A band member, totally caught off guard, asks if she's serious about private gigs, but she just ups the ante, practically daring him to take the bait. He tries to object, bringing up their next set, but she shuts him down instantly, dropping another $1,000,000 on the table like it's nothing. Later, flanked by her two male associates, she coolly confirms the band is locked in, then turns to her OL team, reminding them that with this much money on the line, they can't afford any villages on the way home. Her last order is clear: hit the usual spot and demand something with history, the chilling command echoing as the camera pans to a mysterious museum and cafe. A black car rolls up, door popping open with a slick FWIP as an operative emerges, a mysterious metallic case clutched tight. He stands by the ride, meeting up with another suited figure, both scanning the scene. A subtle smirk crosses the operative's face as he tightens his hold on the case, a sharp clack cutting through the silence. The case springs open, revealing two sleek, glowing tools, their eerie light hinting at some serious tech. He ponders the mission, muttering that these targets, newly minted national troopers, are definitely going to be noticed missing. But with a steely gaze, he reassures the other man that their crew always delivers, and the targets will be right where they're supposed to be, no delays. Moments later, a quick handoff of a device, and the operative radios in, reporting to his boss: "Tools secured, ma'am." Mission in motion, he peels out, the case now chilling on the passenger seat. His ride cuts through the neon-lit sprawl of Yeokido, a city buzzing with secrets. Towering over everything, the Golden Cross Investments building stands as a monument to power. But inside, something else is happening. A figure is being dropped into a secret chamber, the sound of his descent pounding like a drum. He hits the ground, eyes wide, taking in the insane, gold-plated room, utterly bewildered by the sheer extravagance. The mysterious woman who brought him here just drops a bombshell, declaring this insane place is his stage for the night. He's thinking, seriously? Does she actually expect me to drop a deadly curse right here, right now? She just turns and walks away, her heels clicking like a countdown, and then, the name Jaizung Cheon rings out, a chilling order. She glances back, a cold glint in her eye, and drops the bomb: his test begins now. Then, with a flick of her wrist, glowing energy erupts around her hand, a clear sign that magic is about to get real. And the ultimate command rings out: lay the curse. Ever heard of unfriend talk? A quirky, pixelated bot named SJ flashes onto the screen. Because let's face it, in life, you're gonna meet friends, bosses, family, and partners. But what about the ones you just can't stand anymore? Now, you can just dump them into unfriend talk. Watch as SJ, the ultimate AI unfriend bot, takes charge. Ready to handle all those awkward goodbyes. Picture this: a conversation where you are always in control of the tone and voice, making every interaction perfect. And get this, SJ, your personal AI, will smoothly and gently end any relationship for you, no more awkward goodbyes. You'll never have to deal with those unwanted connections again. Say goodbye to feeling drained or emotionally burned out from those pointless chats that just drain your energy. You won't be burdened by them anymore. Finally, break free from unwanted relationships and get your peace of mind back. Get ready for SJ, the smart unfriend bot. It's powered by a mind-blowing algorithm, trained on over 100 million conversations. And with ironclad protection for your unfriended list, SJ isn't just about unfriending, it can also hook you up with random, perfectly tailored friends. It's a total social game changer. A retro monitor blazes on, flashing a pixelated robot and hitting you with the ultimate question: wanna ditch those relationships the best way possible? The screen drops a bombshell: unfriend talk will ghost them for you, then a quick beep. The ad wraps up, dissolving into a classic color bar test pattern. Cut to a slick corporate office, where Jae-hyun Kim is totally owning a presentation on his tablet, hyping up Golden Cross Investments and this unfriend talk app, with a subtle beep from the tech. Jae-sung Cheon, chilling next to his female colleague, lets out a contemplative, totally locked onto the massive screen in front of them. He instantly clocks the ad, asking if it's that unfriend talk commercial that's blowing up with the teens, giving a slight turn of his head. His colleague fires back, spilling the tea that it's not just for teens, while Jae-sung Cheon's like, why are you even showing me this ad? She spills the details, gesturing to a phone screen packed with apps, revealing that once it blew up with teens, literally everyone jumped on board. The app's success is absolutely insane, now crushing it with 6.2 million users and officially crowned the fastest-growing messenger app out there. He's in the office, flanked by Jae-hyun and a sharp-dressed woman, and the unfriend talk app is still the hot topic. A pixelated hand flashes on screen, and the voice declares, that's unfriend talk. The pixelated hand points forward. Jae-hyun, now chilling across from Jae-sung Cheon, drops a sarcastic bomb: you probably don't have friends, so no enemies, right? Then, with a smirk, my bad for being a loner. Jae-sung Cheon, clearly not amused, fires back, seriously, why even show me this ad? The sharp-dressed woman cuts in, her tone ice-cold: I already told you the second we walked in. A dark thought echoes: curse them. Her eyes narrow, a chilling resolve etched on her face. Then, the bombshell drops: we're hitting them with a death curse ritual to crash their stocks. The mysterious woman drops another bombshell, revealing this whole twisted scenario is actually a test for him too. Elsewhere, a sharp-suited older man watches Jae-sung Cheon and Jae-hyun Kim, then drops a loaded comment, wondering why they choose SONJ Technologies to put their rookie through the ringer. The older man's internal monologue cuts deep, noting Jae-sung Cheon's cluelessness, that blank stare practically screaming his confusion. Amidst the tension, a phone screen flashes with a chill death metal playlist, an oddly calm soundtrack to the impending chaos. Jae-sung Cheon, Jae-hyun Kim, the black-haired woman, and a blonde woman huddle around a phone, eyes glued to whatever's on the screen. The older man doubles down, stressing that SONJ Technologies was picked specifically to test their rookie. The phone screen flashes a SONJ Technologies stock chart, with a text box dropping the bombshell that the stock price had skyrocketed 33% after their earnings call yesterday, blowing all expectations out of the water. Jae-hyun can't believe it, stocks stopping a death trend. But the shaman scout isn't having it. The man in glasses lays down the challenge: Jae-sung's gotta prove himself against Uedo's best. But the shaman scout cuts him off, telling him not to sleep on Jae-sung. Jae-sung's just standing there, deep in thought, while his grandmother's out there performing a ritual to banish the Sinbyong curse. His grandmother is on her knees, hands clasped, surrounded by the mystical glow of the ritual. Clap. The shaman scout's hands come together, a sharp sound that just screams, this kid's legit. Clap. Another sharp sound, and the man in glasses gives the order: if you're ready, let's go. The nights in Uedo are short, and Jae-sung, now in traditional gear, is walking straight into his destiny. A nervous gulp catches in his throat. As Jae-sung Cheon walks a path steeped in tradition, the weight of his new role settling heavily upon him. He wonders if he's truly meant to lead a corporation. How does one even begin? Meanwhile, a blonde woman questions the sheer scale of the task, asking how anyone could lead a ritual team this big. The man with glasses, alongside the shaman scout, admits he has no clue at all. A woman with striking split black and white hair watches on. As the man with glasses confesses his mind has gone blank, the weight of the situation clearly affecting him. He recalls Jae-sung's own words: "Shaman, I'm just your average high schooler," a stark contrast to the grand expectations now placed upon him. A wince crosses his face as he remembers that the only shamanic rituals he'd ever done were for petty revenge. He knows the path ahead is a razor's edge, one wrong move and it's all over. But a spark ignites, a fire in his gut, because there's no turning back now. He's on the edge, staring down a world where the big players make the rules, one wrong move and he's back to square one, his blades ready for anything. Taking a breath, he makes the call, he's diving in. Maybe, just maybe, as he charges forward, something incredible will happen. The world explodes into action, feet flying, jumping, pushing off. A powerful, continuous leap. Meanwhile, a killer guitar riff rips through the air, a blonde rocker absolutely shredding it. Her eyes, sharp and piercing, scan everything. Suit-clad and sharp, Jaizong Cheon watches a shamanic ritual unfold, admitting he's totally clueless about this ancient magic. But even without knowing anything, his gut screams something's off. He can just tell that the kid doing this whole ritual, even with all the fancy robes and intense focus, is totally out of sync with the ancient flow. He sees the effort, the desperate attempt to look like they know what they're doing. But the kid just can't keep up with the real tempo. Jaizong Cheon's gut is screaming at him. Meanwhile, the shaman scout, with her sharp features, just shrugs it off, saying who cares about the ritual's quality as long as the paycheck clears. But Jaizong Cheon, still deep in thought, the ritual's beat thrumming, a weird unease creeping in as he sees Jaehyun Kim and a blonde woman watching too. He turns to Cheolgon and the guy with glasses, asking if they should just tweak the ritual to help the struggling performer out. But Cheolgon, with a grim look, just shakes his head, the ritual's subtle vibrations thrumming around him. He catches the shaman scout's attention, who's already questioning the room's temperature, a sudden chill making him wonder if it just got colder. Elsewhere, the scout and the man in glasses quickly consult a tablet, a digital flicker across the screen, as Cheolgon observes from behind. The tablet confirms a stable 21 degrees Celsius and good air quality, yet the man in glasses insists nothing has shifted. A tense exchange passes between the scout and the man in glasses, punctuated by the sharp click of his adjusting frames. Jaizong Cheon's gaze remains fixed on the unfolding scene, two other women silently observing from the periphery. A bewildered expression washes over his features. While the shaman scout, however, simply offers a cryptic, knowing smile. Then, without warning, in a starkly different scene, an older shaman woman unleashes a brutal, echoing slap across the face of a young performer. Jaizong Cheon's face, now etched with fresh scratches, hardens with grim determination as he takes it all in. A sudden, jarring impact. A foot slams down, making everything flinch. Jaizong Cheon snaps back, hand flying to his face, furious and demanding answers. The shaman scout stares him down, her gaze like steel, snapping that she wanted a display of power, not a quiet show. His temper igniting, Jaizong Cheon fires back, claiming he's doing the death curse ritual just like she told him. Her stern gaze unwavering, the shaman scout challenges him, what else could he possibly want? Jaizong Cheon's eyes blaze with raw power, as he scoffs at his own ritual, calling it a fake death curse because there's zero killing intent. The shaman scout recalls his earlier, messy death curse against a bully, admitting that even that had a clear intent to kill. She presses on, revealing she gave him far better tools, yet she can't even detect a fraction of that killing intent now. Jaizong Cheon, back to the audience, facing the shadowy target, reminds her of her own lesson, the target she gave him has never done him a single bit of harm. He screams, I've never cursed anyone, and I've never had a reason to. How am I supposed to curse something like that? He challenges, but the shaman scout's voice is unwavering, you can do it. She commands him to channel all his negative energy, condense it, and unleash it. He stares, bewildered, what kind of negative energy? Her words strike like a dagger, bringing up the raw resentment he harbored against his abandoning parents. His eyes betray a deep, agonizing pain. As she relentlessly digs deeper, recalling the neglect he suffered when he was just a child, desperate for care. A visceral thud marks his collapse, the weight of his past crushing him. She delivers the final, brutal blow, reminding him of the crushing helplessness he felt, unable to protect his grandmother, his last remaining family. Jaizong Cheon is on the floor, writhing in pure agony. The shaman scout's words are tearing him apart, dragging him back to the crushing anxiety of his financial struggles. She's relentless, pushing him further, reminding him of that crushing loneliness when everyone abandoned him because of his past. His mind snaps back to his childhood, alone in a classroom, reliving the pure hatred from endless bullying and mockery. The memory burns, showing him surrounded by bullies, even that man in glasses just watching, stoking the burning resentment inside him. The shaman's voice slices through the chaos, pushing him harder, yelling, not enough. Add the humiliation I just put you through. His eyes ignite with a furious red glow, and she barks, curse your target again, Jaizong Cheon. The raw emotion finally explodes, and he roars, I feel angry. The shaman's voice cuts deep, a chilling reminder that this is his one shot, and he absolutely hates the way she talks. He can't stand her knowing gaze, but the real rage boils when he realizes she's probably, terrifyingly, right. Tears stream down his face, a torrent of raw emotion as the past humiliations crash over him. His feet shuffle, the crushing weight of loneliness and humiliation threatening to break him. He hates the loneliness, he hates the humiliation, and with a guttural plea, he finally surrenders to the burning rage within. The shaman watches, impassive, as Jaizong Cheon's entire being shakes, consumed by the storm inside him. His fist clenches, crackling with dark power, as he makes a terrifying vow, fine. I'll really curse them this time. A crimson aura explodes around him, the death curse fully unleashed, fueled by his absolute fury. The death curse activates, and a blood-soaked, ornate shamanic weapon drips onto the floor. And his eyes, wide with terrifying intensity, reflect the raw power surging within him. Then, with a sickening splat, his eyes narrow, surrounded by a violent spray of blood as the curse fully manifests. The shaman scout, watching his terrifying transformation, commands him to turn, and he just nods, completely lost in the insane rhythm of his awakening power. A percussive blang explodes, like a key striking a power chord. The sounds intensify, a chaotic symphony of blang 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 and dum building to an explosive crescendo. Amidst a fresh splatter of blood, he slams down the shamanic weapon with a resounding clang, the full force of his curse unleashed. The bloodied weapon rests on the floor, a brutal testament to the violent ritual. The shaman scout watches, a chillingly knowing look on her face, as she realizes he has completely gotten into the rhythm of his terrifying power. His blood-soaked hand tightens, eyes blazing crimson as the shaman scout gasps, realizing he's shattering all known boundaries. A single tear streaks down her face, as she grasps the chilling truth, he's forcing them to keep up with his monstrous power. The shaman's power explodes, a crimson tide engulfing his weapon, his transformation absolute as the scout stares, utterly mesmerized. Fully consumed by the death curse's raw energy, Jaizong Cheon is a terrifying sight, his weapon pulsing with lethal power. Meanwhile, Cheogan and the man with glasses are blindsided, their faces contorted in shock by an unexpected, unseen force. The very air ignites as his power explodes, Jaizong Cheon unleashes a brutal, sweeping attack, tearing through the space with raw force. The scout can only watch, as he relentlessly carves through the air, his weapon a blur of destruction. Eyes blazing with raw power, Jaizong Cheon stands, bloodied but unyielding, as the shaman scout witnesses his terrifying metamorphosis. Deep within him, the power surges, a dormant flower bud about to explode. The shaman scout's eyes snap wide, a mix of awe and pure terror, as the bud begins its cataclysmic bloom. A thunderous BABUM rips from his chest, as he unleashes the raw, untamed power and all the pent-up rage inside. Then, a deafening SHWOM, as a swirling black void explodes from his hand, a terrifying vortex of all the S****** feelings he's ever held back. The power erupts with a booming FWOM, a dark, ethereal flower of pure destruction. Clad in menacing red and black robes, he grips a newly manifested, glowing red-bladed weapon, its edge practically screaming with lethal energy. Sure, everyone gets to see flowers bloom in spring, but only the truly rare get to witness the precise, earth-shattering moment a power bud bursts open. And with that awakening, Jaizong Cheon unleashes a devastating, world-shattering attack, leaving nothing but glowing particles and absolute destruction in his wake. When you actually get to witness that moment, that raw, unbridled surge of power. A memory flashes, a child's voice echoing, "Mama. I'm crying," as his eyes blaze with an ominous red light, a true spectacle of power. Especially when the flower of power bursts into bloom at the touch of one's fingers. The shaman scout lets out a soft scoff, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she watches the incredible phenomenon unfold. It is sure to make anyone cry, because that boy, now fully transformed with blazing red eyes and dark robes, radiating immense power, will become the worst shaman the world has ever seen, a true force of nature. Cheogan's face twists with concern, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His voice dropping to a whisper, "Ma'am, are you crying?" The shaman scout, with her striking hair, stands poised against a backdrop of ancient art, her eyes burning with an unreadable intensity. When a shadowy, swirling mass erupts into existence, forcing a single, chilling thought from her, "That boy." Then, a jarring cut to Jaizong Cheon, battered and bloody, his eyes fixed upwards through a swirling inferno of smoke and sparks. A formidable weapon gripped tight, as a chilling prophecy rings out. His boots crash down amidst a shower of debris and crackling energy. His blood-splattered face a mask of grim resolve. A solitary figure against the desolate, glowing expanse. His vision warps, a tiny, distant version of himself flickering into view before his own hand fills the frame, absolutely drenched in crimson. He stares down at his hands, now in the ancient robes of a shaman, the blood a horrifying contrast against the dark cloth. The vision rips to a dark chamber, a woman with long, dark hair dominating the center, shadowy figures lurking all around her. Her stare is intense, cutting right through you, a cigarette dangling coolly from her hand. Behind her, a full-blown, chaotic ritual erupts, glowing particles and raw arcane power tearing through the air, figures battling amidst the swirling magic. The vision distorts once more, snapping back to Jaizong Cheon's face, a raw, strained expression twisting his features. A final, gruesome image of a blood-drenched surface flashes, a sickening thud reverberating through the vision. Then, with a final, violent jolt, Jaizong Cheon's face fills the frame, eyes squeezed shut, as if ripped from a nightmare. Then, a body just drops, a heavy flop, slamming into the ground with a brutal thud as blood explodes everywhere. A silent scream tears through the air, the vision intensifying, becoming a full-blown nightmare. A foot comes down, a cold, calculated step. The heel taps the blood-soaked floor, right next to the fallen body. Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair just sits there, watching the whole thing, her face giving absolutely nothing away. Jae Cheon's face is a mess, battered and bloody, his eyes squeezed shut in agony, dirt smeared across his cheek. His hand, dripping with blood, shoots up with a quick whip, then taps his mangled face, the horror sinking in. Then, a whole squad of figures, including the man with glasses, rush him with a whip, swarming him in a brutal, chaotic assault. Cheolgon is on fire, barking orders at the shaman scout to get those gauze and hot packs ready, now. He's not done yet, slamming down the next order, get Hansol University Hospital on the line and lock down a VIP room, stat. But the nightmare vision won't let up. Jae Cheon's broken body lies there, and who's stepping over him? Cheolgon. The man with glasses just watches the carnage, cold as ice, as Cheolgon barks at his crew to get an ambulance here, but keep it on the down low. Then, he pivots to his other crew, laying down the law, everyone else, you're on rumor patrol for Sanju Tech, and get that shrine cleaned up, pronto. A gloved hand snaps a button. And a medical cart, packed with gear, is instantly rolled out. The shaman scout's fingers fly across her phone. Her screen blazing with a Sanju Tech search on Mayor, fingers flying, tapping away at the intel. Her gaze locks onto the screen, utterly absorbed. Jae Cheon, headphones on, stares at his phone in the car, a silent resolve echoing in his mind, don't be afraid. This is it, the big leagues, where the true players make their moves. Meanwhile, the shaman scout, her mission a resounding success, confirms, you did very well. High above the sprawling urban jungle. The night sky blankets Pangeo New Town, Songnam, Gyeonggi-do. Where the colossal headquarters of Sunj Technology and Communications dominates the skyline. Inside, a lone window gleams with the city's distant light. As a man sits hunched over a computer, deep in contemplation. His brow is deeply furrowed, a heavy concern clouding his expression. This man, Changwon Park, now stands by the window, his gaze sweeping across the sprawling urban landscape. He's one of the OG founders of Sunj Technology and Communications. And the mastermind behind the Unfriend Talk algorithm, a truth he grittingly acknowledges. But right now, he's seriously troubled. It's been a nightmare trying to get through to the big shots in the company, whether it's about work or even Unfriend Talk itself. Staring at his screen, he's got this gnawing feeling that he's being subtly sidelined. A chat window flashes on his screen with a cryptic message, making him question if a number in some report is the reason someone would hit him with, I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand. A shiver goes down his spine as he grapples with the thought, could he actually be marked as someone to unfriend? He shakes his head, refusing to believe it. He's a founder, the literal father of Unfriend Talk, he built this company from nothing. There's no way they'd use his own program to unfriend him, he desperately tries to rationalize. But no matter how hard he tries to deny it, he can feel the cold, hard truth in his gut. He's being shunned by the very program he created, a twisted irony that's absolutely eating him alive. But wait, he's staring at the Unfriend Talk interface, the very code he poured his soul into. Then, with a sharp click, the system logs in a user, flashing Jennifer as it does its thing. His hand freezes over the mouse, a desperate halt screaming in his head. He gulps, a cold sweat breaking out as the brutal truth slams into him, security is the heart of UNFREND, and it's merciless. If he hacks this, he's basically cutting his own life's lifeline. It's a career-ending move. He created it, but he can't even edit the lists. A wave of helplessness crashes over him, leaving him to wonder, what now? Being unfriended by his own colleagues? How's he supposed to face them tomorrow? It feels like a massive, creaking door slamming shut on his entire future. A crushing, distorted dread descends, a terrifying shadow of his own creation. Out of the inky blackness, a spectral hand begins to take form. Stretching into a skeletal arm that claws its way down from above. Then, with a brutal shove, it strikes something unseen. What force could possibly push a man so timid, so cautious, to his breaking point? The spectral hand pulls back, revealing the chilling designation, Demon Lord, Giant Lady. Changwon Park is frozen, a cocktail of fear and disbelief twisting his features, as the shadowy tendrils writhe behind him, a constant, chilling presence. A sudden chime snaps him out of his trance, and he can only manage a bewildered, huh. Suddenly, a stark warning blazes across his screen, demanding confirmation to access the user log. The chilling warning glares back at him from his own reflection, a sharp FWIP underscoring the sudden, terrifying clarity. A sudden, sharp click cuts through the air. Before the gentle chirping of birds outside the Gangnam Medical Center fills the air. Inside, Jae Cheon is laid up in a hospital bed, and 4 drip in his arm, his eyes closed, clearly not at peace. Elsewhere, a sharp-dressed woman with a killer white streak in her hair sits, cool and collected, tapping her tablet, a silent countdown to something big. Her phone, just out of reach, starts to buzz with an urgent, demanding vibration. The screen flashing with an incoming call. In a seriously lavish bedroom, a ripped guy in a leopard print robe answers his phone, barely suppressing a yawn as his assistant tells him to chill. This is Justin Lee, the CEO of Gangnam Investments, and his manager is already on the line, apologizing for the ridiculously early call. But Justin Lee brushes off her concern, dropping the classic line that money waits for no one, which makes his manager wonder if he's implying there's just too much cash to handle. Still on the line, he's all about the hustle, declaring that it's all about the money, always. His manager's update gets his attention, demanding to know what's so important. She drops the bombshell, ordering him to short sell Sonu Tech the second the market opens. He double-checks the name, a stock chart flashing on his screen, the gears already turning in his head. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, as he presses her, "Are you sure about this?" He knows her too well, she wouldn't call him at this hour unless it was a guaranteed win. His manager, phone to her ear, gets straight to the point, demanding to know the exact amount of liquid cash she can pull out right now. Then, a jarring cut to Jae-sung Cheon, laid up in a hospital bed, while the manager stands over him, a sudden halt punctuating the moment. Still on the phone, she drops the number, a staggering 8 billion won, that's $8 million, ready to go. Still on the line, Justin Lee, the CEO of Gangnam Investments, scoffs at the paltry sum, it's just not enough for a player of his caliber. He's not playing games, demanding a cool 2 billion won, then he's hit with a curveball, 8 billion won. Even for him, that's a monstrous amount. He's not made of money, reminding them he doesn't even have that kind of cash on hand, but he's sticking to the 2 billion won for Sonu Tech, no compromises. But there's a catch, a big one. He's jacking up his commission to a full 10%, a power move from his standard 7.5%. Then, a bombshell drops. His face twists in shock as he hears about a freezing demon shaman on a revenge quest, and the chilling tale of another shaman losing her sight. But then, a wicked grin creeps onto his face, a new thought sparking. What if this freezing demon isn't after revenge, but has finally found the ultimate talent she's been hunting? A triumphant nod, the call ends, the deal is done, and he's already moving to secure his position. But before he can even process his victory, his manager pops up, dropping another bombshell, and he's instantly on edge, demanding to know what's next. And there she is, standing right next to Jae-sung Cheon, who's still out cold in a hospital bed, and she drops a cryptic line, muttering about a shaman who won't even let her focus be on them when she's around. Justin Lee, the financial titan, jolts awake in his opulent bed, the sheets rustling as he shakes off sleep. His blonde hair a wild mess, he rakes a hand through it, a fierce, unyielding resolve already burning in his eyes. "All of you, out," he growls, his mind already racing with the day's financial battles, "I've got money to make." Across town, the manager stands silhouetted against a window, her piercing gaze fixed on the sprawling city below. A chilling whisper escapes her, a new day rises. Elsewhere, Jae-sung Cheon jolts awake in a sterile hospital bed, the rustling of sheets a stark contrast to his rising panic. "Where am I?" he gasps, a fractured memory flashing through his mind. "I was doing a ritual, that much, I remember." He's awake. But where is he? A sudden gasp rips from his throat as disorientation hits him like a truck. His head is pounding, wrapped in bandages, and one massive question screams in his head, a silent, desperate plea for answers. But across the room, the mysterious woman who brought him here is just chilling, stretching out, totally unbothered by his crisis. Her bare feet glide across the floor, like she owns the place, while he's still trying to figure out if he's dreaming. She just plops down next to him, scrolling through her phone, acting like everything's totally normal. "Relax, you're in a hospital," she casually drops, "I didn't drag you anywhere freaky." But he's freaking out, then why am I naked? She just rolls her eyes, duh, VIP room, private spa. I shelled out big bucks, so we're using all the amenities. She just gets up and walks off, leaving him to yell, "That doesn't explain anything. And seriously, put some clothes on." She totally ignores his rant, checking her phone again, then hits him with, "Forget that, what time is it?" He's still totally out of it, I don't know. "What time is it?" 9 a.m., she deadpants, stock market time. The clock on the wall is locked at 11:12, every second stretching into an eternity. When a hand snaps out, clicking a remote, the shaman scout's voice cutting through the silence, "Time for your fate to change." Jae-sung Cheon, still recovering in his hospital bed, stares intently as the TV blazes to life, a business news channel dominating the screen. The display flashing a massive 3.2% surge for Sonj Tech. Yet, the clock stubbornly holds at 11:12. The tension building. As if the universe itself is on pause. He can't help but think, she said his fate would change, but that moment. It's taking its sweet time, way longer than she made it sound. Meanwhile, the shaman scout casually exhales a cloud of smoke, her face giving nothing away. But instead of the promised shift, a chilling silence descended. Meanwhile, the market was going wild, as SONJ technology and communications exploded with a massive 7.4% gain. Back in the hospital, the shaman scout, seeing his worried face, immediately asks if there's a problem. He's reeling, remembering the company they cursed was supposed to crash, but now it's inexplicably soaring. Suddenly, a door rattles open, and things are about to get real. In the corporate world, Changwon Park is fuming, demanding answers, because the board is on his back. Back in the hospital, Jae-sung Cheon drops a bombshell, he's personally on the hook, and if they lose money, it's game over. Then, his eye flares with an electric glow, and he knows, the death curse absolutely worked. Meanwhile, Ms. Yom, Justin Lee's manager, gets the word, everyone felt that hit, and she needs to tell the board to chill out and wait. Ms. Yom, Justin Lee's manager, exudes pure confidence, declaring that if the market momentum holds through the week, the company is looking at massive losses. Yet she casually drops her insane 80% win rate, predicting a total stock crash before the market even closes, a bold claim against all odds. She coolly tells everyone to chill, promising to personally cover any losses with her own money, her confidence radiating like a force field. But across town, Jae-sung Cheon is practically choking on the tension, feeling completely suffocated by the whole mess, the pressure is immense. He's desperately clinging to the fact that he just followed orders, praying he won't get blamed for any of this, his fists clenching tight. But a massive question mark hangs over his head, how can she be so incredibly confident? It makes no sense. Watching it all unfold, the shaman scout feels a pang of doubt, her eyes narrowed in thought. But then, a powerful wave of conviction washes over her, her focus intense. The silent battle between doubt and conviction just makes the tense silence even more unbearable, leaving everyone on edge. The stock chart, once a beacon of growth, suddenly takes a dark turn. But that confidence? It's about to shatter, because the market is about to go into freefall. Then, a single red candle plunges like a dagger, a chilling tick signaling the beginning of the end. Another tick, another brutal drop, the blue bar shrinking into oblivion. The freefall accelerates, the market's value evaporating at an insane pace. Then, with a devastating, shattering impact, the blue bar absolutely implodes, its very essence breaking apart as it crashes. A thunderous barum rips through the air, as the stock continues its catastrophic, unstoppable dive. Jae-sung Cheon's eye snaps wide open in pure disbelief, a massive question mark screaming in his mind as he watches the market absolutely implode. The blue bar plunges even deeper, a final, brutal, BAP signaling the absolute bottom of the crash. He's glued to the screen, a single question hanging in the air as the reality of what just happened starts to hit him hard. A sudden, bone-chilling shiver rips through him, his eyes practically popping out in pure shock. The shivers just keep coming, a terrifying physical reaction to the sheer power of his own curse. The market is in absolute chaos. Unfriend Talk stock is crashing hard, and Sanji Technology is plummeting because insiders are dumping their shares. A brutal 11.7% drop for Sanji Tech blazes across the screens. Panic erupts in the trading room as the Kospi index tanks, everyone's freaking out, but Jae-sung Cheon just watches the whole thing go down. Amidst the chaos, Changwon Park is losing it, demanding answers from a colleague. Totally baffled how it went from 7% up to this, like, why would insiders bail after record earnings? But then, a new bombshell drops. Changwon Park's face goes pale as he stares at his phone. It's insane. A manager from Unfriend Talk supposedly leaked the unfriend list, and it's blowing up everywhere online. The market absolutely implodes. Screens are going wild, stocks are crashing, and these office workers are just staring, completely stunned. But then, a phone screen starts glitching out, showing some seriously messed up data. Before it snaps into focus on a search bar, asking the chilling question, who unfriended us? This thing goes viral instantly. News headlines are screaming about a new website that exposes everyone who unfriended you, making social media a total battlefield. One man, in particular, is glued to his phone, watching the whole thing go down, and he looks absolutely devastated. From a bird's eye view, he's making a critical move, a quiet click confirming his decision on the screen. Turns out, Changwon Park, the genius behind Unfriend Talk, actually destroyed his own creation with his bare hands, and then he just vanished overseas, all on the same day. His finger hits the power button, killing the screen for good. Phone dead, Park just walks away, dragging his bags, leaving his digital disaster in the dust. This wasn't just a market crash, it was the ultimate revenge. A programmer, utterly betrayed by the very people he poured his heart and soul into, unleashed chaos through his own creation. And with his mission accomplished, he vanished, slipping away on an international flight, leaving destruction in his wake. But the fallout didn't stop there. A massive, unprecedented exodus of users erupted, everyone scrambling to delete their accounts. Users started hitting that delete account button, one after another. praying it would somehow wipe their entire digital history clean. The numbers don't lie. Unfriend Talk user count absolutely tanked, crashing from 6.2 million down to a shocking 5.3 million. The world watched, glued to their screens, as the digital apocalypse unfolded, clicks echoing the global panic. And then, the inevitable, SONJ Tech CEO, forced into an emergency press conference, live on AAC News, to face the music after the Unfriend Talk catastrophe. The Unfriend Talk app, once a titan of social connection, had completely lost its user base's trust. And by Thursday, SONJ Tech stock had absolutely tanked, dropping over 21%, a brutal 3-day losing streak that sent shockwaves through the market. Jaisung Cheon could only watch, his face a mask of disbelief, as the market screen screamed red, the stock now completely worthless. Back in his room, scrolling through his phone, he let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation settling in. Then, the breaking news hit, SONJ Tech's epic collapse wasn't just a company problem, it was taking down the entire messenger sector. He mumbled, a chilling thought crossing his mind, did I do this? The question hung heavy in the air as he stared at the devastating headlines. Across town, Justin Lee's manager, Ms. Yom, watched the market burn, a dark thought forming, the programmer couldn't have orchestrated a more perfect setup for his revenge. Jaisung Cheon, still reeling, couldn't wrap his head around it, one death curse, and an entire company was obliterated. But then, a chilling realization hit him, this wasn't just a company crash, it went way, way beyond that. The Unfriend Talk platform didn't just crash, it took down the entire AI messenger sector with it. One stunned observer could only gasp. He didn't just wipe out a company, he took down an entire sector. Another, utterly floored, declared this wasn't just some talented kid, this was a beast, a monster, a devil. Jaisung Cheon, amidst the wreckage of his own making, could only gape back at the screen, silently asking, why are you staring at me like that? But the voices kept coming, calling him a money-making monster, the one of their dreams. Then, Ms. Yom's voice cut through the chaos like a knife, a cool, you passed, kid. But she wasn't done, immediately adding that he hadn't exactly passed with flying colors. A massive phew escaped him, the tension finally breaking. But Ms. Yom wasn't finished, her voice echoing through the cluttered space, and one more thing. Her tone sharpened as she laid down the law, stop saying, excuse me, I'm sorry, or, kid, if you ever want to make progress as an adult. Completely overwhelmed but knowing he had no choice, he could only stammer out a weak, oh okay, to her demands. Just like a master painter. Behold the colossal Golden Cross Investments, a titan of finance. Inside, he's absolutely floored, jaw practically on the floor, as the insane magnitude of his earnings hits him like a truck. The moment that Unfriend Talk mission wrapped, the cash started flooding in, no joke. With a crisp click, a sharp-suited figure swings open a door, leading him and the Shaman scout into a whole new world. We're not talking chump change here, these are rewards so massive, they're beyond his wildest fantasies, and he can barely believe his eyes. And who's overseeing this mountain of wealth? None other than Justin Lee's manager, cool as ice, casually scrolling through her tablet. As he steps into the ridiculously luxurious office, even the Shaman scout can't hide her jealousy, while he's just utterly dumbfounded. He takes a tentative step forward, and the manager cuts straight to the chase. Alright, listen up. This is your new boss. She points directly at him, a knowing smirk on her face, sealing his fate in this high-stakes game. Blonde hair, shades on his head, this guy's on the phone, confirming the intel. Is he the one, he demands. Then, he pivots to the guy next to him, dropping the bomb, yeah, he's the one. Why else would I drag someone like him to your office? He keeps going, a smirk playing on his lips, honestly, I thought he was just some kid who ran away from home, while the other guy just gives a silent nod. Suddenly, a sleek business card glides across the table, blasting the name, Justin Lee, CEO Golden Cross Investments right into view. The man behind the card, now revealed as Justin Lee, gives a cool, confident greeting, nice to meet you. Justin Lee, all smiles and pointing, lays it on thick, seriously, your recent work. Blown away. He locks eyes with Jaisung Cheon, a firm handshake sealing the deal, and declares, it's an absolute honor to be working with you. Then, he turns to the Shaman scout, waving off any pretense of professionalism, look, you don't need to bother with all the business talk with him. This kid's clueless about formal stuff anyway. And with a sharp, echoing clap, Justin Lee wraps up the whole intro, radiating pure boss energy. The manager slams a heavy briefcase into Jaisung's hands, the latches snapping open with an intense click. The sheer weight of it makes him falter, the case crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Justin Lee, cool and collected, observes from his massive desk as Jaisung's gaze locks onto the briefcase's contents. Inside, stacks upon stacks of crisp, green banknotes scream an insane amount, 500 million won. A smirk spreads across Justin Lee's face as he casually corrects himself, or should I say, one, to be precise, casually dropping the equivalent of 140,000 US dollars. Jaizung's jaw drops, his mind reeling from the sheer, unbelievable amount. But why me? He silently screams. Justin Lee's answer is blunt, direct, because it's yours. Jaizung, still stunned, stammers, what? What about the $3 million? The manager, unfazed, coolly reminds him, you already got the ritual fee. It's in your account. She then drops the bombshell, that was just your hourly wage. This is your commission. He's chilling in the luxury ride, but the real shocker drops when the woman next to him lays out the terms. This isn't just a job, this is where the big leagues play. 500 million. His mind is absolutely blown, a phantom version of himself screaming in disbelief. Ist all diocese Geld tatsächlich ins. Kann es nicht einmal verarbeiten. She even teases him. But no way. He's instantly grabbing a briefcase absolutely stuffed with money, a wild, ecstatic, and utterly shocked grin plastered on his face. Crab. It's just that, she starts. Meanwhile, the mastermind Justin Lee, in his own lavish domain, is deep in thought, confessing he's never even touched a fraction of this kind of money himself. Back with Jaizung Cheon, his phone screen flashes a welcome message in a mind-boggling balance, confirming the insane transfer. He's thinking about all those times he felt small, never even having a tiny percentage of this kind of wealth before. Changwon Park lays it all out for Ms. Yom, Justin Lee's manager, declaring this is the arena where the true power players, the first-rates, make their moves. But Jaizung Cheon, phone in one hand, blade in the other, already had a plan brewing, knowing he needed a woman to handle this particular job. He pivots to Ms. Yom, cutting straight to the chase, will your company plant a mole for me? Her response. A chilling smirk. His face contorts in a flash of surprise, clearly not expecting that response. Back in the high-stakes office, Ms. Yom lays down the law, you signed a contract, you're our partner. She warns him not to even think about other offers, or they'll come for him. Jaizung Cheon responds with a deep, respectful bow, a silent promise to heed her warning. Just like that, they exit the building, the heavy door sealing their new alliance with a decisive click. Strolling with the Shaman scout, Jaizung Cheon's mind races, he's got his first move locked down, but the rest? Total mystery. He shoots her a look, demanding, so, spill it, what's next? Cut to a cafe, Jaizung Cheon's got a soft smile, facing an elderly woman. And he's pointing at this fancy brochure for the Emerald Nursing Home. He's all hyped up, telling her, check it out, Grandma. This place is insane, super fancy nursing home. They'll take care of everything, even your dementia. He leans in, a hopeful glint in his eye, sounds awesome, right? But her eyes, full of a quiet longing, meet his, if I go there, will you still visit me every single day? Jaizung Cheon freezes, a shocked gasp catching in his throat as her real worry hits him. He quickly jumps in, promising, it's super close, Grandma. I'll be there every single day, no problem. A tiny, relieved puff of air escapes her, her hand settling softly on the table. With a firm, comforting grip, Jaizung Cheon connects with his grandmother, a powerful moment of reassurance. He gazes at her, his voice soft but resolute, declaring that she absolutely deserves a luxurious retirement, a place of true peace. From a distance, Ms. Yom watches, a hint of disdain in her thoughts, yet acknowledging that he's stepping up, unlike that other useless grandson. Later, Ms. Yom is caught in a moment of intense contemplation, her arms tightly crossed, a storm brewing behind her calm facade. Just as Jaizung Cheon himself appears lost in thought, and she can only hope he skyrockets to success and doesn't burn out too fast. A surprising, almost magnetic pull takes hold of her, an undeniable attachment to him. A deep, thrumming sound reverberates, revealing a dazzling VIP sign. And a pristine bottle of high-end wine, poised for an exclusive pour. Deep in a VIP lounge, a hand dramatically swirls a glass of crimson wine, the rich color hinting at the high stakes. Justin Lee, looking absolutely opulent in his robe, holds the glass, his mind already racing with the intel. Osfong Finance just snagged the first seat Shaman, Ishan Master Tiha Lee. Suddenly, a dark-suited Tiha Lee unleashes a clack of raw power, sending some poor soul reeling, showing exactly why he's the first seat. Justin Lee's eyes gleam with a calculating glint, a smirk playing on his lips as he realizes, wait, that was all a shaman's doing. His mind races, the implications sinking in, and get this, it was some fresh face in the game. A dangerous smile spreads across his face, the thrill of the unknown igniting his ambition. Oh, this is about to get good. The very next morning, he made the move, getting his grandma settled into the nursing home. Inside the swanky Emerald Nursing Home in town, a staff member laid out the brutal truth, a 2-year plan would set him back a cool 70 million won. A staggering $50,000. Then, she hit him with the payment options, transfer or card. With a decisive thud, Jaizung Cheon dropped a bag, revealing it was absolutely stuffed with cash. Stacks of bills flapped onto the counter, a mountain of money. Later, facing off with Justin Lee's manager, he heard his budget was 50 million won, but he wasn't done. He ordered her to convert the rest into USD for his grandma. And he wasn't stopping there, he demanded she sign his grandma up for every single paid demo program and take care of all the details. He stands before the nursing home, a place he's locked down for his grandmother for 2 whole years, fully aware this is the arena where the real players make their moves. Even after dropping that insane amount, he still had a whopping 440 million won left, and it felt absolutely surreal. Later, chilling in a car, Justin Lee's manager takes a long, cool drag from her cigarette, her eyes laser-focused and totally sizing things up. She pivots to face him, and you can practically feel the question in the air. "Alright, so what's the plan for the rest of that cash?" she asks, totally chill. He shoots back, no hesitation, that it's a nightmare living in a place where you could get kicked out at any moment. He's thinking about just dumping his cash in the bank, but the manager shuts that down instantly, demanding to know if he's serious. He gulps, and she lays it out, she's going to personally school him on how to spend his cash without blowing it. He stares back, totally confused, asking if there's some secret method to spending money. Her eyes lock onto him, a silent command in her stare, making it clear who's in charge. Next thing you know, they're tearing through the city, heading to some secret spot. They pull up to this super slick, modern building, all glass and steel, looking seriously high-end. This massive skyscraper just gleams in the sun, screaming pure corporate power. Inside, they're already climbing stairs, the manager practically dragging him along with a mission. He finally makes the call, telling her to just make the deposit, leaving her stunned by his sudden agreement. He's chilling in a luxury ride, phone in hand, while the manager drops some serious truth bombs. This is the big leagues, where the real players make moves, and his current mindset is just too small time. She keeps pushing, telling him this spot is for unwinding after work, and if he makes any cash here, it's just feeding the capitalist master, a total mind game to stop him from depositing. But he's not swayed. He makes his move, his voice cutting through the air with a decisive, "Okay, then I'll take it." Just like that, they're strolling through a super modern corporate lobby, past all sorts of tech and busy workers, the manager totally watching his every move. They push further into the building, past even more fancy office gear, and the manager is still glued to him. Then, a.m. The scene flips completely to a tight, old-school alley in Insadong, a total shock after that sleek corporate vibe. Inside a classic building, they're chilling at a low table, and the manager lays down the law, no borrowing ritual tools, unless you get a job done. She points to a tablet, making it clear that while you can swipe for special occasion tools, you'll still need a full financial breakdown. He grabs the tablet, the soft rattle and clack of it filling the calm space, totally ready to dive into this weird deal. He takes a sharp glance, surveying the ancient, traditional space where he and the shaman scout are now seated. Elsewhere, an ancient, bespectacled man in classic robes is on the phone, scoffing, "Humph. You're here for the exclusive, aren't you? The one no one else has even glimpsed." The shaman scout fires back, "Still got it, old man." You pegged the shaman scout instantly. The old man cuts to the chase, "So, what's the damage? What's the budget?" The shaman scout drops the bomb, 100 million. That's a cool 100 grand, and Jaisung Cheon's jaw hits the floor. Both of them are absolutely floored, shouting, What? The old man, raising a hand, lays down the wisdom, "This is a lifetime investment, so make it count." Just a moment. A sharp clack echoes as the old man throws open a rustic wooden cabinet. Then, with a quick whip, he snatches something from within. A sudden, sharp clack cuts through the air, revealing a dazzling cluster of small, golden bells, intricately tied with vibrant red cord. The shaman scout carefully takes the ritual tool, her eyes locked onto the shimmering, ancient objects. Jaisung Cheon's eyes snap wide open in utter disbelief, the golden bells glinting ominously in their depths. His mind races, "My first ritual tool." The shaman scout's voice cuts through his thoughts, a stark warning, "Don't let it consume you." Outside, the weight of the purchase settles in. Jaisung Cheon turns to the shaman scout, demanding, "How much do you have left?" She snaps open a briefcase, revealing a hefty stack of cash, and confidently states, "About this much. I think that should be enough." But Jaisung Cheon's gaze sharpens, a new thought striking him, "Wait a minute, is there more to this than I? We might need to save it for later." The shaman scout cuts in, "You can't make big money just by investing. You have to invest in people." Jaisung Cheon retorts, "So what else should I be doing, huh?" His sharp gaze pierces, "In people." He presses on, "Most importantly. You'll need an assistant shaman. An assistant can set up rituals, and even if his luck runs out on deeper levels, they'll clear the path. And here's the kicker. During a ritual, they can act as his backup. Meet Ryunyu, the shaman of misfortune, a 28-year-old powerhouse. She might look unassuming, but this shaman scout. She's the bedrock, the absolute foundation of the Gangnam shaman's entire operation. I mean, she's the top disciple of the Gangnam Shaman, the undisputed greatest shaman in all of Korea. That's a huge deal. But then, the burning question, how is this guy doing it? No lineage, no patron god, how is he even a player? Meanwhile, Jae Cheon, rocking a casual hoodie instead of his usual suit, is just chilling with his phone, totally oblivious to her inner turmoil. She finally snaps, confronting him. Why is he even asking about someone who's been off the grid for a week, especially when the Gangnam Shaman is clearly losing power? But then, the phone screen flashes, revealing Ryunyu, the shaman of misfortune. The shaman scout throws her hands up, exclaiming that an NDA is fine, but this? This is absolutely insane. She jabs a finger at him, her patience clearly wearing thin. But then, a sudden pivot. She sweetens the deal, throwing in a 50 million won signing bonus, plus a 200 million won annual salary, and even some extra cash on the side. And get this, it's all happening in Gangnam. She even gives him a little poke to seal the deal. He zips up his jacket. While the shaman scout taps her finger on a table absolutely loaded with gold. She tells him he's no random hunter, and this is his shot to get to the top, a major resume boost. Then, with a slight gulp, she drops the bomb. He'd be a sidekick to the worst shaman Uedo has ever seen. She stares him down, asking if he actually likes that title. A creepy smile spreads across her face as she sarcastically says she's so happy to be working with him. Leaving the building, she tells him the next step, get a fixer. Elsewhere, a green-haired guy with glasses gets a call, his old boss wants a meeting. The screen flashes Daeho Choi's profile, an lieutenant of the Soul Dragon Gang, as a voice warns that the ESG won't be happy about a fixer and bodyguard for a teenager. The stakes are high as the numbers drop, an annual salary of 80 million won after tax, a cool $80,000, on the table. Flashback. Jae Cheon is literally elevated above the crowd, Daeho Choi watching on, as the ultimate demand drops. Lastly, you'll need musicians. This is going to be epic. Suddenly, a quirky mascot pops up outside a venue, setting the stage for some serious musical action. The band is absolutely rocking the stage, lights blazing, pounding out a beat with falling screaming from the drum kit. Back to business, Jae Cheon is laser-focused on a document, and the words dream job practically jump off the page. What's he cooking up now? Ryunyu, with her piercing gaze, drops a bombshell, confessing ignorance about rituals but declaring that Jae Cheon, uniquely, had soul. Her words hit Jae Cheon like a spiritual lightning bolt, his dark aura erupting, and he shivers, admitting, it gave me the chills. What power is stirring within him? He's handed a fat stack of cash, but the voice on the other end isn't just about the money, they're worried about the boss, about him. Meanwhile, a blonde woman, surrounded by instruments, is hyped, claiming this is the ultimate inspiration for their muse. And he seals the deal with a powerful handshake, the other side clearly counting on him. The car door slams shut with a solid clack. Inside the car, Jae Cheon and the shaman scout are all set, ready to roll. The deal's still going down, with the other side admitting the terms might seem low for someone of his caliber, but they're cool with it, sealing it with a grateful handshake. Jae Cheon silences them with a finger to his lips, a clear halt. The shaman scout, puffing on her cigarette, lays it all out, her company's got his back, and she gets a cut from every single death curse ritual he pulls off. Jae Cheon just smirks, telling them to chill with the thanks, it's all just business. Even amidst everything, Jae Cheon's mind is on the grind, thinking, yeah, I still gotta pack up and clean this mess. But then, he pulls up, rushes out of the car, and what he sees makes his blood run cold, a desperate whisper escaping his lips, "No. This can't be happening." He's just standing there, stunned by the chaos, while some other kid in a hoodie is also just staring, watching the whole thing go down. The air is absolutely electric with heat, flames roaring, and thick smoke just billows into the sky. And just like that, the firefighters are already there, but even they look tiny against the sheer scale of the inferno that's absolutely tearing through everything. Jae Cheon is in a blur, speeding through the city, but nothing can prepare him for the absolute chaos unfolding outside his window. He's out of the car, his crew right behind him, but all he can see is the raging inferno, and the horrifying truth hits him like a truck, this can't be real. The fire roars, a hungry beast consuming everything, sending massive plumes of smoke tearing into the night. Firefighters are fighting a losing battle, their efforts swallowed by the sheer magnitude of the inferno, as the structure crumbles into dust. But through the smoke and flames, a sinister message emerges on a charred wall, ghost eyes, a direct challenge, a twisted signature. The ground is covered in wreckage, a brutal reminder of the devastation. His jaw locks, and his hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, pure rage boiling inside him. He spins around, confronting the architect of this destruction, his voice dripping with venom, calling out Jae Kim as the mastermind, the ultimate bully. As the flames devour everything, he mourns the loss of his entire life, his possessions, and every single memory with his grandmother, all reduced to ash by this brutal act. He faces the shaman scout, a silent challenge in her eyes, pushing him to unleash his power once more. She sees his growth, recognizing that he's already forged a powerful team. Meanwhile, Ryunyu, ever watchful, scans her environment with piercing eyes. Daeho Choi, surrounded by his crew, declares that they've got backup now. The shaman scout, undeterred, doubles down on her challenge. Another sword dance awaits. A firefighter breaks the devastating news, confirming the old building was a total loss, burned to ashes before they could even fight it. Jaizung Cheon surveys the charred remains of his life, the dripping water a stark reminder of how precisely the fire was limited to his property. A hand lands on his shoulder, the firefighter's apology a hollow comfort against the devastation. One last look at the ashes, then Jaizung Cheon walks away, the roar of an engine disappearing behind him. Fists clenched, Jaizung Cheon is haunted by the echoes of "baby boy," the insults that tried to brand him a powerless loser. A dirty hand, etched with 1846, flashes before his eyes. And his resolve burns. He's not taking this anymore. A fierce, unyielding resolve ignites in his eyes as he embraces his true power, declaring he's no longer a powerless loser, and no one will toy with or torment him again. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt, and Ryunyu, with her crew, steps out to take in the chaos. She lets out an exasperated sigh, a thought bubble revealing her frustration, muttering about wanting a stable job with insurance, but admitting fate had other, wilder plans. They gaze down at the charred remains. Ryun recoils from the stench, groaning about the burnt smell and asking if they seriously have to do a ritual here, worried it'll trash her outfit. Taking charge, she announces she'll do all the talking, because her boss is totally out of commission right now. The ground is scorched, a ritual site utterly devastated, leaving behind a chilling testament to raw power. Amidst the wreckage, Jaizung Cheon is down, unconscious, a hand desperately reaching for him in the chaos. Meanwhile, in another location, Jaehyun Kim is chillingly calm, a subtle smirk on his face as he examines a miniature structure. He's surrounded by his crew, and Ryunyu's face gives absolutely nothing away. But back in the burnt-out shell, Jaizung Cheon is on his feet, staring at the floor, while Daeho Choi just walks off. The green-haired enforcer's voice cuts through the silence, laying down a brutal ultimatum: if Jaizung Cheon isn't confident, he can perform a death curse ritual himself or just bail. Then, Daeho Choi claps him on the shoulder, laying out his cold, hard truth: he'll do anything for the right price. Elsewhere, Ms. Yom is absolutely stunned, furious that a building was torched after a curse ritual, and now Jaizung Cheon is joining the culprit. The shaman scout just confirms, yep, that's exactly what's happening. And with a fierce glint in her eye, Ryunyu declares, they're going to unleash the most brutal game imaginable. Amidst the falling debris and a desolate landscape, he stands alone, his gaze fixed downward in a moment of quiet despair. Meanwhile, from a sterile observation room, she, along with Jaehyun Kim and Daeho Choi, watches the unfolding chaos with an unsettling calm. A hand clutches a photo of Jaehyun Kim, as a chilling thought echoes, he was sealed behind. Back at the ritual site, Jaizung Cheon raises his hand, glowing particles swirling around him as he initiates a powerful, forbidden rite. Ancient, ominous text scrolls into view, its words invoking a terrifying decree: death lives and dies, the new one comes to rise. Be silent, speak no more. O Gomel Jile, Storm Hill, begin the rite of death. With a violent rip, a shadowy, monstrous entity begins to tear through reality, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness as it emerges. Jaizung Cheon looks up, witnessing the catastrophic destruction and collapsing buildings around him, the direct consequence of his actions. The massive, dark entity fully manifests, its form solidified amidst explosions and debris, a harbinger of utter devastation. Nearby, a small, yellow creature, its single eye wide with overwhelming terror, lets out a desperate cry. The phone screams to life, a jarring, urgent chime. The ringing intensifies, a frantic, almost maddening clamor. The relentless sound twists into a grotesque, skull-like omen, signaling pure chaos. High above, two bikes tear through the misty mountain pass, a blur against the winding road. Jaehyun Kim leads the charge, Ryunyu clinging on, with Daeho Choi hot on their heels. Ryun rolls her eyes, brushing off Jaehyun's worries, declaring her snacks are more important than some gang hideout getting flattened. She scoffs, what's he gonna do anyway? He's just another politician. But Jaehyun's mind races, reminding her that Jaizung Cheon wasn't the one who lost, and what if he unleashed that death curse on them? A chilling dread washes over him as the thought takes hold: if he hurts me again. Still burning from the last showdown, Jaehyun's mind is locked on one thing: pure, unadulterated revenge. His passenger, Ryun, can't resist a jab about his last loss, but he snaps back, focused on the insane driving conditions. Through the thick, misty night, their ride is glued to the back of a massive truck. And Jaehyun can't help but curse the reckless drivers around them. Eyes glued to the road, he can't fathom why anyone would push it this hard in the dead of night. His eyes are locked on the asphalt, a tense worry etched onto his face. Then, a sickening thump rocks the car, and his eyes snap wide with pure terror, knuckles white on the wheel. A nightmare made real, a horrifying, pale-faced ghost with a grotesque, wide smile and stringy dark hair just appears in front of them, forcing Jaehyun to violently yank the wheel, screaming, "WHOA! What the hell?" The car careens wildly, tires screaming as sparks erupt from the road in a desperate, uncontrolled skid. A brutal thud rocks the interior, Jaehyun's grip white-knuckled on the wheel, while Rehyun's face twists in pure terror. The screeching continues, his face a frozen scream of pure, unadulterated panic. A catastrophic wham. The car explodes into a shower of blood and twisted metal. What's left is a twisted, bloody mess, the car utterly destroyed, soaked in crimson. Amidst the carnage, he claws his way out, battered and broken, a desperate crap escaping his lips. He clutches his mangled arm, a guttural aagh. Darn it, tearing from his throat in a mix of pain and rage. But the horror isn't over, Rehyun is trapped, her legs a bloody, mangled mess. My legs. They're gone. S**x**haagh, she wails. Her bloodied, tear-streaked face snaps to him, her voice laced with raw accusation, "Come on, Jaehyun. Did you all do that to me? The hell is this?" Her vision blurs, a single tear mixing with the blood streaking down her face, a horrifying tableau of pain. A guttural shriek escapes Rehyun as she recoils from the sight of Jaehyun Kim's mangled form, lying broken amidst the wreckage, a truly gruesome scene. Her mind racing, she fumbles for her phone, desperately trying to dial emergency services, her eyes locked onto his horrifically mangled leg. Kneeling on the blood-soaked ground, she mutters in disbelief, the sheer gravity of the situation crushing her. A raw cry of despair tears from her throat, her hand reaching out towards the motionless figure in a desperate plea. The sickening sound of snapping bone echoes in the silence, a gruesome testament to the catastrophic impact that has utterly annihilated his legs. Amidst the blood and debris, a single high-heeled shoe lies abandoned, a stark, chilling reminder of the sudden, brutal violence. Her bloodied face contorted in anguish, she looks up, questioning the very reality of the nightmare unfolding before her eyes. With a final, desperate surge of energy, Rehyun screams into the night, pleading for help, announcing the horrific accident to the world. Towering over Jaehyun's broken body, a figure with long, light hair has twisted into something monstrous, its tattered clothes barely clinging on as another clack and click echo the terror. A single, blood-soaked eye, dripping crimson, burns with an unholy, terrifying intensity. The monstrous face, half-shrouded in shadow, contorts into a grotesque, unsettling grin, a palpable sense of doom radiating from its very being. Jaehyun, already shattered and bleeding out, can only struggle against the encroaching nightmare, his voice tearing as he shrieks, "Stay away from me, be ********. He desperately clutches a small, glowing object, a last-ditch effort to fend off the monstrous, reaching hand, his desperate plea tearing through the air, "Begone, you devil." As the monstrous figure looms, Jaehyun's terror explodes into a desperate, broken plea, "You devil. Why is there no doctor? Help me." With a terrifying swoosh, a shadowy, tentacle-like appendage, eyes burning red, erupts from the transformed Rehyun, her voice a guttural roar, "So be gone already." The appendage descends with brutal, crushing force, a sickening crush echoing as it obliterates Jaehyun's already mangled body. Jaehyun's face twisted in pure terror, blood everywhere, a shattered photo in his grip, he screamed for someone, anyone, to save him. A blood-soaked hand reached out, and a desperate voice cried, "Jaesung Cheon." Then, the nightmare, Rehyun Yu's monstrous, pale face, all sharp teeth and pure horror, a living nightmare unleashed. A dark figure watched from the shadows, the word "Shaman" hanging heavy in the air, a moment frozen in time. That day, I ended the tormentor who'd haunted me since childhood. Breaking news, truck overturn and motorcycle crash on boulevard. The headline screamed, "Tragic accident kills multiple minors." No guilt, just a lingering, bitter taste. Alone in the bathroom, Jaesung Cheon faced his reflection, the past haunting his every move. Then, a chilling sight, a ghostly, pale figure appeared right behind him, balance etched onto its shirt, a terrifying new companion. The phantom stench of blood still clung to his hands, a haunting reminder of what he'd done. "What are you even looking at?" he mentally snapped, daring the past to judge him. Then, the chilling vision of Jaehyun Kim's ghost appeared before his younger self, its spectral gaze burning with accusation, "You're the one who crossed the line first." The haunting vision dissolved, leaving Jaesung Cheon to stride away from the ghosts of his past, the floorboards groaning softly underfoot. He'd made a sacred promise to himself back then, a vow, never again would he let anyone hurt him. Every single step was a climb, a relentless ascent towards a future where he wouldn't be forced to unleash a death curse just to survive, to escape that soul-crushing filth ever again. He kept climbing, hell-bent on leaving that feeling in the dust. And so, he resolved to amass an insane amount of wealth. And an untouchable reputation, that no one would ever dare bully him again. His phone rings, yanking him back to reality, as he muses that once the goal is achieved. With his resolve forged, he wasted no time, the decisive click of his phone echoing his determination. "I need work, ma'am," he declares, his voice sharp, "every single assignment you can throw my way." A subtle, knowing smirk touches the woman's lips as she simply replies, "Good." The enigmatic woman, her unique black and white hair framing a calculating gaze, absorbs his words. Then delivers a chilling promise, "I'll push you so hard, you'll be begging for mercy, throwing up from the sheer grind." He swore an oath to himself, a vow etched deep within his soul. That no one, ever again, would dare to bully him. He wouldn't be forced to unleash a death curse ritual, to take a life just to survive. And never again would he taste the bitter, suffocating filth of helplessness. With that burning resolve, he decided to forge an empire of wealth and reputation so vast, so unassailable, that no one would ever dare to cross him again. His goal now a blazing star in his mind, Jae Cheon sits, a quiet force, tapping intently on his phone. His phone screen glows with an intricate star map, a digital constellation of power, labeled ominously as Manager M. And with that goal locked in, he wasted no time, the gears of his ambition began to turn, immediately. Jae Cheon lets out a frustrated, "Ugh," from the passenger seat, eyes locked on his phone. Elsewhere, a woman's lips curl into a knowing smirk, a confident "good" escaping her. It's Justin Lee's manager, her iconic hair unmistakable as she takes a call, dominating the city skyline from her high-rise perch. Her voice, sharp and cutting, delivers a chilling promise, "I'll make you work so hard, you'll end up throwing up from the grind." The target of her relentless drive, Gioma Trading Company. Later, she scans a newspaper, the headline blaring, "Gioma on daily highs, benefits from Japanese general trading rally, a testament to her strategic prowess." Another titan emerges in a cutthroat corporate arena, Solomon Maritime Logistics. A bespectacled man, glued to his tablet, devours news of Solomon Maritime Logistics eyeing South Africa, a massive decision looming in the months ahead. The sprawling empire of global business also encompasses Studio Tolstoy. The stakes? Massive. We're talking a cool $150 million, and honestly, the target company didn't even matter. Jae Cheon, looking sharp in his suit, was all about that calculated precision, watching the market go absolutely wild. But deep down, his shaman power was humming, a quiet chime signaling his absolute control. No mercy. No hesitation. They absolutely dumped every single stock they were given. The market? It crashed. A brutal visual of stocks tanking while others soared. The news went wild. The Narek Daily was asking if Solomon was totally done for, screaming about the all-out war between Gioma Trading Company and Solomon Trading Company. More reports dropped, showing Solomon's moves were causing total regional chaos, and people were even wondering if Korean media was dead after blowing 150 billion won for a measly 1% rating. Suit-clad figures, just like Jae Cheon, absolutely crushed the market, their combined power toppling financial titans. That's why, for the sheer financial devastation they unleashed, they earned the terrifying title, the Grim Reapers of Uedo. The blinds flutter, hinting at the cutthroat world of high finance about to unfold. Jae Cheon surveys the urban jungle from his high-rise, his green-haired partner in crime by his side. Their office is a war room, overflowing with documents and bags, the arsenal for the elite players in this high-stakes game. Inside a high-tech conference room, Jae Cheon leads his elite squad, the masterminds like Jae Kim, Yu, Justin Lee's manager, and Daeho Choi, who collectively raked in billions, millions in cold, hard cash. But Jae Cheon wasn't hoarding all that cash. A young guy, rocking a baby boy tee, stares at a bank statement from Cookman and Gioma Bank, his jaw practically on the floor. A crisp FWIP of paper punctuates his shock, as he can't believe he snagged such a massive bonus after just 2 months. Still processing the insane bonus, he hears Jae Kim drop a line to Jae Cheon, "Your mindset." "I'm all about it, Jae." Jae Cheon, cool as ever, just shrugs, "Yeah, this covers a ton of runaway wives." Cut to the war room, Jae Kim still sweating their high-stakes plays, "Are we really sure we can pull this off?" But Jae Cheon, with Yu, Justin Lee's manager, and Daeho Choi backing him up, just grins, "With this kind of cash, we could literally drop an album." Justin Lee's manager, coolly puffing on a cigarette, just watches it all unfold, a silent observer of the chaos. Back at his desk, baby boy's eyes are glued to the screen, one burning question on his mind, "Where's my cut?" He's still trying to wrap his head around the insane amounts of cash. "Wait, you guys need money too?" Justin Lee's manager, a sly smirk creeping onto her face, drops some hard truth, "Of course I do. Rich people. They can never get enough cash." Then, with a roll of her eyes, "Ugh. The greed, she's just." Baby boy whips around, a little offended, "Oh, so you're only grateful for yourself, huh?" Justin Lee's manager just grins, a mischievous sparkle in her eye, and fires back, "I'll remember that, Jae Cheon." Baby boy just stares back at his screen, her words hanging heavy in the air, leaving him to stew. Still reeling from the manager's cynical wisdom, he's caught off guard, her hand in his, as she casually drops a bombshell about his insane wealth, implying her gift might just be pocket change. He only started spending on others once the money started rolling in. Never letting success go to his head or getting cocky about his wins, he stayed true to himself, never letting it change him or how he treated others. This kid is destined for greatness and will dominate for ages. But then, a familiar voice breaks the tension, calling out to everyone. "Drinks are on me, let's go." The crowd gasps, eyes wide, as a new player steps into the spotlight. The manager watches on, while a sharp-dressed man with a killer mustache unveils a sleek, mysterious gift, leaving everyone guessing. And just like that, the action moves to a fully loaded bar, setting the stage for whatever comes next. This wasn't just any party, this was the high-stakes arena where the real power players made their moves, surrounded by an insane spread of food and drinks. Jae Cheon scanned the room, spotting the manager already chatting it up with baby boy and some other woman, drink in hand, totally in her element. He started to move away, the sharp clack-clack of footsteps cutting through the noise, leaving the mustache man to his own intense conversation in the distance. Next thing he knew, he was chilling with Rahyunyu, drinks in hand, her iconic white hair practically glowing in the low light. Then, just like that, she was gone. He blinked, realizing the whole crew had vanished. He remembered it all, Rahyun suddenly feeling sick, bolting to the ladies' room, and Daeho Choi stepping up to take her home. He could still hear her disgusted cry, "Can't stand this beer. Effing alcohol," before the inevitable BLARGH followed. He quickly turned to baby boy, making a snap decision, telling him he'd take Rahyun home and be right back for him, so just chill there. But the party didn't stop. The manager and Daeho Choi were tearing up the dance floor, and the band just kept on rocking. He scopes out the after-party scene at the rehearsal studio, a smirk playing on his lips as he judges everyone else to be total lightweights. Elsewhere, someone clutches a soda, quipping, "Duh, I'm totally fine, I was only drinking soda." Justin Lee's manager, on the other hand, coolly sips her champagne, completely unfazed by the party chaos. While Jae Cheon, with baby boy nearby, just thinks, all the better, then pivots to the manager, dropping the bombshell that he needs to talk about something in private. He leans in, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, asking, "In private?" She shoots him a knowing look, a playful smirk on her face, and deadpans, "About work, obviously. What's with that hopeful look on your face, kid?" He stammers, clearly caught off guard, "Oh, of course. Aye. He quickly regains his composure, then questions her, genuinely puzzled, "But seriously, what's there to even talk about? We've done all the rituals, and the team is crushing it." She nods, a knowing smile playing on her lips, "Yeah, you're right. We've been on a roll." The stakes are rising, and he knows it. With his unique perception, he senses the shamans of sudden death, the financial giants of Seoul, are closing in, ready to weaponize his power for their own market gains. They've already infiltrated his company, his team, and now he's left to wonder, what does this mean for every other shaman in the city? They'll move heaven and earth to shield their stock from his death curse. Or even shatter his curse completely, turning his own power against him to skyrocket their profits. And to do it, they'll unleash their own shamans, initiating a counter-ritual to nullify his devastating power. A sharp intake of breath, the full gravity of the situation hitting him like a physical blow. He pictures it vividly, a lavish, gilded hall, where a shaman, draped in ancient silks, is already weaving the threads of a counterspell. The ornate patterns of the ritual floor glow with arcane energy, a silent testament to the immense power being summoned. Yoon-seok Kim, the absolute boss of Thongsong Corporation, is laying it all out, his voice chillingly calm as he drops the bombshell. He's not holding back, revealing how Golden Cross Investments absolutely tanked a company he'd been grinding on for months by shorting its stock. The other guy, sitting in that ridiculously fancy office, can't believe it. "You've got your own shamans, right?" he asks, and Yoon-seok Kim just nods, "Yeah, we do." But then, the bomb drops. This time, he reveals, they're going head-to-head with the shaman of sudden death. Yoon-seok Kim's face is stone cold. The other guy's jaw drops, the shaman of sudden death, he gasps, the name hitting hard after the epic collapse of Sonu Tech. And the hit list just keeps growing, with Solomon Company and Studio Tolstoy also getting wiped out. Yoon-seok Kim just observes, fully aware that every single stock Golden Cross Investments touched went straight to zero, and the word on the street is that this guy is the mastermind behind it all. The other man's hands are practically vibrating with anxiety, as he confesses his own shamans are no match, and that's exactly why he's here, begging for assistance. He's practically begging, yelling about their deal, trying to get Master Kim to budge. But then, the big boss, Yoon-seok Kim, just shuts him down cold, no way he's doing it. He's all about the big picture, talking about massive projects and Golden Cross's quarterly reports, hinting at a team-up if they want his time. But then, he drops a bombshell, a different kind of offer. He's not doing it, but he'll hook them up with a top-tier shaman. The guy's totally caught off guard, asking about this skilled shaman, as Yunseok Kim just calmly tells someone to come in. Then, a heavy, deliberate stomp echoes through the lavish room. As the skilled shaman makes their grand, powerful entrance. Every single step just screams authority. A bone-shaking stomp reverberates through the very foundations of the building, sending the corporate rep sprawling, a bewildered escaping his lips as he stares up at the source of the disturbance. Towering over him, a colossal, bald figure emerges, his arrival punctuated by another earth-shattering "dadun," a calm, almost beatific expression on his face. The colossal shaman, draped in ancient robes, is flanked by two stone-faced enforcers, his sheer bulk commanding all attention. Suddenly, one of the guards unleashes a lightning-fast punch, slamming his fist into the shaman's gut, a FWIP, and punch ripping through the air. But the shaman doesn't even flinch, his voice cutting through the tension with an unnerving calm as he declares, "I am Avalokitesvara." A sly, knowing grin spreads across his face as he raises a finger to his lips, a silent command for absolute quiet. High above the city, a massive skyscraper just dominates the skyline, shining bright under the sun. And inside, on the ground floor, you'll find the legendary restaurant, Hong Huan, a 5-star culinary powerhouse. And check out this guy. A huge, bald dude is absolutely demolishing a dish, cream all over his face, clearly living his best life. Meanwhile, the kitchen is a total war zone of flavor. Chefs are going wild, woks clattering, flames shooting up, cooking up pure magic. Our man at the table is still going strong, taking a massive gulp from his drink, with the "Welcome to Hong Huan" sign glowing in the background. He just keeps chugging it down, eyes closed, totally lost in the moment. More incredible dishes are hitting the table, clattering down, each one looking absolutely mouth-watering. A server drops off yet another plate, the clacking of dishes everywhere, and our hungry customer is already diving in for more. With a massive grin, he just rips into a huge piece of meat, his hunger absolutely legendary. Chaos erupts in the Honghuan kitchen as a flood of new orders from the VIP room hits them like a tidal wave. A harried waitress, juggling a mountain of plates, frantically asks her manager, just how many VIPs are they even serving? The manager, utterly flabbergasted, can only stammer that it's just 3 people. How can 3 people devour all this food, especially those legendary Mumbai steakers? But in the lavish VIP room, the legendary Bodhisattva is in his element, absolutely demolishing the feast with an insatiable hunger. Jaisung Cheon, cool and collected, watches the spectacle unfold, wiping his mouth, a knowing smirk hinting at the Bodhisattva's legendary appetite. He casually remarks that a feast is great, but only after this epic meal can they even think about getting down to business. Justin Lee's manager stands by, poised and ready, as Jae-hyun Kim sits opposite Jaisung Cheon, both of them just waiting for the green light to kick things off. Everyone knows the deal, the Bodhisattva doesn't talk shop until he's stuffed. First, you gotta earn some good karma. Jae-hyun Kim, getting the message loud and clear, quickly responds with a polite, "Why yes, of course." The final morsels vanish from the plate with a decisive clack. A hand swiftly snatches a final bite, then a booming "burrp" echoes from the Bodhisattva. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun Kim is absolutely fuming, grumbling about the insane price tag of this award-winning Chinese joint, a bill that's already hit 10 million won. But the Bodhisattva? He's totally zen, a picture of pure bliss, completely unfazed by the mounting bill. A quick flick of his hand, and the last crumb is gone. Then, Jaisung Cheon moves in, swiftly wiping the Bodhisattva's face with a smooth FWIP. He declares the Bodhisattva is finally satisfied with their sincerity, ready to cut to the chase and lay out his terms for the deal. Jae-hyun Kim's face lights up with pure relief, a massive smile spreading across his features. And on the other end, Justin Lee's manager, glued to her phone, practically shouts, "Why yes, I'm all ERS." The manager is locked in, scanning a document that reveals a ticking clock. Golden Cross Steel's awakened position is about to vanish this Friday. Her grip tightens on the intel, confirming the Bodhisattva's insane demand, Mangseok Steel, but only between Tuesday night and Friday night, a super tight deadline for a massive play. Across town, Jae-hyun Kim, totally pumped by the news, shouts his gratitude. But the manager's face tells a different story, a cautious "hold on," hanging in the air. Jae-hyun Kim is like, "Wait, what?" As the next bombshell drops, they need to get an offering ready. The Bodhisattva just keeps slurping, his outrageous demands echoing, keep the gourmet food flowing and piping hot while he prays. The manager stares at the insatiable figure on her screen, utterly floored by the sheer audacity of his demand, 3 straight days of non-stop feasting. Jae-hyun Kim tries to make sense of it, explaining that you gotta build up karma, because without it, the Bodhisattva can't even pray for you. And then, the manager drops the ultimate bombshell from the Bodhisattva. He wants to see the shaman of sudden death before he even starts praying. The pressure is real. A man in glasses gulps, the Bodhisattva's insane demands hitting him hard. But elsewhere, a sleek black ride is tearing through the city. With Jaizung Cheon and his shaman scout inside. She's dropping the intel, next ritual, Thursday. Gotta stay sharp. He just gives a chill, okay. Jaizung Cheon stares out, his mind already on the next target, the one that's been bugging him. He knows, no matter what, a new challenge is always coming. What if he actually lost to them? The thought is a heavy one. His shaman scout, picking up on his vibe, tells him to chill out and not get too deep into human drama, because back in her day, shamans just didn't fight back. Jaizung Cheon just nods, but his real focus is staying in peak condition, the past is irrelevant. The car slams on the brakes and the driver calls out their arrival, respectfully addressing him as Mr. Cheon. Jaizung Cheon steps out of the ride, ready for the next challenge. Stepping out of the ride, the shaman scout cuts straight to the chase, confirming his identity. You're the shaman of sudden death, right? Before dropping the bombshell, the Bodhisattva I serve wants to see you. A name that hits him like a shockwave, leaving him to wonder, a Bodhisattva. She quickly reassures him it's a quick meet, because the big boss is already waiting in the underground parking lot. A heavy, ominous vibe hits him as he strides into the shadowy parking garage. His boots clanking on the concrete as he and the scout push further into the gloom. The car door hissing shut behind them. Then a definitive thud. Then, bam. A colossal, bald figure in shimmering golden robes appears, perched on a massive, throne-like seat, absolutely oozing power. Jaizung Cheon visibly recoils, a jolt of shock flashing across his features at the sheer spectacle of the Bodhisattva. Jaizung Cheon extends his hand, a silent challenge to the massive presence before him. He cuts straight to the chase. She said you're a Bodhisattva, but, who are you? But before he can even finish, a booming voice shuts him down. Do you work in Uedo? Silence. The Bodhisattva isn't here for pleasantries, launching straight into his message. This isn't just any shaman, this is one of Korea's absolute top 5, a true powerhouse in Seoul. He lays down his full, intimidating title. You're in the presence of Yonghwa Gong, the Golden Bodhisattva. Jaizung Cheon's face twists in shock as the Bodhisattva reveals, he wishes to inform you that is exactly what my team lead said might happen. His own eyes flare with an intense green energy, the truth hitting him as the Bodhisattva explains, the target must have hired a shaman to defend their stock from our curse. And then, the ultimate ultimatum, the Bodhisattva urges you, the shaman of sudden death, to give up on this job. He challenges the Bodhisattva, but the powerful shaman just doubles down, flexing his immense reputation and reminding him he's way out of his league. He's defended countless clients, and his experience, skills, and reputation are off the charts. He could totally crush him with his skills if he wanted, but the Bodhisattva is all about peace. He respects his shaman status, and doesn't want to see any unnecessary bloodshed in a fight that's already over. So, he offers a golden gift, telling him to just drop the whole ritual. With a quick rustle, the Bodhisattva digs into his robe. He pulls out a fistful of gleaming gold, and just tosses it at him. The gold flies through the air, a clear bribe for his cooperation. They hit the ground with a dull thud, right at his feet. He stands there, unmoving, as the Bodhisattva's offer of mercy hangs in the air, a challenge to the shaman of sudden death. But a new voice shatters the silence from above, revealing a hidden observer who'd been tracking him, having spotted a suspicious conversation at the door. Jaizung Cheon takes a single, decisive step. A sharp click echoing as he calls out the unseen listener, demanding to know if they enjoyed the show and if they'd given the same advice to Yu-sung. He spins to confront the Bodhisattva, who, surprisingly, questions his own resolve, wondering if he was actually scared of this rookie, and why he'd even bother with such a pathetic bribe. A menacing bulge appears under the Bodhisattva's robe as his hand dives inside. Then he turns and strides away, a chilling declaration that he'd offered a chance. With a final, ominous glance, the Bodhisattva reveals his true name, Yonghwa, a name that, once spoken, seals Jaizung Cheon's fate, a death sentence he can't retract. Yonghwa's voice booms, slamming Jaizung Cheon for crashing stock prices and shattering dreams, daring to ask how he justifies his actions. The Bodhisattva is drenched in sweat, his face contorted, as the brutal truth hits him, he's just a parasite, thriving on the suffering of countless others. Jaizung Cheon takes it all in, coolly admitting he missed most of the details. But the raw essence, the agony of investors losing everything, that hit home. He's genuinely surprised he hadn't considered it himself. Then, a chilling, utterly maniacal laugh rips from his throat. As the chaotic city street blurs away, a wicked smirk plays on his lips, he finds the whole thing utterly hilarious. He fully grasps the scheme, the ruthless manipulation of stock prices and earnings, confessing they inflate worthless companies just to lure in unsuspecting small-time investors. A piercing stare cuts through the air, the speaker's voice dripping with pure contempt as she challenges her foe, daring him to deny his true nature, even with all his supposed wisdom. His face twists in agony, veins bulging, sweat pouring, as the relentless verbal assault hammers him, demanding he cease his attempts to bribe his way out. Her face contorts in pure fury and disgust, spitting out a venomous condemnation of their ridiculous nonsense and labeling them all hypocrites. Then, her furious gaze locks onto Jaisung Cheon, a challenge burning in her eyes, as she vows to fight it out and get what she wants the hard way. Bodhisattva is pushing his limits, face twisted in a desperate struggle, sweat flying. But the shaman scout isn't having it, her eyes burning with fury, shouting down any attempts to buy her off with ridiculous nonsense from hypocrites. Her hand clenches, ready to strike, insisting they settle this the old-fashioned way, a brawl. Jaisung Cheon, cool as ice, faces her down, simply stating that's how it used to be, back in the old days. Bodhisattva lets out a heavy huff, his fight completely drained from him. That clenched fist, now just flops open, utterly defeated. He's completely given up, slumping down, his massive body radiating pure defeat. Jaisung Cheon puts a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and tells him, let's go. Then, a blur of motion. He launched the shaman scout straight through the door, splintering the frame. Mid-air, the shaman scout's mind raced, one way or another. But even as she soared, defiance burned in her eyes. She taunted him, saying he'd be showing mercy. Then, a brutal slam. She hit the ground hard. Witnessing the brutal takedown, Jaehyun's resolve hardened. He'd give up everything. But Jaisung Cheon just smirked, a chilling grin spreading across his face. The thought of seeing Bodhisattva. He and Jaehyun stood over the fallen shaman scout, her body a broken mess on the concrete. High above, Cheolgon stressed the need for tighter security, expecting more intimidation attempts. Justin Lee's manager, however, couldn't believe a shaman from a minor league. The phone rings, and Jaisung Cheon picks up, a chilling calm on his face as he's hit with a team lead greeting. Justin Lee's manager is laying down the law, demanding he just do what I tell you, but Jaisung Cheon, mid-ritual and dramatically claiming he's going to die, completely blows her off, only for her to snap back, team lead. He just stares, a silent question hanging in the air, then shrugs off any thought of other shamans trying to get in his head. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he declares, he couldn't care less about anyone judging his death curse rituals. His hand clenches around the device. But a different kind of worry crosses his mind, the threat he overheard before someone bailed, it's still bugging him. He's decided, no matter what, he's getting his hands on something that screams shaman of sudden death. A bone-chilling creak fills the air as a dark, powerful aura erupts around him, his resolve now absolute. He's been burned before, and he's not about to let himself be betrayed again. Meanwhile, Justin Lee's manager and Cheolgon are locked in a tense conversation, both flat-out refusing a demand, and nearby, Jaehyun Kim is slumped, looking absolutely crushed, echoing their exact words of, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. A sharp click. A memory, or something more, just locked into place. And suddenly, young Jaisung is there, staring out a window, his face a mask of pure distress, the faint echoes of his parents' voices reaching him. Mommy and Daddy. Two hands, one big, one small, reach out in a silent, desperate plea. Meanwhile, back in the present, a grown Jaisung stands isolated in a grimy alley, eyes downcast, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. This is where the first-rates play their game. The flashback hits again. The child's face twists in a silent scream, those haunting words still ringing. Mommy and Daddy. Those hands again, the memory unfolding, revealing the brutal truth. Had a little argument. We'll come back for you. Little Jaisung looks up, eyes wide with a child's desperate hope, clinging to that last, fragile promise. After we wake up, Jaisung. And just like that, we're back to the present. Adult Jaisung, still frozen in that alley, those childhood words crushing him. Then, a shift. Jaisung is now standing with the shaman scout, a silent, knowing glance exchanged. A powerful flashback hits, Jaisung's hand sweeping over his younger self, a fierce grip on the kid's shoulder, as he vows, I will never abandon you, Jaisung. Snap back to reality. The shaman scout faces him, laying it out, because you're the best shaman, the only one I've ever found. Besides, who on earth would let their shaman powers explode in their own hands? Jaisung's eyes drop, a silent storm brewing within him. The shaman scout finally gives in, oh okay fine. I guess I'll do everything I need to do. He throws down the gauntlet, shaman or accursed. What's the difference, huh? Tell me how to get stronger, shaman. With a fierce grip, the shaman scout unleashes her resolve, sure. Let's bring in your crew. The Bodhisattva will pay for that. A bold, audacious declaration of war. The urban jungle stands tall, awaiting the coming storm. Inside a sleek, modern office, the shaman scout takes center stage at a whiteboard, while Jaizung Cheon, ever the observer, watches her every move. With a decisive snap of her fingers, a crisp pop cuts through the air, grabbing everyone's attention. She pivots to the whiteboard, declaring the core principle of gut and salgut is deceptively simple, her fingers tapping the surface for dramatic effect. It's all about fundamental balance, a shield for defense, a sword for offense, pure and simple. She dives deeper, painting a picture of pure, unadulterated rage where good and evil energies collide, a brutal struggle where one side absolutely dominates. This isn't just a fight, it's a no-holds-barred brawl, where both sides throw everything they have into the fray. Then, locking eyes with Jaizung, she delivers the chilling truth, this is a shaman's fight, and it's exactly what you're about to get into. But Jaizung's expression darkens, a frustrated thought crossing his mind, he barely lifted a finger, and now everyone's lining up to fight him. Seriously, what rotten luck. Catching his hesitation, the shaman scout cuts in, clarifying the gravity of the situation, you agreed to it in the heat of the moment, but is it a big deal? Absolutely. You're about to face one of the two strongest gods in all of heaven. A terrifying vision flashes, a blood-soaked figure, utterly decimated on a field of red, hinting at a cataclysm where even the divine temple protecting them could be utterly annihilated. The shaman scout, absolutely floored, practically screams, asking if he seriously just signed up for a shaman's fight without knowing any of the details. Is he out of his mind? He just shrugs, confirming he agreed because the other guy promised help, but the scout remembers how every single time he's tried to help someone, it's blown up in his face. Her eyes practically pop out as she drops the bombshell, he just agreed to fight a former top shaman in Uedo. But Jaizung, cool as a cucumber, explains he specifically asked about obligations, and the shaman only asked for his help after he came back, making it sound like he was the one doing Jaizung a favor. The shaman scout, utterly exasperated by his cluelessness, snaps back, asking why she's trying to discourage him before they even start, demanding to know whose side she's actually on. He shrugs, wondering how the shaman got so famous, confessing he only agreed because it was his only shot at a joint position anyway, but the real kicker isn't the shaman's fight, it's the absolute monster he's up against. Frowning deeply, the shaman scout snaps at him, telling him to shut up and not say anything that could jinx him or bring bad luck. But Jaizung just smirks, saying his opponent already knows exactly how strong he is, and totally believes he's the better shaman. A green-haired associate, clearly worried, questions if there's any strategy to pull Jaizung Cheon through this. He insists Jae-hyun Kim is way stronger, but Justin Lee's manager cuts him off, dropping a bombshell with just one word, both. With a confident tap of her fingers, she lays it out, she's got the perfect plan to take down the Bodhisattva. With a quick whip, she sets down a small figurine, kicking off her masterclass. The target figurine, now trapped, is locked inside a circular barrier. A squeak punctuates her chilling explanation of the strategy's fatal weakness, it's only effective until the enemy shows their true hand. Another squeak as the manager drives her point home, making it crystal clear. Her finger jabs at the figurine, visually hammering home how the strategy's flaw leaves the target wide open once they step into the light. Above the neon glow of the city, ancient power radiates from its intricate design. Within, robed figures assemble around a table. Every movement is precise. And there he is, the Bodhisattva, absolutely drowning in luxury. But the true player, Jaizung Cheon, remains unseen. The pieces are in place, the tension is palpable. And with a booming roar, the Bodhisattva declares. A dramatic flap echoes through the air as the grand feast officially begins. A dancer, adorned in vibrant yellow, immediately takes center stage, her movements fluid and mesmerizing. Meanwhile, the Bodhisattva and his followers waste no time, devouring the feast with unrestrained gusto, loud CHOMPS and SLURPS echoing through the hall. The dancer's elegant arm sweeps past the overflowing table, her performance a stark contrast to the ravenous eating. But then, a blinding SHWOM of golden energy explodes from the Bodhisattva, engulfing him in an intense, radiant glow. The energy surges, forcing him to shield his face as the raw power radiates outwards, a second SHWOM shaking the air. Now, the entire hall begins to shimmer as golden particles erupt and loom everywhere, a tangible, overwhelming energy filling the space. Even as the golden light bathes the entire feast in an otherworldly glow, the dancer continues her captivating performance, seemingly untouched by the surging power. And then, from the very core of the surging energy, a flawless, pulsating golden orb materializes, radiating unimaginable power. Golden particles absolutely explode from the building, a massive surge of power. And from that chaotic energy, a massive golden orb materializes, throbbing with immense power. Suddenly, with an earth-shattering boom, the orb erupts, a blinding flash consuming the entire area. Once the blinding light fades, golden motes of energy cascade down, weaving complex, glowing lines. These glowing lines then begin to twist and merge, forming an intricate, almost alien structure that dominates the space. And then, the golden energy descends, engulfing the Bodhisattva, trapping him within a shimmering, evolving cocoon. Get ready to hear about the legendary Happy Buddha. A legendary monk, none other than the incarnation of Maitreya himself. Always, without fail, a bright, beaming smile graced his face. His benevolent presence radiating joy to all around him. And what did he always have with him? A massive sack, from which he generously dished out food to everyone in his vicinity. Indeed, over his entire lifetime, he shared an abundance of things with the world. He was a beacon of hope, showering blessings on everyone, his teachings a balm to their souls, his foresight an undeniable guide. His impact was so profound that he became a figure of absolute reverence. And then, he rose. To be worshipped as a literal deity across countless lands, the ultimate symbol of virtue, luck, and unimaginable wealth. His iconic smile and boundless generosity became the stuff of legends. His very being radiating pure warmth and divine blessings. A luminous, godlike figure now watching over the modern world, as Jaizong Cheon stares up at the ethereal glow, a cigarette burning between his fingers. Chillingly calm, a woman in a sleek dark suit exhales a plume of smoke, her eyes fixed on something unseen. A cool, deliberate puff of smoke billows from her lips, a silent statement of control. Her voice, a low hum, cuts through the silence. Just imagine the power we could wield with a benevolent deity like him. As if in response, the happy Buddha's radiant, golden form pulses with an otherworldly sha, its divine energy washing over the city. A cold, calculating glint flashes in her eyes, mirroring the distant, divine light. She dismisses the divine spectacle, coldly labeling it a pump-and-dump operation. The colossal, golden aura of the happy Buddha dominates the skyline, a breathtaking display of power, yet she sees only opportunity. Chiogan, a man in a sharp suit, stands behind her, deep in a phone call, as she cynically quips, "They almost make us look like we're summoning evil gods, don't you think?" In another location, Chiogan delivers the chilling update, "The ritual is ready. They're just waiting on your cue." With a cigarette burning low, smoke swirling ominously, the order drops. Chiogan's voice cuts through the silence, "Tell them to start. This isn't just any ritual, it's a trap for wandering spirits, backed by serious power, 6 mountain-born entities, jade and iron protecting the peaks, and a general securing the entire ritual zone." But Jaizong Cheon is already locked in a chilling confrontation, staring down a pale, bald entity, as it hisses, "Death." Across the city, a red-haired maestro is ready to drop the beat. And the electric guitar screams a deafening wail, kicking off the whole damn thing. Then, a colossal structure starts to loom large. Followed by an earth-shattering boom across the city, painting the night sky in a terrifying crimson. From his high-tech perch, Chiogan watches the chaos erupt, a grim realization escaping him, "They're here." The city trembles from the ritual, and Chiogan observes, the unnamed shaman scout poised for action. But Jaizong Cheon, staring down the impending doom, just extends a hand, a chilling challenge escaping his lips, "Let them come." He's about to unleash the ultimate display of divine power. But across the city, buildings start to scream, groaning and cracking under an unseen, terrifying force. Then, a grotesque, clawed hand claws its way out of the darkness, tapping with a chilling rhythm. And then, from the very pits of hell, a terrifying entity plunges down, a hungry ghost wreathed in pure darkness, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent intent. A blood-curdling shriek rips through the air, a sound of pure terror. And they're not alone. More spectral horrors, eyes blazing, surge forward in a terrifying wave, their collective shriek tearing through the city as they rush towards a mysterious glowing orb. Watching the entire spectacle unfold, Bodhisattva's bald, round face splits into a chilling, knowing chuckle. The spectral shriek intensifies, as another terrifying entity pushes forward. The hungry ghosts of hell, a terrifying, amorphous horde, descended upon the happy Buddha, their shadowy forms immediately clinging to his head and shoulders. More of the spectral entities converged, their purple energy crackling as they completely enveloped his body. One pressed directly against his face, a chilling hiss escaping its form. Yet, the happy Buddha remained completely unperturbed, a silent question forming in his mind, do they actually think they can challenge the incarnation of Maitreya with the wastes of hell? A soft, dismissive chuckle escaped him, the single word, "fools," echoing in the spiritual realm. Standing tall amidst the ornate hall, he declared that the vast difference in power was evident, leaving absolutely no reason to shy away from battle. His hand, now glowing with a brilliant golden light, began to absorb and crush the clinging shadows with a powerful rummage. With a decisive motion, he firmly grasped the remaining entities, disintegrating them into golden particles with a final grab. He's not holding back. A blinding golden spray of spiritual energy just explodes from him, smashing into the shadowy hungry ghosts with insane force, just sending them flying back with a barrage of hits. Every hit is a massive blow, and these spectral entities are just getting wiped out. He's moving at impossible speeds through the dissolving enemies, Maitreya just keeps pushing forward. But hold up. A new, gigantic entity just bursts from the shadows, its terrifying mouth wide open in a silent, ear-splitting scream. The happy Buddha just gives the new threat a quick glance, totally unfazed, completely calm. Then, with a decisive slam of his hand, he unleashes another overwhelming wave of golden power. The gigantic entity is instantly crushed, just dissolving into black particles under that insane spiritual pressure. Meanwhile, from a distant vantage point, someone's watching this whole thing through binoculars, and they're saying, "That's the laughing Buddha. He's through the Grand Rift." Jaizung Cheon, chilling in his ride, looks up, thinking about the Bodhisattva at his absolute peak, like, the ultimate form. But then his mind shifts to a dark prediction, a chilling thought that this is where it all ends for someone. And the target of his intense focus is crystal clear, the legendary Shaman of sudden death. Elsewhere, from a hidden spot, the Shaman Scout and Jaizung Cheon are watching the whole thing go down. Down below, the hungry ghosts are still going wild, but they're getting absolutely wrecked by some insane golden power. The Shaman Scout is seriously worried, realizing the Happy Buddha's defenses are way tougher than they thought, and their ghost army is getting wiped out super fast. She turns to Justin Lee's manager, telling her to hit up Jaizung Cheon and find out how many they've got left. The phone rings, connecting to the other side. And the guy picking up that urgent call is none other than Daeho Choi. Justin Lee's manager is not holding back. Her face is tense, demanding speed, yelling that their target is dragging his feet. She's laying down the law, they have to hit while the enemy is exposed. No time for excuses. She's stomping her foot, declaring Jaizung can absolutely get this done. Her gaze is locked, full of absolute belief, Jaizung is built different, and he will succeed. But the Happy Buddha? He's unmoved. A blinding golden aura erupts, shattering the dark, fizzing energy trying to consume him. His defense is unbreakable, backed by an army of golden statues, a true display of his overwhelming might. Cut to Daeho Choi, watching the whole thing go down, he's totally unfazed, muttering about how rumors always get overblown, just like he knew they would. A smug grin splits his face as he flat out states that Shaman of sudden death was a total bust, nothing but hype. He turns away from the screen, a satisfied look on his face, giving a shout out to the Bodhisattva, calling his performance absolutely incredible. Justin Lee's manager is absolutely buzzing, declaring that the entirety of Uedo is about to get a serious re-evaluation of Daeho Choi. A slight smile playing on her lips as she adds, because he absolutely crushed it. But Daeho Choi isn't letting his guard down for a second, even with the accolades, stating, they can't relax just yet. With a steely gaze, he barks orders to keep everyone on high alert and get some serious grub ready to refuel the Happy Buddha. Just as the Happy Buddha is about to dig into his well-deserved feast, an invisible presence makes him freeze. A subtle glow flickers from his earlobe, a silent alarm, as a barely audible sound, a soft shwaa, whispers through the room. The food on the table erupts in a chaotic splash, as if an unseen entity just tore through it, leaving only a phantom glance in its wake. Meanwhile, a terrifying, shadowy gateway starts to loom into existence. A bone-rattling, deep dadum, reverberates from its core, signaling the imminent arrival of a formidable, glowing entity. Above the city's chaos, the massive golden Happy Buddha floats, a silent, imposing presence. Meanwhile, in a tense control room, Daeho Choi's hand shakes, as a voice screams, he's finished. As a blinding golden light erupts, Daeho Choi's face twists into a primal scream of pure horror. At the same moment, a robed figure steps forward with ominous grace, a cold voice declaring, he crossed the line. Still screaming, Daeho Choi can barely comprehend the impossible, shouting, they're slipping blades without falling off them. A chilling, satisfied grin stretches across the shaman's face. Meanwhile, in her car, Justin Lee's manager jumps at a sharp plop, her eyes wide, staring out at the unfolding chaos. Then, with a sharp FWIP, the shaman snaps his fingers, a clear signal of escalating, devastating power. Instantly, the Happy Buddha is consumed by a blinding, glowing red energy, as a terrifying red gate rips open behind it with a deafening WEAK. With a chilling gesture, he unleashes a declaration that reverberates through the air. And a wave of absolute doom crashes down, shaking reality itself. Then, from the heart of the swirling, ominous energy, a colossal, terrifying figure begins to rip its way into existence. The legendary great general of the execution blade, the Stygian demon king, fully manifesting. The Happy Buddha, utterly aghast at the sheer audacity, can only stammer in disbelief. But the shaman scout, with a chillingly calm demeanor, instantly shuts down his doubts. He can't wrap his mind around the sheer, insane effort it would take. But the shaman scout, clutching a pulsating talisman, drops the bombshell, revealing the true, terrifying scope of their master plan. The shocking truth hits Jaehyun Kim like a freight train, leaving him utterly stunned, only able to gasp out one desperate, chilling word. The cloaked shaman scout drops a bombshell, revealing Rehyun's death curse ritual was just a distraction. All along, Jaizung Cheon's own death curse ritual has been driving a spear to seal the ultimate victory. The weight of the revelation hits hard, and Jaizung Cheon stares intently at the radiant yellow flowers he holds, his expression unreadable. The luminous flowers practically hum with power, a silent testament to the unfolding drama. A chilling, brutal vista unfolds, a massive, incomprehensible structure dominating the horizon. This isn't just a structure, it's the legendary Blade Mountain Hell, a terrifying peak forged from countless, razor-sharp blades. The ancient temple setting only amplifies the dread, a stark contrast to the sheer, deadly scale of the challenge. Jaizung Cheon and the Shaman Scout watch a holographic projection, hearing the stark truth: these blades are utterly impossible to wield, a challenge almost no one dares to face. But the voice continues, revealing the ultimate payoff: higher the risk, bigger the reward, especially for the ritual involving these dynamic blades. The payoff? A spiritual power boost of 2, even 3 times its normal strength. Jaizung Cheon's jaw drops, a stunned "no way. This is impossible," escaping his lips. Then, a sudden, confident smirk twists his features, a powerful shake of energy rippling around him as he raises his hands. He knows it. He's the only one. The only one crazy enough to have ever even thought of, let alone used, the Blade Mountain Hell, despite its insane difficulty. A powerful hand clamps down, a silent promise of support, a voice burning with conviction, telling him he can absolutely crush it. Facing a younger Jaizung Cheon, a fierce woman with flowing dark hair declares, he's got insane spiritual talent. All he needs to do is lock in, and his body will just take over. She pushes on, revealing that if he pulls this off. His bare feet dig into the floor, the kid bracing himself for the ultimate challenge. A raw, primal huff rips from his throat as he pushes, his face twisted in an epic battle to master the insane power exploding inside him. He'll summon a god, and that god will lead him straight to victory. Black, swirling energy explodes around an ancient shrine, a blinding orb of pure spiritual power igniting at its core, throbbing with raw might. From high above, a monstrous pillar of blinding light rips through the night, exploding from a building in the heart of the sprawling city. The raw power of the spiritual surge absolutely shreds the building, red and white energy violently tearing through concrete and steel like it's nothing. A massive, cleaver-like blade, sharp and heavy, is drawn, a weapon fit for a deity. Wielding it with formidable presence is the general. Suddenly, a heavy stomp echoes as dark, swirling energy erupts around him, beginning to consume his form. The black tendrils intensify their grip, eliciting a pained, guttural cry from the general. His face contorts in a furious grimace, his red eyes glowing with raw power as the energy continues its assault. The dark tendrils spread further across his body, causing visible distress. He struggles against the overwhelming force, uttering a frustrated curse. Jaizung Cheon, cool and collected in his ride, drops a truth bomb: this is the arena where the real heavy hitters throw down. But elsewhere, the Stygian Demon King, still caught in the unseen magical onslaught, roars, his colossal weapon ready to strike back at nothing. Then, a terrifying whoosh as dark, swirling energy slams down, hitting the earth with explosive power. But the source of this chaos is revealed: the happy Buddha, deep in meditation, blazes with a golden aura, unleashing unimaginable power. His face twists in pure agony, sweat pouring down as he pushes past his limits. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, scream with the effort, barely containing the raw power he's unleashing. Cut to a hospital room, where the atmosphere is tense, as doctors frantically work around a patient. A quick jab of a needle, and then, boom. A phone screen flashes: you've been discharged. And just like that, Jaizung Cheon is out, free from the hospital, glancing down at his buzzing phone, ready for what's next. Inside a stark hospital room, a sharp-suited man stands over a frail, elderly patient, his words cutting through the silence as he discusses the old man's dire state. Even with his crippling arthritis, he's the only one who can pull off the ritual, yet the man dismisses him, declaring him utterly washed up, though he grudgingly admits the patient was once the greatest shaman, one of the best. Another suit, bottle in hand, chimes in, pointing out the patient hasn't seen a good day since he clawed his way to that position, his body now a wreck. Hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, arthritis, a full medical rap sheet, and he can't even manage one ritual a month. The first man, seeing the writing on the wall, asks if it's time to jump ship to another team. He declares it the only smart move, asserting there's zero reason to stick with a shaman whose luck has officially flatlined. But the second man's face twists in outrage, his voice a low growl as he demands, how dare they talk like that about the man who fed them all? A hand extends, urging the patient to rise. Team lead Han, watching the whole spectacle, knows deep down that yelling won't fix their attitudes, but a strange, persistent feeling nags at him. He's making a comeback. Once he gets better, he's gonna prove his skills to everyone who doubted him. They think he's a washed-up shaman, totally lost his touch. Redundant in Osong, so they're pitting him against the shaman of Sudden. Just to see what he's made of. But then, a soft, golden glow starts to burst from him. His power explodes, an intense, radiant aura blasting outwards. He's rising, caught in a powerful, swirling vortex of pure energy. Completely encased in a transparent, golden shield. There's no way he can afford to lose this battle of rituals. A desperate plea cuts through the air, snapping team lead Han to attention, his face a mask of worry. The ritual flares, and Happy Buddha, pushing past his limits, thinks he's barely a strong liquor, demanding more dancers, more shamans, and a scorching heat to fuel his power. Han's face contorts with alarm, shouting that this escalating ritual will shatter his health. But Happy Buddha, sweat pouring down his face, clenches his jaw, a silent vow echoing in his mind, he will not lose today, not after all the faith placed in him. A raw burst of power makes Han recoil. But as Happy Buddha ignites in a blinding golden aura, Han's fear turns to fierce conviction, he knows the shaman can do it. But from the shadows, a chilling presence watches the golden spectacle, the unnamed shaman scout, her eyes narrowed. A cold smirk playing on her lips as she acknowledges their stubborn refusal to yield. Her thoughts betray a sinister calculation, the golden bodhisattva, by all accounts, shouldn't be able to keep this ritual going for so long. Back at HQ, a sharp-suited subordinate delivers the grim news, the enemy's dragging this out into a messy brawl, forcing them to prep for not one, but two rituals. And the kicker. Heijin Yu and the Stygian Demon King from the other ritual are already gone. On the phone, he can't help but ask, do they really want to drag these rituals out? But the real question is, how is the Golden Bodhisattva still standing, even after taking 2 death curses? The shaman scout watches, utterly baffled. The ritual blazes on, raw power radiating from his ornate headwear. With the heavy clunk of his ceremonial drum pounding through the air. Suddenly, back at HQ, Jaizong Qion trembles. A raw, visible strain contorts his face as he feels the distant, crushing weight of the rituals. His subordinate, seeing the agony, blurts out, "Boss, are you sure you'll be okay?" But Jaizong Qion, grim and determined, can only utter, "I must." Despite the tremors and the immense strain, he knows he has to keep going no matter what. A deep rattling sound echoes from the ornate door, signaling the start of the next phase. The shaman scout, flanked by her assistants, thinks to herself that she can't stop now, not after all the effort they've poured into this. A low crumbling sound accompanies her thoughts, as she reflects on how much they did to make this happen. With a decisive step, Jaizong Qion approaches the threshold, declaring himself perfectly fine and ready to begin. A hand clutches a heavy, ritualistic blade, its weight a familiar comfort. The shaman scout unfurls a massive, ancient scroll, its intricate script ready to guide the proceedings. Jaizong Qion stands poised over a large drum, the rhythmic thrumming about to commence. His bare feet bounce lightly on the surface, a prelude to the powerful beats that will soon fill the air. The ritual's power surges, launching them into an impossible climb, a dizzying, vertical rush. The ground vanishes in a flash, as they blast off into the ethereal. Back at the ritual site, the shaman scout, in her ceremonial garb, meticulously prepares, her hands deftly manipulating golden bells. Jaizong Qion's feet land on a pulsating, violet-hued platform, the very ground thrumming with raw, unleashed energy. A feast of offerings awaits, as the colossal Happy Buddha watches on, his presence a silent, powerful anchor. But even cosmic events can't distract him from his true calling, as he absolutely demolishes the offerings. Every mouthful is a thunderous declaration, a testament to his legendary hunger. Then, the heavens open as Jaizong Qion ignites in a blinding yellow inferno, confronting the Stygian Demon King, who unleashes a terrifying purple storm, their raw power colliding in an epic, rain-soaked standoff. Meanwhile, a seasoned shaman, coolly puffing on a cigarette, can only marvel at the insane spiritual power erupting from the clash, a force that screams, next level. The spiritual battle explodes, a voice screaming. But elsewhere, the Happy Buddha lets out a raw, visceral, blergh. He knows they're barely keeping the curse from overwhelming them. Gritting his teeth, he just needs to. Meanwhile, the Stygian Demon King strikes with a lightning-fast wish. Only for Jaizong Qion to block it with a deafening. Still fighting the curse, the Happy Buddha takes a massive. Jaizong Qion, locked in a brutal clash, thinks. The epic ritual battle between the two shamans. And then, the moment they'd all been waiting for, dawn. He stared out, the rising sun a beacon of hope, or perhaps, a new beginning. But the Happy Buddha was far from relieved, a guttural groan tearing from his throat as the curse intensified. The Stygian Demon King's eye, a harbinger of doom, fixed on his struggling form. A desperate, raw scream of bodhisattva ripped through the air from the Buddha. As the very liquid around him erupted in a furious, glowing boil. The Demon King, twin blades ready, was a terrifying silhouette against the golden light. But the Buddha, with a defiant halt, pushed out a fizzing wave of energy, trying to stop the inevitable. With a chilling shing, the Demon King's blades were poised for the kill. The Stygian Demon King strikes, and with a brutal, tearing force, the air itself gets shredded. The attack connects, sending the Happy Buddha flying, golden energy exploding from him as he takes the full force of the blow. The first rays of dawn pierce through the ancient windows. The shaman scout whips around from the city view, her voice cutting through the silence. It's the sun. Her eyes lock onto the colossal bodhisattva, her voice now a desperate plea. The sun is rising, bodhisattva. She lunges, hands clamping onto his massive form, a desperate grab. A massive splash erupts. But the happy Buddha, a mountain of flesh amidst a feast, doesn't stir. Elsewhere, Jaizong Cheon chills on his bed, totally engrossed in his phone, unaware of the chaos brewing. Back at the temple, the bodhisattva finally moves with a ground-shaking thud, sending the scout stumbling back from his sheer mass. His eyes stay shut, a tiny drool escaping his lips, still in dreamland. Still out cold, the massive figure just sprawls across the floor. His legs barely showing under his simple clothes. But a heavy sweat now covers his face, showing he's fighting something inside. The world, apparently, has already made up its mind about him. Everyone knows what they call him. The unspoken truth rings out, a total has-been. Back in the office, team lead Han hits Jaizong Cheon with the question, wondering if they should just bail and switch teams. Then, another brutal thought, a pig. The shaman scout, eyes blazing with an eerie green glow, folds her arms, her tone cutting as she demands to know why anyone would enjoy listening to pigs squealing or waste a single second of their day. Such beings, she coldly decides, are completely disposable, just a tiny blip in the grand scheme of things. The happy Buddha, in a shocking blonde-haired form with blazing yellow eyes, observes the cutthroat world of the first-rates, knowing this is where the real power plays happen. Lounging in a sleek office, a glass of crimson liquid in hand, his mind is already miles away, calculating the next move in this deadly game. His hands tighten, knuckles stark white, a raw display of the crushing pressure he's under. Then, a jarring flashback to 3 years ago. A red-eyed shaman sinks her fangs deep into a younger Jaizong Cheon's neck, a brutal initiation he passively endures, while she coldly declares she couldn't care less about his pain. The shaman digs in, a soft huff as she draws blood, sealing the pact to the bodhisattva she serves. Standing next to the now-bound Jaizong Cheon, the shaman commands, say hello, because you're serving him from this moment forward. The happy Buddha, ever the enigma, sits in deep thought, his eyes cast down. Then, a jarring RRAK rips through the silence, shattering the calm and plunging us back into the raw past. Flashback to a younger, struggling Jaizong Cheon, staring at the chaos, a burning question in his soul. Is this really the path to a good university, to helping his mom, to becoming a chief secretary in Chongpyeong? He thought things would get better. His face twists in pure shock, screaming internally, is this what my mom and I worked so hard for? All those hours cleaning after school, working delivery gigs after work, it all flashes before his eyes, a crushing weight. But he pushes through, now standing, composed, yet still carrying that heavy past, ready for whatever comes next. He leans in, a sharp question cutting through the air, Assistant Han. That's your name, right? The poor guy can only stammer, why yes. He's listening, but the happy Buddha's question hits different, anyone in your family sick? His answer. A hesitant, nah, not really. But then the Buddha drops a bombshell, urging him to get someone checked out, because someone close is battling a serious, terminal illness. A hand reaches for a door, but his mind is racing. Does the Buddha seriously think someone in his family is actually sick? What does that guy even know? Is he some kind of doctor? His fist clenches, a surge of anger boiling up. Is he seriously trying to do me a favor? He seethes. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, Mom, flashing on the screen. He just stares, his hand still a tight fist, the call's implications hitting him hard. In a cold, sterile office, a doctor drops the bomb, it's pancreatic cancer. But then, a male doctor quickly offers a lifeline, saying the good news is they caught it early enough to actually fight it. Leaving the hospital, Jaizong Cheon's mother desperately tries to convince him, insisting that with proper treatment, he can still fight for recovery. She keeps pushing, trying to calm his fears, maybe even thinking of her own mother, but he cuts her off, reminding her he works at Dragon now, implying he can handle it. His mother doubles down, highlighting the incredible company benefits and her readiness to drop everything and go to the hospital with him. But then, he drops a bombshell, he refuses all treatment. His mother is left speechless, demanding to know why. She begs him, reminding him of his debts and her need for him, but he hits back with an emotional gut punch, saying she's his only family left and he can't lose her, then abruptly orders her to stop. But she ignores him, pushing forward, declaring her unwavering decision to live for their future now that he's an adult. He quietly but fiercely rejects her, reminding her he's always given in to her, even when they had nothing. His mother lets out a heart-wrenching cry, then defiantly demands he let her have her way, just this once. Her agonizing wails rip through the air outside the hospital, as he stands frozen, unable to face her, while two shadowy figures watch from afar. The Happy Buddha, a bald monk, casually drops a bombshell on the shaman scout. He's already sent someone to handle the mission. Then, he hits her with a surprising offer: take a break, heal your heart. She's confused, asking, but why? But the Buddha just grins, hinting that maybe, just maybe, being around people will finally satisfy his own insatiable hunger. And then, with a smirk, he drops the bomb: hope you'll accept this selfish cultist Pip's help. The shaman scout's face twists, a clear sign of her unease and worry, the monk's strange words hitting her hard. Then, a sudden, brutal, whump echoes. As Jaizung Cheon's hand slams down, pinning the monk to the floor. He looms over the defeated monk, eyes burning, the Buddha now utterly incapacitated. Then, with a bone-jarring crack, he unleashes his raw power, a direct answer to the challenge: you said you'll prove it with your skills. He unleashes a barrage of strikes, his rage palpable, demanding answers for the lives lost around this defeated foe. His eyes burn with an unforgiving resolve, vowing no mercy for such a pathetic demise. A brutal blow connects, as he utterly denounces the cultist pig. He pushes harder, binding the foe with an unyielding grip. A searing blue energy erupts from his palm, as he confronts the Happy Buddha. The crushing blow leaves the Happy Buddha's face a mangled mess. The grotesque, bloated Happy Buddha lies utterly vanquished, surrounded by the remnants of his gluttony. Later, Jaizung Cheon surveys the world from a high vantage point, his gaze distant. He finally turns, declaring it's time to head back and protect their own. He stares out the window of a high-speed jet, the world blurring beneath him, his face a mask of intense focus. Meanwhile, a low rattle vibrates through the ground, as Team Lead Han, the shaman scout, and another figure stand ready, anticipating his arrival. A soft psh of air escapes him, his gaze fixed downwards, lost in contemplation. In a different realm, two ethereal, white-haired figures in ancient garb delicately exchange feathers, their faces calm and mysterious. Later on, surrounded by his loyal crew, he's getting patched up by the shaman scout, a silent Team Lead Han and other powerful figures watching over him. Team Lead Han, always on the grind, intently scans data on his tablet, his expression grim. The shaman scout meticulously works on his arm, her entire being dedicated to his healing. She calmly assesses the damage, telling him, the cut isn't too deep, so some ointment should do the trick. He covers her hand with his, a quiet gesture of trust and gratitude, then softly states, you don't have to tell me everything. I know you did everything you could. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. As the shaman scout drops the bomb, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. You're totally crushing those counter-rituals. She hypes him up: okay, it might not sound like a big deal, but trust me, this is going to turn you into a total superstar. He's clearly confused. Superstar, he asks, as if a magician just pulled a rabbit out of a hat. She cuts him off before he can even think it. Whoa, hold on. Let me break it down before you ask something wild like if you need to practice your autograph. He's caught red-handed, silently admitting, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. She spells it out: what I meant is, get ready for the fan clubs and the hate mail. A sea of red, faceless figures erupts in applause, and she points: boom. Those are your fans. Suddenly, a mob of blue figures starts booing, and she warns, but watch out. Other financial companies are tight with Chong Finance, and all those scared hunters who fear losing their gigs. They're coming for you. He takes it all in, got it. But honestly, I'm glad. He's thinking, some people just aren't a threat, but maybe he can find a way to shut down the haters who are bound to pop up. The shaman scout, totally caught off guard, shouts, demanding to know what he's even talking about. With a dead serious look, he drops a bombshell: the fans are way more dangerous than the haters. But across the city, the financial world is going wild. Narek Economics flashes huge market shifts. Manseok Steel is crashing 30%, but CTS Eco is skyrocketing 13.7%. In his office, Team Lead Han is glued to the screen, absolutely stunned, muttering, are you serious? He pushes up his glasses, the realization hitting him hard: this has to be the work of that newly born Cross Investments fool. Across town, Yang Xiang Ma, the CEO of Hoam Investments, coolly confirms the chaos, declaring, yes, sir. Most likely. He beat the Golden Bodhisattva to make it happen. This is none other than the Salgat Shaman of Hoam Investments, a shadowy figure of immense power. The cursed shaman, Yang Xiang Ma, is here, and he's not playing around. Bloodied but unbowed, those blades in his hands mean business. Cut to a sleek office, high above the city, where Ma is already plotting, talking about Master Lim, the legendary figure who always beat the Golden Bodhisattva. With a golf ball waiting for its fate, Ma lays down the law: if his subordinate is on board, he'll make sure this powerful target is theirs. A perfect swing, a crisp FWIP, and Ma reveals his two-pronged strategy: buy him out with cash, or strong-arm him into their crew. The ball flies. Ma doesn't care about the how, just the outcome, barking at darkness to deliver the target, no questions asked. A cold, calculating grin stretches across Ma's face, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated ambition. The subordinate bows low, a silent, absolute acceptance of the order. Forget ancient rituals and dark magic, Jaizang Chion's new battleground is the gym, a gleaming fortress of modern fitness. Inside, the treadmills are pumping, a relentless grind that's about to push our hero to his limits. Jaizang Chion is absolutely drenched, pushing himself to the breaking point, and he's already wondering how much more of this torture he can take. The shaman scout, cool as ice, just stares him down, water bottle in hand, and throws shade. Seriously? This is what you call training? Is this even real training? Her voice blasts through his headphones, a cold splash of reality, telling him straight up, you gotta get your stamina up, so you stop passing out after every single ritual. She gives him a grudging nod for surviving the last ritual, but then hits him with the cold hard truth, think about what happens if you drop in the middle of a fight. The sheer horror of that scenario hits Jaizang Chion hard, as the scout drives it home, you'd get taken out by your own death curse. What a total waste. Staring him down, the shaman scout lays down the law, so stop complaining and get back to the training that's gonna keep you breathing. But Jaizang Chion, even while getting schooled, can't resist a final jab. Oh, and one more thing. The conversation heats up as a voice asks about his guest, confirming a room is ready and his grandma's on the way. Then, the bombshell, let Dongo stay there. Jaizang Chion's eyes widen, a nervous energy sparking as he questions, just for a few days, right? But the shaman scout is having none of it, her voice cutting through the air with a definitive no. He's going to live there. The sound of something tumbling underscores her absolute resolve. His face contorts in disbelief, a single, sharp why escaping his lips. Still pounding the treadmills, he turns, a silent plea for answers in his gaze as she maintains her pace behind him. She drops a heavy truth, recalling the Golden Cross's past schemes to get to him through rival tribes, a chilling reminder that sends a shiver down his spine. The shaman scout presses on, revealing that his recent counter-ritual victory has put him squarely in the spotlight, drawing unwanted attention. He slumps to the gym floor, the weight of her words settling heavily upon him. With a final, stark warning, she declares that someone might come for him, making 24/7 protection non-negotiable, as he stares out at the unsuspecting world. He's locked in a classic standoff, the woman in front of him absolutely refusing to back down. Her words echo, a clear statement that he's not taking no for an answer, and with a decisive grip, he locks it in. Their hands connect with a solid clasp. A silent, powerful agreement to the new reality he's facing. And just like that, his new squad started to form up. Starting with a woman whose aura screamed authority, her entrance marked by a subtle rattle. She was the one with the most intense, most intimidating look on the whole crew. Next up, another guy rolls in, giving a hesitant but solid, welcome. A wave of concern hit him, because even with his calm vibe, Dongo was a former gangster, and his face screamed he was at a funeral, not starting a new gig. He demands to know where his room is, and Jaizang Chion, clearly intimidated, points to the innermost one. The green-haired man locks eyes with him, and Jaizang Chion can only gulp, feeling the pressure. A wave of doubt washes over him, this whole situation feels precarious. But just like that, all his apprehension vanishes, proving his fears were for nothing. Time flies by, and he's already settling into a surprisingly chill vibe. The green-haired guy casually mentioned some ingredients were about to go bad, so he just whipped something up. Cool as a cucumber, the chef drops his masterpiece with a take-it-or-leave-it attitude, eat up. Or don't. He takes a cautious sip, and then, bam, the flavors hit. It's not just good, it's absolutely exquisite flavor. He's in the bathroom, but the green-haired enforcer is right there, laying down the law about keeping his new space spotless. Making it crystal clear that cleanliness is non-negotiable. Then, out of nowhere, the green-haired man whips out a bag, announcing that he's got snacks. He then drops a bombshell on Jaizang Chion, who's always eating out, declaring that homemade snacks are now mandatory. And just like that, a gourmet grilled sandwich appears, perfectly toasted and ready to devour. Later, a phone buzzes. And Jaizang Chion, looking absolutely wrecked, lets out a massive yawn, complaining about his intense workout and a death curse ritual. He grabs a door handle, already dreading the next day, convinced that he's going to be totally sick. His grip tight on the handle. After grueling training, Jaizang Chion is still reeling, but his green-haired protector isn't having it. Eat to live, work, and relax, he commands, pushing for a much-needed break. Moments later, the protector, apron-clad, drops a steaming bowl in front of him, leaving Jaizang Chion utterly stunned by this unexpected domestic prowess. He stares at the dish, a hesitant barely audible. Then, he hits the protector with the big question, dude, why are you a housework master? You're way too good at this. Caught off guard, the protector stammers, does this make you weirded out? Should I stop? But Jaizang Chion instantly shoots back, no, that's not what I meant. Composing himself, the protector shrugs, just curious about my own talent, I guess. He's definitely put in his time with chores. Then comes the bombshell, I used to live with my daughter. Jae Cheon's jaw drops, what? You're married? The protector's face falls, and Jae Cheon, instantly regretting his outburst, scrambles to cover, claiming he was just wondering if he was married. With a heavy sigh, the protector drops the final truth bomb, I got divorced. Jae Cheon's mind screeches to a halt. The green-haired protector drops another bombshell, revealing his daughter went to live with her mom after the split. But he's not giving up. He's grinding hard, planning to bring her back home. He confesses he couldn't even support his own family, so he swallowed his pride, took a normal job, and worked his butt off, all to give his daughter a better life. Jae Cheon takes it all in, seeing the raw determination in the man's eyes. A quiet ahem from Jae Cheon. As he delivers a powerful, understated truth. You're a good dad. Then, Jae Cheon shifts gears, telling him to finish his tea and hit the hay, because burning the midnight oil won't help anyone. But the protector's reply is quick and heavy. Too late. Jae Cheon ponders this, then throws out another idea, maybe the guy just wasn't ready to face his daughter yet, boss. He wraps up with a subtle hint that it's getting super late for all this heavy talk. He looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips as he thanks Daeho for the headphones. Later, the city lights blur past them. And a soft plop echoes in the quiet car, causing him to glance over with a surprised expression. Daeho offers him a warm cup, suggesting he drink the same tea he made the previous night, which he gratefully accepts. The green-haired man carefully pours the steaming liquid from a thermos, filling the small cup. Suddenly, his phone rings, and a thought of his daughter flashes through his mind as he answers the call. He glances into the rearview mirror, his expression softening slightly, before focusing on the conversation. He greets his daughter warmly, asking how she is, only to hear her small voice respond, Dad. Her next words are a devastating blow, a child's simple declaration, Mom isn't coming home again. Alone in the dark, a young girl's voice cracks with raw emotion, pleading, I think I slept through dinner alone already. I don't want to be alone again. Hunched over a table of forgotten meals, her voice barely a whisper, and there's nothing to eat at home. Miles away, the words hit Jae Cheon like a gut punch, his hands instantly locking onto the steering wheel, a visceral clench of pure anguish. His daughter's voice, attempting a brave front, cuts through, you can go ahead. I'll be fine, she insists, then a heartbreaking addendum, or you can just send me in my place for this time. His jaw clenches, a fire igniting in his gaze as he vows, I'll be right there, kiddo. Just sit tight. A tiny, hopeful whisper, hurry, Dad, is all it takes for Jae Cheon's foot to smash the accelerator, the car leaping forward with a violent click and step. He shoots a look at Dongo, a silent pact forged as the car rockets ahead, a blinding flash of pure velocity. Through the urban night, vehicles become blurs in a high-speed chase, a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Inside the accelerating beast, Jae Cheon's green hair falls across his face as he buries it in his hand, the raw pain of his daughter's plea crushing him, Dongo's gaze fixed on him with silent worry. Still reeling from that devastating call, he's a shadow in the car, his face hidden by the hat, but the tension is palpable. But the moment is shattered as Dongo spots two figures, one blonde, one gray-haired, closing in, demanding to know, who are these guys? Jae Cheon's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as Dongo presses on, and who's the one in the hat? Is he a shaman? Then, a heavy, deliberate step outside the car. And then, a sharp, insistent knock on the window. A guttural creak escapes him, his face a mask of raw fury and dread. Team lead Han, the blonde-haired figure, cuts straight to the chase, his voice dripping with challenge, a quick word, shaman of sudden death. But before Jae Cheon can even react, Dongo's urgent warning rings out, don't step outside, as a new, terrifying face with a chilling smile appears at the window, amplifying the danger. I have a bad feeling about this. A mysterious figure, cloaked in ancient robes and a wide-brimmed hat, stands in a shadowy realm, a chilling creak breaking the silence. Elsewhere, a hand taps with cold impatience, a chilling voice declaring, I don't want to do this if I can help it. But team lead Han, ever the pragmatist, standing right next to him, coldly finishes the sentence, but I suppose we'll have to put him in the mood to talk. The white-haired man, a picture of sinister calm, takes a long, deliberate drag from his cigarette, a soft, almost mocking whistle escaping his lips as he exhales a plume of smoke. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clack rings out from within a car, the ominous sound of a door or lock snapping into place. Jae Cheon's hand extends, a moment of doubt flashing through him as he confesses, I don't want to do this if I can help it. But Justin Lee, walking right beside him, cuts in with chilling resolve, we'll just have to put him in the mood to talk. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with white hair blasts a piercing whistle, signaling the start of the chaos. And just like that, the street explodes into pure pandemonium, cars flipping, debris flying, total chaos. A young man stares, his face etched with grim concern, as the clack of destruction rings out. He takes in the sheer number of players, muttering, there are so many of them, just like gangsters. Another guy, glasses glinting, nervously chimes in, I've only seen stuff like this in gangster movies, but this time, it's actually happening. He presses on, the reality sinking in, those guys are real. And they are not messing around. Someone else panics, the police. But the first guy shuts it down immediately, no, don't call the cops. They won't make it in time, and besides, they might just arrest us too. A chilling voice drops a bombshell, I'm an ex-con. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure with dark red skin, looking intense, barks out an urgent order, call your team lead. Back in the ride, Jae Cheon, rocking some slick green glasses, lays down the law, stay in the car. Don't open that door, no matter what goes down. Suddenly, a brutal arm clamps around his neck from the back seat, as a chilling voice declares, just earning my keep. Then, a menacing revolver flashes into sight, its cold steel promising pain. Jae Cheon's eyes go wide with pure terror, locked onto the gun's muzzle. A brutal wham. He's hit, and everything goes black. With Jae Cheon out cold, another thug leans in, delivering a chilling ultimatum, open up, mister, or you're dead. He's just chilling in the passenger seat, but then, out of nowhere, the car gets swarmed by these shadowy figures in suits, moving with insane precision. Before he can even blink, a hand snatches his head, yanking him back with a sickening whir. Then, bam. A brutal hit lands, his eyes go wide, and everything just goes black. The world just spins out, and he's out cold with a heavy doom. He's barely out, and already some thugs got a gun to his head, barking orders to move your hand out of the way. You little s*******. But then, the blonde leader and another goon just flinch, their tough guy act totally faltering like they just got hit by a ghost. The leader shakes it off, thinking out loud, more guards, sure, but this kind of promising talent from Jae Cheon. Didn't see that coming. He brushes off the weirdness, snapping, you fools. He's not the real boss. That's just a pepper gun. Take him out, but keep him alive. Pushing up his glasses, the leader's mind races to a chilling thought, there's an experienced old wolf pulling strings here. He's trapped. Surrounded by furious assailants, they're screaming about his cowardice, but he's not backing down. Outside, the car door gets absolutely blasted, then smashed open with a brutal kick. Then, a blinding cloud of pepper spray erupts inside, choking him with a violent cough. While he's reeling, a subordinate is frantically tearing through the glove compartment, searching for something. From the driver's seat, Justin Lee, the boss, glares back, demanding if his orders have been followed. He barks orders for everyone to converge, then rips into Dongo, demanding Jae Cheon be pulled out and questioning why his weapon wasn't ready. As Dongo finally grabs for his bullet-laden belt, Justin Lee gives a curt nod, acknowledging his subordinate's belated focus. Dongo's head snaps up, a look of pure shock on his face. He quickly apologizes to his boss for dragging him into this mess, then echoes the boss's words, realizing his mistake about the weapon. Dongo, still shaken, doubles down on his loyalty, swearing to protect his daughter and crush it as an employee. Meanwhile, Jae Cheon is gasping for air through the mask, the pepper spray absolutely wrecking his insides. But Justin Lee isn't done. He's absolutely furious, landing a savage kick, screaming for the shaman to give up. Another devastating hit connects, the force shaking everything. Jae Cheon is down, out cold on the floor, his face a bloody mess in the haze. The shaman is still out of commission, barely visible through the fading gas. Justin Lee, seeing his work done, just turns and walks off. Barking orders to his crew to grab the shaman, but with a serious warning, get too close, and Jae Cheon's powers could still take them down. Still fighting for every breath, Jae Cheon is stuck in that mask, his future hanging by a thread. He stares at the gas mask, a thought sparking. Why the mask? Unless they're used to pepper guns. Suddenly, he strikes. The shaman recoils from the brutal impact. A memory flashes. He charges. That guy. He was the lieutenant of the Steel Dragon gang. Shing. A blade flashes out. The blade descends, a swift, precise strike. Step. Step. Closing in. Still down, he hears Dongo drop a bombshell, his real target was the boss, not him. Dongo scoffs, asking if he's shocked, then drops the bomb, he was in a gang too. He doubles down, name-dropping the notorious Steel Dragon gang, a name that hits different. Then, a lightning-fast strike. Dongo brings the blade down, reminding him it's 32 against 1. A sickening crack rings out as Dongo delivers a chilling warning, no guarantees once his crew gets hyped. He lays down the ultimatum, hand over the shaman of sudden death, or no one walks out alive. Dongo offers a way out, to forget who he is, but Jaizung Cheon, still pinned, desperately counters, he'll do anything for cash. Then, a swift FWIP. Dongo embeds a blade right into his arm, and instantly pulls a gun, aiming it dead center. He doubles down on his resolve, ready to take on all 32 by himself if he has to. Jaizung Cheon's arm is brutally twisted, a bone-chilling creak filling the air as Dongo's grip tightens, taunting him about his tough guy act. Then, with a primal scream, Dongo hoists a massive metal pipe, poised to bring down absolute destruction. The pipe slices through the air, a blur of metallic fury aimed straight for him. A sickening whack echoes as the pipe connects, splattering blood everywhere. But just as quickly, a guttural RAAH rips from Dongo's throat, as he's swarmed by a fresh wave of enemies. No hesitation. He whips out a handgun, blam. One attacker drops like a stone. Then, a whirlwind of violence. The metal pipe becomes a deadly blur, wham. Thwack. He's taking down multiple foes at once. Meanwhile, Jaizung Cheon is sprawled, broken, on the floor, his eyes glued to the savage brawl, unable to move. Dongo is a force of nature, a whirlwind of destruction, the pipe a deadly blur as he smashes another enemy. He doesn't even flinch, just unloads his weapon point blank. While a mysterious woman and a stoic man in suits observe the carnage from afar. His movements are lightning fast, a deadly blur. Leaving one of the blonde-haired goons stumbling, blood already splattering across his face. The goon drops like a stone, but Dongo is a machine, his gun spitting fire again. Another one gets absolutely rocked, his face twisting in pure agony. Then, a brutal switch-up. He brings the metal pipe down with bone-shattering force. Smashing one goon while another is already out cold at his feet. Before he spins and blasts his handgun again, taking out another threat. Dongo is absolutely tearing through the opposition, but someone's watching, wondering, why is he even doing this? The gray-suited figure barks orders at his green-haired partner, telling him to clean this up, now. They need to find the shaman of sudden death before anyone else catches on. His eyes narrow, a cold resolve in his voice as he repeats, no one can know they were ever here. Dongo's still going hard, taking out another enemy with a brutal combo, and the observer just can't wrap his head around it. Why would he throw away his career for this mess? Jaizung Cheon, the green-haired guy, just sighs, totally agreeing and wishing they'd never left their old crews. Suddenly, the gray-suited man whips out a wicked knife from behind his back. Dongo finally walks away from the bloody mess, taking one last look back, hoping all that trouble was at least worth the paycheck. The gray-suited guy is now standing over a body, his knife dripping blood, huffing as he just says, I knew it. He coolly cleans his blade, Jaizung Cheon watching the whole grim scene, as they both stand over the fresh kill. The brutal aftermath. Bodies are down, and one figure stands tall, surveying the chaos they've unleashed. A white-haired man, already battered and bleeding, can only gasp, you've gone crazy. But Jaizung Cheon is ice-cold, his voice cutting through the tension as he demands, hand over the keys or we'll have to kill you. Then, a chilling sneer, shame on you. The white-haired man's bloody hand shakes, his voice laced with fury as he spits, all you grown-ups ganging up on a minor to abduct him. Then, a lightning-fast dash. Jaizung Cheon closes in, barking his demand one last time before a brutal snatch. A blinding jolt of light flashes off the knife, now gripped tight in Jaizung Cheon's hand. Jaizung Cheon lunges, and the white-haired man screams, just kill him and take those silly keys. A brutal shink of metal-piercing flesh rips through the air. Followed by the unmistakable sound of a deal sealed with blood. The city sleeps, but not all is quiet. A forgotten alley, bathed in the dim glow of streetlights, holds secrets. But inside, the real action begins. A green-haired enigma, surrounded by a feast and a bottle of soju, sits in silent contemplation, his eyes holding 1,000 unspoken thoughts. A heavy silence hangs, punctuated only by his unspoken thoughts, a storm brewing behind his calm facade. Without a word, he downs a shot, the liquid burning as it goes down with a sharp gulp. The empty glass hits the table with a decisive clack. He knows the truth, the world, it's packed with people. People who just want to use him, just like the voice that cuts through his thoughts, demanding Daeho go get this sign for them. Back in the office, Dongo, sharp and demanding, holds a document, giving orders to Daeho, who stands ready. Dongo pushes the employment agreement and a pen forward, revealing Daeho's massive, intricate full-back tattoo, a shocking display of his hidden power. A chilling, death waiver document sets the stage, its clauses hinting at extreme risks. Elsewhere, in a tense moment, he's on his knees, back bared, while Dongo looms, an unspoken order hanging in the air. The directive hits hard, collect stuff for me, Daeho. Back in the office, Dongo doubles down, Daeho, I need you to go wild on some people. No pause, Jaizung Cheon moves, his boots hitting hard with every step. A metal pipe clutched tight, its weight a promise of violence, he's primed for the fight. And then, he explodes into action, a blur of fury against a horde of foes. The ultimate order rings out, fight for me, Daeho. Daeho, ever the professional, locks eyes with Dongo, absorbing the next mission. Daeho, I need you to take care of some business. No time to waste, he whips out a knife, the steel glinting with lethal intent. A green-haired target, already battered and trapped, screams in pure terror while the room's digital display blazes a chilling 83 degrees Celsius. Shirtless, green-haired, and covered in menacing tattoos, Daeho unleashes pure brutality, driving the knife home in a sickening, explosive splash. The heat gauge stays locked at 83 degrees Celsius, punctuated by a chilling, metallic clack. Then, a horrifying moment later, a crimson splatter erupts across the door. The job is finished. Daeho stands amidst the gore, his body drenched in blood, the knife still gripped tight, pure exhaustion radiating from him. Back in the office, Dongo, flanked by a silent, white-haired associate, delivers the next chilling order. I need you to do some time for me, Daeho. A chilling clack slices through the silence. And Dongo, with his striking green hair, lays it out cold. Murder gets you less time than drugs, just so you know. The white-haired man just watches, a silent observer in the grim, caged room. Dongo's voice cuts through the air, a direct order. You're serving my time, Daeho. Daeho's mind races, just do what they say. He's fed up with the endless demands. Seriously, can no one handle their own mess around here? The grim reality hits him hard. Am I seriously going to waste my entire life doing their dirty work, only to die for it too? Then, a brutal flashback, a blonde-haired maniac, eyes blazing, clutches a glowing red shard, pure power erupting from his hand. And then, a savage strike, blood explodes from the green-haired victim. Battered and bleeding, the green-haired victim's mind races, but if I die here, right now, who's going to look after my daughter for me? Then, a chilling, metallic shink slices through the silence. A crimson shard, glowing with malevolent energy, plunges deep, drawing a spray of blood. Justin Lee, his face a mask of cold fury, clamps down on the green-haired victim's throat, the glowing shard still buried deep, while Jae Cheon can only stare, frozen in terror. A searing jolt of agony rips through the victim, his face twisting into a silent, desperate scream. The brutal flashback shatters, replaced by a chaotic street scene, bodies strewn across the asphalt, a wrecked car, the grim aftermath of a savage battle. Amidst the carnage, the white-haired man and Dongo stand unmoving, their faces etched with grim resolve. Then, the white-haired man's voice cuts through the heavy air, a challenge in his tone. I'm the one you're after. His wrist is locked down, a cold grip halting his momentum as his opponent's face hardens, a chilling warning escaping his lips. You don't have to do this to him. But before the words even land, he unleashes a savage headbutt, blood exploding from his attacker's mouth as the man snarls, oh, the two of you have some serious issues. Unfazed, the blonde, in a blur of motion, whips out a knife, burying it deep into his shoulder with a sickening shink. Shrugging off the blade, he unleashes a devastating whack to Donghun's face, a furious roar escaping him. Darkness, why don't I just kill Donghun myself? No hesitation, a bone-jarring kick slams into Donghun's ribs, a visceral thwack ripping through the air. The barrage continues, relentless wham and bam of fists raining down, as Donghun gasps, that shaman over there is the company's greatest asset. Then, a lightning-fast whip, Donghun's hand shoots out, locking onto his wrist, cutting off the attack as he challenges. What if the interference hand prevents him from performing his role? What will you say then? Meanwhile, Donghun's free hand darts to his pocket, a swift grab securing a mysterious, pen-like device. But just as things are about to get even crazier, Jae Cheon coolly steps in, his voice a sharp blade through the chaos. We've secured the target. That shaman is a shaman, don't you think? He coolly reminds them that eyes are on them, warning against any further screw-ups. He takes another step, cementing his absolute dominance. He yanks the white-haired man's head back, vowing to spill everything to the chairman and make them pay. Another step, another push, forcing the man's face even closer to the ground. He stares down at them, a chilling introduction preceding his declaration to escort them away. Dongo is left a bloody mess on the pavement, his makeshift weapon uselessly tossed aside. Suddenly, a new player steps in, a chilling tap of his foot announcing his arrival as Darkness, a heavy hitter from Hoam Investments. He delivers the chairman's direct order. Yang Xiangma wants to see Jae Cheon, and he's here to make sure it happens. Jae Cheon agrees to play ball, but with one condition: no harm comes to Daeho. Buckled in, Jae Cheon eyes his phone, a silent declaration that he's now in the big leagues, where the real power moves are made. Next, he's ushered into a sleek black van, with Justin Lee and a suited enforcer leading the way. The van tears through the underground parking maze, a blur of speed and shadows. Inside, Jae Cheon faces off against Justin Lee, the air thick with unspoken challenge. Lee cuts the quiet, admitting he knows about the recent brawl and the impression Jae Cheon left. He presses on, revealing the chairman wants a meeting, hinting at a powerful new role. Jaizung Cheon, unblinking, demands to know more about Lee's organization. Lee's response is chillingly calm, he works with someone who almost wiped out his own crew. Jaizung Cheon's wounded hand tightens, a silent struggle as he weighs partnering with someone who could turn on him in an instant, if the price is right. Jaizung Cheon was still processing the chairman's offer, a hesitant, WL. Escaping him as he wondered if he'd already messed up his first impression. A silent grit of teeth, a moment of pure tension, as the voice pushed, so what? What are you going to do about it? The voice kept going, dropping a bombshell about their power, listen up. Hoam Investments. That's just a front for the Grand Empire Group. The tone turned icy, a direct threat hanging in the air, as the voice cut in, if you won't do rituals for us. A cold, hard reminder of his past. The orders were crystal clear, no room for argument, so just try not to look so miserable. When you meet the chairman, you shut up and you follow orders. Got it? His injured hand, a brutal reminder of his weakness, was emphasized as the ultimate warning landed, that's the only way you survive this. The only way you stay alive. Then, without warning, the car slammed to a stop, tires screaming as it skidded to a halt. Jaizung Cheon was jolted, his eyes wide with surprise, shouting, what was that? Why are we stopping? He's absolutely stunned as the car slams to a stop. What the heck? A huge metal shutter is blocking their way, and a guard is already asking why it's even down. Justin Lee is totally annoyed, brushing off the delay like it's nothing. He barks orders at Dongo, telling him to get someone to building management to open that shutter, while another guard is sent to check it out. Outside the car. The white-haired bodyguard moves in, his steps eerily quiet as he closes in on the massive barrier. Then, out of nowhere, blood-curdling screams tear through the air from the shutter's direction. Justin Lee and Dongo whip around, their faces instantly contorting in shock and alarm. A foot, sporting a sleek dress shoe, hits the ground, and just like that, the green-haired figure is revealed. A hulking figure in a sharp suit steps onto the scene, radiating pure menace. But the scene is already set with a gruesome detail, a hand, absolutely drenched in blood, a chilling sign of the brutal fight that just went down. And just like that, Kealun Kong, the man himself, is already in action, effortlessly flinging some poor blonde guy like a ragdoll, sending him flying across the floor. His eyes burn with an almost terrifying intensity, making everyone question if this is the Kealun Kong they've heard about. Then, he just casually grabs another guy by the collar, practically daring him to fight, while Dongo, looking totally outmatched, tries to step in and calm the storm. Dongo, already spitting blood, screams a desperate warning, begging everyone not to push this guy any further. Kealun Kong just stands there, cool as ice, in front of a car, headlights blazing, a silent, terrifying force in the middle of his own destruction. Suddenly, with a lightning-fast move, he pulls out a knife and unleashes a brutal swing. After that insane attack, Kealun Kong just calmly looks around, searching for anyone left standing or any trace of his enemies. Dongo wastes no time, snatching a smaller, blonde-haired man by the collar and aggressively demanding answers. While he holds the guy dangling, a frantic voice screams a warning, don't provoke him. But Dongo ignores the warning, brutally silencing the man, leaving a gruesome splatter on a car as his only trace. Threat neutralized, he coolly pulls a knife, the chilling click of the blade filling the tense silence. He scans the area, his eyes locking onto an unseen target. Suddenly, the white-haired man steps out, his voice dripping with suspicion, did they hire you? Blood already on his shirt, Dongo's face hardens, accepting the coming fight. He explodes into motion, his foot a deadly blur. The white-haired man barely reacts, a new gash appearing on his face from the lightning-fast strike. Stepping into the fray, the white-haired man boldly announces himself as Sang-Hun Kim, the Hoam security team's head, promising to shut Dongo down. But before Sang-Hun Kim can even blink, Dongo's lightning-fast strike lands with a devastating whish. The sheer force of the blow shatters Sang-Hun Kim's composure, leaving his face a bloody, bruised wreck. Utterly crushed, he collapses against the unforgiving concrete, while Dongo looms above, the undisputed victor. A choked gasp of frustration escapes his lips, as he grapples with the crushing question, who the hell was that? Elsewhere, the scene shifts dramatically. Kealun Kong and a companion are locked in a car, their gazes fixed on an unseen event. Suddenly, Kealun Kong lets out a shocked cry, calling out to his startled companion. His expression twists into a mask of deep concern, the unseen events clearly weighing heavily on him. Tap, tap, tap. Dongo's relentless assault on the car begins, but the guy inside is not backing down, screaming, I'm not opening the door, asshole. Then, a sudden whish. The barrier explodes inward, and the guy inside gets absolutely rocked. The window just shatters, exploding into a million pieces. A sickening THWAP rings out, as Dongo's fist connects, leaving a bloody mess. He doesn't even glance at his victim, just shouts, come on out, Jiziang. You're safe now. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he declares, "I'll just take the other exit." Behind him, the white-haired guy is just a crumpled mess, out cold in the wreckage. He glances down at his defeated foe and just scoffs, "Dude totally peed himself." Meanwhile, in another part of the garage, Jizyang is now safe, standing with Kealun Kong, both looking around intently. His hand, still bandaged and bloodied, is clenched tight, a brutal reminder of the fight he just survived. Someone asks, worried, if he got knifed, but he brushes it off, saying he's okay, though his friend is in rough shape. The other guy, face messed up and bleeding, groans as he's shifted, obviously in agony. Kealun Kong hauls the unconscious Jizyang, whose leg is gushing blood, demanding they rush him to the hospital, like, now. After what feels like forever, Kealun Kong is in a hospital waiting room with a super worried woman, long dark hair and all, the only sound the soft click of her heels. She turns to him, face full of worry, asking if Daeho's gonna make it. Kealun Kong calms her down, telling her he talked to the doc before the surgery, and it's nothing major, he's totally out of danger. He confirms Jizyang just needs some rest and recovery, but he'll be back on his feet in no time flat. But right now, the stakes are higher than ever. A sharp-featured woman declares, "We have to take down those Hoam bastards." Jizyang, taken aback, asks, "Revenge? Against those gangsters?" He pushes back, recalling Kealun's warning, "Why poke the hornet's nest?" She retorts, her resolve unshaken, "Stir it once, it's a nest. Let them build a hive under your roof, and you'll lose everything." Jizyang swallows hard, the tension palpable as he walks with Kealun Kong. Her voice cuts through his thoughts, "We're using the meeting as a pretext to confront them tonight. Jizyang, prepare yourself." He spins around, utterly shocked, demanding, what? I have to go too." He's locked in, listening as the woman lays it all out. The Hoam bastards pulled this stunt specifically to force his hand, forcing him to face them head-on. She then hits him with a challenge, demanding to know if he has something more important to do, her stare intense. Jizyang pauses, then confesses he was actually about to grab a meal for someone, a clear sign he'd rather be anywhere else. The sharp-suited female authority figure, clearly taken aback, echoes his words with disbelief, "A meal?" Then, a small hand shoots out from around the corner, and a sharp gasp cuts through the air, revealing the wide, innocent eyes of a green-haired child, who just heard everything. Jizyang instantly drops to the child's height, checking if she's okay, with Kealun Kong a silent sentinel behind them. The child, wide-eyed, asks who he is, and the female authority figure quickly cuts in, "I work with your mom." Jizyang then tells the child that her mom's tied up with work, so he's here to treat her to dinner. The child's eyes go huge as Jizyang asks if she wants to go out for a meal, a tiny gasp of surprise escaping her. He's chilling at Naryok's Gimbap, a feast laid out, while the green-haired kid goes all in on the food. The kid's just munching away, totally absorbed in the grub. Kealun Kang's just watching the kid devour everything, while he's got that intense, silent stare going on. Later, a blacked-out whip is cruising through the city at night, headlights slicing through the gloom. Inside the ride, the boss lady's talking about some rookie kid who got iced, like, who'd even want to kill that guy. The car's humming, and someone's hitting a button on the dash. The woman snaps, telling someone to shut their mouth or she'll pay them off before they can snitch, and a little green-haired kid gasps, squeaking, "Why yes, mama," as his hand clamps over their mouth. Finally, he's there with the green-haired kid, and a door clacks open, showing them where they're headed. He brings the green-haired child into his sleek, modern apartment, and she just sits there, taking it all in. As he starts unpacking, Jizyang warns her, "Don't run, you might trip." Then, a quick snap of a camera, freezing a moment of them together. But the child, still confused, looks up and asks, "When is my dad coming?" Later, eating the meal he got her, she whines, "I don't like this. It's not what I wanted," even though he said she could have anything. He just points to the fridge, telling her, "You can eat anything that's in the fridge." Getting down to her level, he tells her, "You can watch the TV and use the bathroom. Just make yourself at home. Just think of this as your own home." Then, as he's about to head out, he adds, "OH, and I'll leave you my number." The child, holding a tablet, looks up, a simple question on her lips, "Are you going somewhere too?" He just gives a quiet, "Yeah," to the kid, telling her he's gotta go deal with the guys messing with her dad. He kneels down, locking eyes with her, pure determination in his stare. He lets out a sharp humph, promising to make sure they never pull that stunt again. The city lights blaze under the endless night sky. The massive Hoam Investments building stands tall, a dark silhouette against the night. That corporate monolith, a symbol of their power, is waiting. A sharp "done" as he ditches the car, ready to face whoever's inside. But before he even gets to the door, a nightmare unfolds above. Justin Lee, the white-haired guy, Dongo, Kealun Kong, and even the green-haired victim are all free-falling from the top of the building, their bodies spinning wildly. Jizyang steps into HoAM Investments, immediately met by Team Lead Me, a blonde-haired powerhouse who's already questioning the formalities. Apparently, their boss is a stickler for tradition, demanding the whole crew for a meeting. Me just shakes his head, clearly annoyed, ranting about how some people just can't let go of outdated traditions. Jizyang, sizing up Me's laid-back attitude, can't help but ask if he brought backup, sensing a gangster vibe. Team Lead Me scoffs at the idea, declaring his American roots with a confident smirk. He flashes a small, sleek weapon, calmly clarifying it's not packing live rounds. Jizyang, completely unfazed, deadpans, is that another pepper gun? Me keeps going, flexing his financial savvy and asset management, then casually suggests someone else might need a weapon more than him. Walking along, Me insists he's good, but his bodyguard is glued to him, so he asks Jizyang for a favor. Me glances back, a knowing look in his eyes, leaving Jizyang to ponder the true meaning behind his words. As they move deeper into the corporate labyrinth, Team Lead Han throws out a casual challenge, wondering if Jizyang would be up for schooling their resident shaman. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed woman with a distinctive black and white hairstyle observes the bodyguard, Dongo, declaring that he's just too damn soft. But she quickly pivots, clarifying that she'd take soft over a jerk any day, and that's exactly why she lets him off the hook. Jizyang and Team Lead Han close in on massive doors, Jizyang's, well then, a quiet acceptance of the impending chaos. The imposing doors groan open, revealing the black and white-haired woman playfully patting Dongo's head, a clear sign of her dominance. A steely resolve hardening his gaze, Jizyang states, "Let's get to work." Inside, a formidable assembly of suited figures, including Team Lead Han, Dongo, and a woman, fills a grand, opulent meeting room, their attention fixed on a powerful, unseen presence. A quiet thought cuts through the tension, so they're here. Dressed to kill, a man in a slick suit and shades chills in a private jet, cane in hand, radiating pure boss energy. Back on the ground, a sharp clack rings out as Team Lead Han and the absolute unit Keolun Kong stand ready, looking sharp. Elsewhere, with a confident step, the jet-setter, now rocking a loud Hawaiian shirt, struts down the stairs, owning the place. This is Justin Lee from Golden Cross Investments, the name that drops jaws in the corporate jungle, as a massive meeting gets underway. Jaizung Cheon's face flinches as the info hits him hard, a silent gulp escaping him as he thinks, he's the guy. Another confident step from Justin Lee, completely oblivious to the shockwave he just sent. Jaizung Cheon's mind is racing, the one who sent those goons after me. Then, a casual stride. But he's not done yet. Meanwhile, the woman, eyes sharp, commands a silent lesson, watch and learn. Meanwhile, the notorious Chairman Ma of HoAM Investment strides through the halls, his very presence demanding respect. He quickly confronts Dongo and the white-haired man, whose face is etched with grim resignation. Justin Lee extends a hand, a powerful clasp sealing a tense moment with the white-haired man. Dongo, however, pulls no punches, tearing into the man about his lost bonus and the disaster that was Chang'e, calling him a total mess. Justin Lee then probes, a chilling question hanging in the air, was the new shaman of sudden death just too much for you? Before smoothly pivoting to Dongo, a firm handshake sealing their fantastic order. Dongo, ever the loyal enforcer, confirms the success, a chilling declaration that they all share the same ruthless goals in this industry. Jaizung Cheon, chilling in his private jet, knows this is where the real players make their moves, where the big money talks. Back in the office, a power handshake goes down, with one side hinting at a sweet deal to share the goods. The tension builds, then breaks, as the speaker gets a fresh idea, a new angle. Justin Lee, all business, gets straight to it, demanding they just hand the guy over. He sweetens the deal, promising a massive payout of 24 billion won, and no harm done to the target. But there's a catch. Accept the deal, and you're joining forces with HoAM Construction and HoAM Entertainment. But Jaizung Cheon isn't backing down. He hits back with a counteroffer, upping the ante to a massive 28 billion. The female authority figure watches, stunned, as the price tag jumps to 28 million USD. Dongo, talking to Justin Lee, points out they've got plenty of resources, so finding new shamans should be a piece of cake. Then he asks Justin Lee for his take. Justin Lee, with a predatory grin, throws out an offer, clearly enjoying the power play. But his smile vanishes, replaced by a cold glare, as he barks a command to shut up, mocking his target for being so transparent, his thoughts practically visible. Jaizung Cheon flinches, jolted by the sheer force of the verbal assault. Meanwhile, the white-haired enforcer and Team Lead Han stand silently behind Justin Lee, watching the drama unfold, their stoic expressions reflecting their boss's unwavering control. Coolly, Justin Lee adjusts his shades, a subtle twitch in his jaw betraying his irritation, and he demands to know what game Jaizung Cheon thinks he's playing. With a sharp gesture, his eyes burning through the lenses, he lays down the ultimate challenge, are you mine? He then drops a bombshell, name-dropping Chairman Yang Xiangma, and boasting about his upbringing in the brutal Guangdong underworld. His arrogance palpable, he throws down a gauntlet, daring anyone to question the path he carved to his current empire. And with a chilling, absolute declaration, he states his unwavering resolve to take what he deems his own. Justin Lee's voice slices through the tension, a chilling declaration, that boy is mine. Don't you dare lay a dirty hand on him. Then, a brutal, unexpected shove, sends Jae Cheon stumbling back, the impact echoing with a sharp shove. A sneering question drips from his lips, mocking Jae Cheon's lack of education and daring to confront him, as if his Guangdong teachers had failed him completely. Jae Cheon's feet scrape back with a shuffle, as Justin Lee's chilling ultimatum rings out, don't ever mess with Cheon again. He makes his intentions crystal clear, he's not here for some petty business deal. Justin Lee takes a deliberate step forward, relentlessly pushing Jae Cheon back, while Team Lead Han can only watch, helpless. His voice drops, a chilling, precise warning, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Another brutal shove sends Jae Cheon reeling, his balance completely lost. With a pathetic flop, Jae Cheon hits the floor, as Justin Lee's final, contemptuous order rings out, and return your errand boy. He just waves them off, a casual, by now, to the guys who thought they could stop him. But the white-haired dude, absolutely fuming, just screams at him, totally losing it at the disrespect. He's like, you really think you can just walk out after talking trash to our chairman, and then he just charges, a total blur. But before he can even touch him, a bodyguard slides in, blocking the attack with a lightning-fast forearm, and bam, there's a gun in his hand. Justin Lee, completely chill through all the chaos, just calmly states his case, he came in alone, and he's leaving whenever he wants. And with that, he just turns, his backpack strap flying as he announces, he's out for real this time. His bodyguards form a tight perimeter as he struts off, bragging about the pretty ladies waiting for him. But as he walks away, his eyes lock onto Jae Cheon, still down on the floor, and he drops one last, ice-cold line, divine power alone won't cut it in Yoduak, Jae Cheon just stares as he leaves, those words echoing in the silence, surrounded by all those silent, judging eyes. His eyes burn with the memory of the clash, a chilling voice demanding, did you see how bold your enemy was? Try to remember that. But Justin Lee, ever the showman, just smirks, oh, you flatter me, team lead me. Yet, the truth cuts deeper, not really that impressive is the only thing he can learn from you. A sharp-eyed female authority figure cuts through the tension, telling the white-haired man, you really need to do something about your womanizing habits. He flashes a quick grin, promising, I'll stop womanizing too. A knowing grin spreads across her face. Then, in a blinding flash, Keolun Kong explodes forward with a furious whoosh. His arm already a blur, coiling for a brutal strike. The white-haired man doesn't even see it coming as a bone-jarring whack slams into his face. After the shocking attack, Keolun Kong remains stoic as Justin Lee lays down the law to him and the unnamed female authority figure. Justin Lee, with an intense stare, challenges, would you consider yourself a bastard? They say I'm one, and I am. Then, a sharp retort, where did you learn your manners? Elsewhere, away from the corporate drama, Jae Cheon strides forward, navigating the urban landscape. He reflects, this is where the first-rates play their game. Probably somewhere you'd never imagine. It's the same place where you'd go to steal. Meanwhile, the unnamed white-haired man checks his phone, a chilling headline about the shaman of sudden death, flashing, as he's curtly told, you'll leave it to me. I'll take care of the corresponding matters. You can go. Keolun Kong, now sporting glasses, issues a chilling ultimatum, I'll ask you nicely, so hand him over. The unnamed female authority figure tries to cool him down, cautioning, look, I know you want to be a gangster. You can't throw tantrums like this whenever you go. But Keolun Kong fires back, defiant, do you really think you can intimidate us with your threat? Absolutely. Justin Lee, coolly donning shades, drops a menacing final line, if you don't meet my demands. I will have these. Leaving everyone on edge. The authority figure lays down the law, declaring that these boys interrupt everything they hold. Meanwhile, Jae Cheon watches, a look of deep concern etched across his face. But Keolun Kong isn't backing down, asserting that they've got the intel. And a formidable crew of enforcers visually backs up his claim of having muscles. Justin Lee fires back, declaring he's got networks and will unleash everything he possesses. A sharp whip sound effect punctuating the image of another massive group of men, symbolizing his vast influence. The scene abruptly shifts to two women in traditional garb, a clear nod to the rituals now in play. This is immediately followed by a full-blown ritual in progress, as Keolun Kong defiantly declares he will run every ritual they hold. He then doubles down, vowing to seize the opposing market from them until they're completely drained. He's not backing down, vowing to push them to the absolute brink, until they're left with nothing. Justin Lee and Keolun Kong are a united front, backed by their intimidating crew, showing off their combined might. But the authority figure isn't flinching, throwing their challenge right back. He's calling their bluff, asking if they really think their rituals are safe. Kealun Kang's fist tightens, declaring he controls the shadows, that nothing is impossible for him. The authority figure lays down the ultimatum, hand over the shaman of sudden death or their company gets wiped out. Then, a defiant challenge, go ahead and try it. Justin Lee just watches, a stone-cold look on his face as the tension boils over. Dongo steps up, dropping a bombshell threat, he's taking down the entire Hoam group. And just like that, Jaizong Cheon is yanked back, dragged right into the heart of the chaos. The chilling demand for the shaman of sudden death, the one they craved, rings out. In a flash, Justin Lee snatches him from behind. He's dragged away with brutal force, his feet scraping the ground. Then, a deafening slam. The unnamed male authority figure stares, utterly stunned, a single thought screaming in his head. He's violently slammed to his knees, trapped by the menacing crew, barely processing the sheer audacity of it all. That will never happen, he snarls, defiance burning in his eyes. Dongo closes in, his voice a deadly whisper, promising to obliterate the Hoam rituals, just as his boss commanded. That's right, Justin Lee confirms, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he steps forward. He's not backing down, declaring he's gonna shut down all their rituals. He's going all in, promising to hit them where it hurts, their wallets. With a fierce gaze, he knows they need a serious wake-up call, a dose of pure darkness. His gaze fixed, his determination burning. A chilling message flashes on his screen, last chance. Disrespecting everyone who helped you. Fail, and it's over. But he's not backing down, firing back with a warning, if they fail. Blood on his mouth, he snarls the ultimate threat, they're going straight into a barrel. The towering corporate HQ looms. Yet inside, chaos reigns. The office is trashed, and the authority figure hits the deck, utterly defeated. He's in the car, headphones on, but his mind is racing. This isn't just a game, this is where the real heavyweights throw down. Sure, showing courage was cool, but he can't help but wonder, was declaring war on Hoam too reckless? Can they actually take down this behemoth? But Justin Lee just grins, puffing on his cigar. Hoam isn't just about money, they own everything, construction, entertainment, imports, hotels, the works. He stands tall before their massive HQ, reminding himself that this giant corporation, with its billions in capital, was practically funded by his own group. His eyes gleam as he taps his finger, realizing they've sworn to unleash everything they've got to shut down his rituals. He stares at the go board, a smirk playing on his lips. This is it, David versus Goliath, round 2. His white-haired subordinate nods, confirming he's on the same page, then flashes a reassuring grin. He taps a book with Justin Lee's name on it, and drops a bombshell, even the biggest targets can fall. One hit, and it all comes crashing down. Justin Lee, with a predatory glint in his eye, shuffles a deck of cards, laying out his master plan. This is what we are going to do, he announces, his voice dripping with confidence. The cards snap and rattle in his hands. As the true target is revealed, Hoam Construction, the very foundation of Hoam Investments, the biggest stake in their game. With a chilling smirk, he declares, we're going to short Hoam Construction. His loyal subordinate hangs on every word, while Jaizong Cheon, far away, feels the weight of the declaration, and with that one move, we're going to topple Hoam. The stage is set, the question emblazoned, why Hoam Construction? A sharp beep cuts through the silence, launching a high-stakes presentation as shadowy figures lean in, eyes glued to the data-rich screen. The screen flashes, revealing the core pillars, cons, and investments, the very foundation of their financial empire. The Hoam Group's relentless expansion is laid bare, its tentacles reaching into entertainment, imports, leisure, and hotels, a sprawling empire. But even with this colossal reach, the real moneymaker, the undisputed cash cow bringing in the biggest bucks, is still a mystery. A decisive tap on the screen zeroes in on construction and Hoam Investments, revealing the true heart of their power. The investment firm, once dismissed as a mere shallow root, is now seen in its true light, intertwined with Hoam Investments. The truth emerges, Hoam Investments' colossal holdings are in physical assets and commodities, dominated by Hoam Construction and its related ETFs. Every single financial product, every last asset, is inextricably linked to Hoam Construction. He keeps swiping through the data, and the truth hits him hard, taking down Hoam Construction. He realizes, would totally bring Hoam Investments to its knees. But elsewhere, a sharp-dressed man adjusts his tie. Then clicks open a door and walks into a high-stakes meeting. Justin Lee, already at the head of the table, declares, all right then. It's Q&A time, kicking off a super important discussion. Around him, other top execs, including Dongo, are all gathered, looking super serious. The whole room is buzzing for this high-stakes financial strategy session, everyone locked in. Dongo lays out the brutal truth, we need a ton of cash to short-sell Hoam Investments and totally crush Hoam Construction. But we don't have that kind of money, right? But the white-haired executive has a shocking answer: starting tomorrow, we're liquidating everything, all our treasures, to turn Hoem assets into cold, hard cash. A subordinate's voice cracks with disbelief, demanding to know the insane amount they're throwing into this gamble. As Justin Lee coolly drops the bomb, a mind-blowing 120 billion won. The sheer weight of the number makes the young man cough violently. Barely able to stay upright at the table. Justin Lee, unfazed, lays out the plan: this cash could easily buy out Hoam Construction. But he warns of the ultimate price, total bankruptcy, if their enemies manage to block their play. The elder executive watches, a silent judge. While Justin Lee's gaze remains unwavering, a challenge in his eyes. Breaking the tension, the executive's voice cuts through, asking if Justin Lee truly craves this victory so desperately. Justin Lee, hidden behind dark shades, unleashes his fury. They're trying to steal his empire, and he's not stopping until they're crushed, left begging on the streets. Meanwhile, Dongo, just as intense, reveals the shocking truth: their enemies have officially declared war. He's ready to strike back, taking the opposite market position to drain them dry. Justin Lee's resolve is unbreakable. Dongo remembers their enemy's arrogant boast: they'd never hold a ritual in Uedo again. But Justin Lee just sees it as a brutal game of chicken. Dongo's resolve turns to steel: it's a fight to the death, and only one side walks away. His motivation is crystal clear: revenge and the unstoppable rise of Golden Cross. Justin Lee, with a deep, committed bow, mirrors that intensity, his entire focus locked onto the investments that will make it happen. A brutal thud reverberates as Dongo looms over a defeated board member. The shaken executive, barely recovering, desperately tries to appeal: I ask the board to reconsider my decision. But Dongo and his enforcer are already moving, leaving the stunned board member to watch them go. The door groans open. Justin Lee, a triumphant grin plastered across his face, sweeps out with Dongo, leaving their opponent in the dust. The board had just greenlit their insane 120 billion won bullet. He proclaims, this will be the biggest short in history. With an unstoppable stride, he marches forward. Justin Lee and Dongo, unstoppable, walk away, their audacious play now in motion. He pulls on his hoodie, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Meanwhile, Justin Lee, a predatory grin spreading across his face, proclaims that his moment to dominate has finally come. My little shaman, Justin Lee's voice drips with condescension, and Jaizung Cheon's eyes narrow, a silent vow forming. He will give it his absolute all. That promise burns within him as he stands grim-faced in a stark hospital room, his gaze fixed on a critical patient. A green-haired patient lies motionless, a tangle of tubes and wires keeping them barely alive. Nearby, a fierce, green-haired elder, masked and focused, frantically checks the life support, her hands betraying a desperate tremor. Her gloved hand clenches into a tight, silent fist, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Justin Lee and Dongo, surrounded by their loyal enforcers, execute a perfectly synchronized bow, their triumph absolute. Justin Lee, basking in his latest victory, can't quite shake a strange mix of emotions, a feeling of triumph battling with an unsettling sadness, all fueled by his burning desire to prove he's no one's plaything. Later, in his opulent penthouse, he leans into Dongo, whispering, a confident declaration that he made the right call with Yeonhwa Gons. Dongo just nods, taking it all in. He doubles down on his conviction, absolutely certain about the Yeonhwa Gons move. Swirling a glass of wine, his mind races, focused on one thing: climbing even higher. But the path was brutal, far tougher than he ever imagined, though now, he dismisses that as irrelevant. Just as predicted, total chaos exploded. A full-on rush of figures swarmed the truck, throwing everything into disarray. Jaizung Cheon can't help but think back to the recent incidents, remembering how those thugs just busted in at dawn, shattering everything and trashing the whole place. They even handed those punks over to the police for breaking and entering and property damage. But the cops just didn't seem to give a damn, because those thugs knew they'd be arrested from the get-go. His phone gives a soft beep, pulling him from his thoughts, as the female authority figure drops another bombshell: more thugs attack the truck carrying supplies for the shrine, leaving the whole scene in absolute chaos. And get this, even the helpers are bailing on their jobs now. Despite their contracts, because apparently, gangsters threatened them and told them to quit. He's locked in, headphones on, phone in hand, watching the world burn, thinking, this is where the real players make their moves. Back at base, a white-haired analyst drops a bombshell to her male counterpart: the thugs even torched the band's gig yesterday. Her colleague's jaw drops: they seemed fine, though. She just shrugs, guess they're over getting fired. The white-haired woman clutches her head, the weight of their actions hitting her. She declares their next move: we need a ritual to take them down. But the enemy's already one step ahead, they're doing everything to stop us. Wham! A dark-haired boss lady smacks the white-haired woman right on the head. Rubbing her throbbing head, the white-haired woman snaps back, "Hey. What was that for?" "I'm right, you know. Why are you taking it out on me?" The dark-haired woman's eyes narrow, "What did you say?" Then, a cold declaration, "If they're trying this hard to stop us, they're scared." She lays down the law, "Find another way. We need more than just a ritual." The dark-haired woman connects the dots, "So, they're blocking the ritual in Yangju because we can't do it there. Then, the obvious solution, why don't we just do it somewhere else?" The enemy's moves are relentless, but one stark truth cuts through the chaos, defining the very ground they fight on. Their company, a colossal monument of ambition and power, dominates the skyline in Uedo. This is where the top-tier players make their moves, a brutal, high-stakes game where every single action is a calculated strike. That's precisely why Uedo was never designed to handle this district, the male authority figure states, his gaze fixed on the white-haired woman. But Jaizong Cheon is drowning in a crushing wave of powerlessness, especially now that every single ritual has been blocked. The sheer frustration crushes him, dragging him back to a time when he felt utterly powerless. The white-haired woman's gaze drops, her face etched with worry, as the male authority figure watches her intently, and the female authority figure takes in the charged atmosphere. Her face mirrors the crushing weight of their shared burden, a silent scream of the immense pressure building up. And Jaizong Cheon's eye tightens, a raw, burning intensity flickering deep within. He's locked in, headphones on, replaying the ultimate sacrifice. "They started this war to keep me safe. They went all in, even putting the company's future on the line." Then, a chilling voice echoes, demanding, "Do." His hands, tied, are thrust forward as the voice presses, "You." Elsewhere, Justin Lee coolly says, "Hey." As Dongo tries to smooth things over, "It's not about your skills or anything. It's just." Lee just laughs, and Dongo quickly adds, "Don't get me wrong." The white-haired woman stares down, hearing them say, "Now, we know you're good." She cuts in, then. Jaizong Cheon's hands are free now, and he's thinking, "We just need to figure out how we're going to perform a ritual." He lets out a frustrated sigh, wishing for a miracle, if only we could have a same-day delivery service for ritual setups. His eye blinks, a spark of resolve igniting within him. He gets the alert, his gaze locked on the screen, a critical delivery just landed. Elsewhere, the white-haired woman cuts straight to the chase, demanding if the ritual is even still on, but Justin Lee shuts it down, scoffing at the thought of pulling off a full-blown ritual in a crowded city. Her face is stone cold. But Justin Lee's already thinking ahead, brainstorming a ritual that won't hog massive space, a glowing blueprint materializing in the air. He lays out the genius plan, shrink the whole operation, load it onto a tiny truck, and boom, problem solved. The white-haired woman is all in, giving the green light, and Justin Lee is hyped to try out this game-changing strategy. Back to Jaizong Cheon, a fierce resolve burns in his eyes, he's doing this for everyone, no matter what. His eyes blaze, pure, unyielding determination etched on his face. But far from the brewing storm, two people are just chilling, enjoying some fruit. Total calm before the chaos. Back to Jaizong Cheon, he's scoping out some serious industrial gear, totally locked in on whatever massive operation is going down. Meanwhile, the ritual is heating up. A glowing circle on the ground, with two figures putting the finishing touches on some seriously dark magic. The white-haired woman's eyes go wide, totally shocked. And Jaizong Cheon's face twists with concern, his eyes locked on something above. Then, a dark-haired woman cuts through the tension, declaring, "The mobile ritual setup." Above the sprawling city, a colossal crane stretches out, ready to drop something huge. The final piece of their grand plan now in full view, as she finishes, is ready. Massive stadium lights blaze, casting an intense glow over an expansive field, setting the stage for something huge. The view sweeps across a sleek cityscape, with gleaming skyscrapers rising above vibrant green spaces. Two sharp-suited figures, Dongo and the white-haired man, stride across a pristine lawn, their steps deliberate and powerful. Dongo, leading the way, glances back at his associate, demanding, "Give me the brief." Inside a high-rise office, Justin Lee remains composed as Dongo delivers an update. The deadline looms, but the stock price is stubbornly holding its ground. The massive 120 billion won short position by Golden Cross Investments on Hoam Construction had caused an initial shockwave, but now, with both powerhouses collaborating, the entire short strategy is getting twisted, as Justin Lee strategizes with his top brass, while his enforcers stand ready. The stock price for Golden Cross is absolutely soaring, up 5%, but somehow, they're bleeding money faster than ever. Kealun Kong and his white-haired associate are on the move when the associate suddenly stops, declaring he's ready to witness the coming chaos. Kong, eyes fixed on a towering structure, declares the arrogant bastard's showdown is just 3 days away, and no one can stop his ritual. Elsewhere, the sharp-suited Dongo, glasses glinting, is convinced they'll still make their move. Back with Kong, he demands an update, and his white-haired subordinate reveals they're gearing up for rituals in Uedo. And the white-haired man confirms, no strange intel from their trackers. Kong concedes that these rituals won't be as potent as the ones in the main district, but they're still a threat. But he proposes a blessing ritual anyway, just to shield their investors. His subordinate wholeheartedly agrees, emphasizing that insurance is key to sealing any deal. He's not wasting any time, declaring he's already making moves. But hold up, someone's got a major concern, warning about the dangers of blessing rituals and death curses. Kong just brushes it off, snapping back about how they already botched the blessing ritual once. He's lining up his shot, but the subordinate tries to cut in, a nervous b-butt. Barely escaping. Then, with a massive WHAGHP, he absolutely smashes that golf ball. Eyes locked on his target, he demands, White Rock for the blessing ritual, no compromises. Then, a single, ominous word escapes his lips, darkness. His face turns to stone as he lays down the law, shut up and follow orders, got it? You can practically hear the grit of his teeth, sealing the deal on his absolute command. He drops one final, chilling bombshell, his voice dripping with menace. If you dare fail me again. He snarls, his eyes burning with an infernal, crimson glow. It won't be the golf course you'll be leaving. Remember that. Later, as darkness falls, the massive Hoam Investments tower looms, a silent sentinel. Inside, a subordinate stands guard, as ancient melodies begin to resonate through the chamber. The White Rock Shaman, cloaked in ancient robes, sits poised, his hands expertly plucking the Gaiageum strings, commencing the sacred blessing. Finally, as the last note resonates, he lets out a deep breath, the ritual complete. He's in the zone, the shaman's ritual in full swing, a soft slam punctuating his every move. This is it, the White Rock Shaman, Hoam Investments blessing ritual specialist, and his true agenda is still a total enigma. Hoam is out there crushing competitors with aggressive short selling and hostile takeovers, but the shaman just keeps on with his intense ritual. Another step, he's totally immersed in the ritual's power. That's why Darkness, the death blessing specialist, is always the real MVP, and he's living proof. But with a fierce growl, he's like, no way. I'm the blessing specialist, and I'm flipping this whole script. He shouts into the void, his voice ringing out, Grandmother, I'm counting on you. The ritual is heating up, he's pouring everything into it. Then, from out of nowhere, Dongo's voice slices through the tension, ice cold, chill out. Focus on the ritual. Mess up, and you're both dead. The ritual is in full swing. Jaizung Cheon's feet tap a beat on the ornate floor, a mysterious green light pulsing nearby. A voice tells him to turn, but he just brushes it off, saying, don't worry about that. Dressed in epic white robes and a massive hat, Jaizung Cheon, the blessing specialist, keeps the ritual going in Hoam Investment's secret chamber, his thoughts flashing back to his mother's wisdom. His long, white hair flows dramatically from under his hat. And he gently drops a small snake into a glowing green bowl with a soft clack. His robes flapping softly as he moves. He clutches an intricately designed fan. His feet tapping a beat, pluck and twing. While his slender fingers pluck the strings of a traditional instrument, weaving a delicate melody. He sways with the music, robes swirling, as the ritual intensifies with a powerful chwak. The ritual intensifies, a rhythmic fanning sound, a soft swish and wish, cutting through the silence. From a bird's eye view, Jaizung Cheon's white robes flow as he executes his precise ritual, every move punctuated by a deep, echoing, dum, from below. The dum pounds on. A relentless beat fueling the unseen energies churning beneath the floor. Until a sudden, earth-shattering doom explodes, announcing a massive surge in the ritual's power. Glowing, ethereal particles erupt across the patterned floor, a dazzling display of the raw power now unleashed. With an explosive whoosh, a colossal, white serpentine entity bursts from the ground, its shimmering form spiraling skyward. The massive entity keeps rising. Its ethereal scales blazing as it stretches towards the heavens, a breathtaking display of the ritual's triumph. The colossal spiritual beast, a serpentine entity of pure white energy, continues its ascent. Its intricate scales shimmering with an ethereal glow as its head emerges fully. This is the spiritual beast porcelain white snake dragon, a creature of immense power now fully manifested. It towers over the city, a beacon of mystical energy, its presence undeniable, a true game changer. From inside a sleek black car, the unnamed white-haired woman watches the spectacle unfold, her hand rising to her mouth in a gesture of pure shock. A thought forms in her mind, they must be using that white snake to protect their base. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Uedo, a black sedan pulls up to the curb, two figures emerging from its dark interior, ready for action. More vehicles arrive, disgorging a stream of men, as their thugs are sent all over the district, a full-scale deployment. Among them, the white-haired man stands with another, overseeing the deployment, their mission clear and deadly. With the colossal spiritual beast dominating the skyline, the ground game is just as intense, transforming the district into a full-blown construction zone. Inside a sleek car, Dango takes a drag from his cigarette, muttering about how Uedo has been completely locked down, transformed into an absolute fortress. Elsewhere, the low growl of another engine vibrates. And the white-haired woman, glued to her screen, ponders the sheer power of the mobile ritual. Outside, a colossal, mind-bending structure is being slammed together, on the verge of going live. With a piercing gaze, Jaizong Cheon locks onto the unfolding chaos. Dressed in ancient robes, he stands next to the white-haired man, who lets out a frustrated growl at his tablet, both of them locked into the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, miles away in Hongdae, the band is still rocking out, completely unaware of the storm brewing. He drops into the seat, headphones going on, while the white-haired man next to him is glued to a tablet, laying out the comms plan. These headphones are their lifeline for the ritual. The music blasting through these things isn't just background noise, it's the trigger for the ritual, so he better keep them glued to his head. A quick whip as the headphones lock in, and Jaizong Cheon's eyes snap shut, getting into the zone. He cinches the headset tight with a decisive clasp. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman watches, a pang of regret in her eyes, wishing she could be right there, his assistant Shaman, in the thick of it. But Jaizong just brushes it off, telling her it's fine, the space is too tight for two anyway. A guttural grrh rumbles from him, his face hardening with pure determination. With a soft whip of her own, the woman delivers a single, impactful word, win. A lone tear streaks down his face, as she fires him up, go out there and win for Daeho's sake. He clenches his hands, a silent, burning vow forming as he responds to the instructions, assuring them with fierce resolve. Of course, I'll make sure to come back with a win. Of course, I'll make sure to come back with a win. A heavy, grinding sound rips through the air. As Jaizong Cheon steps through a doorway, his silhouette framed by the light beyond, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Another metallic clunk resonates, sealing his path forward. As two stoic figures stand guard before a massive, reinforced door, their backs to the viewer, ensuring no one enters or leaves. Elsewhere, the white-haired man takes a slow, deliberate drag from his cigarette, a plume of smoke escaping his lips. While the white-haired woman, her face etched with a mix of concern and determination, speaks into her device, delivering the critical final command, start the ritual. A low rumble emanates from a powerful vehicle as the white-haired man sits behind the wheel, his gaze fixed forward. Then drives away from the building, leaving Jaizong Cheon to face his destiny alone. The ritual journey was on. A massive truck barreled down the highway, its engine roaring as another vehicle joined the convoy. Uedo, 20 kilometers out. Dango, ever watchful, tracked their every move, a dark look on his face. Inside, the road's relentless rattle shook Jaizong Cheon's sneakers. A voice cutting through the noise, we're on the move. He gulped, the ritual's immense pressure bearing down. Then, the chilling command, it's time to start the ritual. A soft "oh" escaped him as ancient words echoed, heavenly messenger, spirits reside in the twilight. With the call to summon the spirits echoing, a car peeled away from the building, leaving him alone to face his destiny. The ritual ignites, and he's down on the cold, dark ground, unleashing incantations that scream pure darkness. His eyes snap open, locking onto something unseen above, and he roars out the next line, demanding the song of the blue dragon of the night. But far away, someone else is plugged in, listening intently, their earbud a direct feed to the chaos. Back in the ritual, a blood-soaked hand drops, a brutal price for death. Then, bam. He rips into a power chord, and the air explodes with energy, his guitar blazing with raw magic. He keeps shredding, every note blasting out pure power, the sound waves exploding into shimmering magical energy. Music still blasting, he strides away from the ritual, headphones on, heading down a blazing corridor. The ritual shifts gears, now punctuated by the sharp, clear ring of a golden bell, its sound slicing through the silence. And then, a massive, ornate blade is unsheathed with a lightning-fast move, poised to finish the ancient rite. Jaizong Cheon, headphones on, stares at his phone, a single thought burning in his mind, this is where the real game begins for the elites. No hesitation, he shoves off, launching himself into the void, a massive leap. The air screams around him with a powerful whoosh. He freefalls. His gaze locked, utterly unfazed by the plummet. Headphones still blasting, perfectly in place. Then, a golden bell chimes, emitting a distinct whir. Elsewhere, someone monitors the entire ritual on their phone, a voice muttering, a mobile ritual, seriously. He ponders the sheer audacity, then concedes, theoretically, it should work. A mysterious woman, her face a mask of doubt, questions if any god would even dare to answer this kind of prayer. Thinking it's impossible, utterly impossible, for this to actually work. But Jaizong Cheon, completely locked in, keeps his eyes glued to the heavens. Because everything hinges on his raw, undeniable talent. Then, a blazing red artifact streaks down from above with a SHWOM, and the colossal porcelain white snake dragon starts to materialize beneath it. Its gargantuan body wrapping itself around the city's skyscrapers like a living, breathing storm. And then, with a chilling creak, an ancient, blood-red gate grinds open, hinting at the terrifying unknown that lies beyond. The rhythmic clack of wooden sandals echoes, building an eerie tension as he strides forward. He abruptly stops, a silent command hanging in the air. And a faint, ethereal crack appears across his eye, only to vanish with a blink, hinting at something deeper. But the cracks return, spreading like a spiderweb across his iris as he fixes an intense, unyielding glare forward. From the depths, a colossal porcelain white snake dragon erupts, its scales shimmering with ethereal light, a guttural hiss tearing through the silence. Its immense form fills the entire space, radiating an overwhelming aura of impending doom, threatening to shatter reality itself. The serpentine body coils and shifts with raw, untamed power. A thunderous voice booms, demanding to know what he dares seek from this forbidden place. Before another voice, ancient and resonant, labels him a human of blind sight as a crimson door slowly creaks open, revealing an abyss. The void is absolutely silent. Then, a soft plop as a dark, shimmering orb just appears. Suddenly, a crimson door begins to creak open. And then, with a shwoom, it bursts wide, revealing the orb now pulsing with a deep red glow. Jaizung Cheon lets out a sharp gasp, his eyes widening as those cracking patterns around them just explode with intensity. Meanwhile, the colossal porcelain white snake dragon, peering from under its conical hat, can't believe what it's seeing, scoffing at the pathetic display. A booming, mocking laugh echoing through the entire spiritual realm. It's convinced Jaizung Cheon only managed to summon some weak, frivolous deity. But Jaizung Cheon's gaze? Absolutely unwavering, those cracking eyes burning with pure resolve. A tense voice cuts through the air, a warning shot, White Rock. Watch it. The urgency escalates as the voice challenges, are you really going to interrupt your own ritual and mock him? Don't be arrogant. Declaring their adversaries are no fools, that they hold the upper hand, and must maintain their ritual, even for Yuedo. But in the spiritual realm, a sinister, dark orb begins to swell, pulsing with raw power. Exploding outward as it fully manifests. Then, the colossal porcelain white snake dragon bursts forth, its ethereal body radiating an intense glow. Its piercing blue eyes locking onto its target. A sneering voice echoes through the void as the dragon taunts, oh, come on. What is this? A spiritual talent show? The dragon's booming laughter fills the realm, its gaze falling upon Jaizung Cheon, now sprawled on the ground. Darkness. Did you really get roughed up while I was gone? It jeers. An unseen ally can't help but wonder about recruiting someone like Jaizung Cheon, a subtle blush creeping up as they think about it. They let out a sigh, remembering their own advice to take a week off, then openly wonder about getting rich from this plan, because otherwise, their focus on the ritual is totally shot. Dressed in traditional robes and kneeling, they just can't believe what's happening. With a fierce declaration to end this, their hand starts to lift. But in the spiritual realm, the massive porcelain white snake dragon, with its eyes blazing ethereal blue, is still taunting Jaizung Cheon, telling him he's going home early tonight. It spits, a loud clack echoing as its huge head moves. Its massive, snake-like body starts to stretch out, slithering with incredible power. It whooshes, its form stretching out endlessly through the ethereal void. The colossal porcelain white snake dragon explodes into action. Its glowing white form is a blinding streak across the ethereal realm, swishing with unbelievable speed. Jaizung Cheon's eyes blaze blue, analyzing its movements, recognizing its small size but insane quickness. The creature snaps its jaws, a multi-hit blur of pure power. Its massive head lunges, snapping at an unseen target with a ferocious swoosh. Jaizung Cheon watches, the realization hitting him, it takes a ton of spiritual power to control this giant beast against something so fast. He knows he needs a new strategy, right now. Deciding to pull the snake dragon back to recharge his spiritual power. Out of nowhere, a sinister purple energy starts to form, growing fast with a gross, squelching noise. And then, bam! A creepy bug-like monster explodes out of the shadowy vortex. Its dark shape fully formed and looming over the city. He watches the new thing, realizing it's turned into some kind of bug. Jaizung Cheon's eyes narrow, his mind racing. Is this a plague bug, or something even worse, some kind of terrifying spiritual monster? Elsewhere, a white-haired dude in old-school clothes is chilling in front of an ancient building, demanding golden blood, but then he's like, nah, whatever, it doesn't even matter. He's totally confident, thinking about how they've got the upper hand and his spiritual power is way stronger than the other guys. Then, with a precise dab, he dips a brush into a bowl of blood-red liquid, launching a spiritual attack that rips through the air with insane power. The white-haired man is still at it, dipping his brush into that ominous crimson liquid. Clank. The brush glides, drawing those mysterious symbols. He's locked in, every move precise, because this ritual has to be perfect. The target? The porcelain white snake dragon, a spiritual beast famous for its impenetrable defenses. Hiss. The colossal white snake dragon is glowing with a fierce green aura, soaking up all that spiritual power. His strategy is clear, pump more spiritual power into that snake. Surrounded by a swirling green aura, the white-haired man's ritual hits its climax. But Jaizung Cheon sees it all, his eyes wide, as purple energy cracks, realizing this enemy's plan is way deeper than he imagined. And this new twist hits just as the being Jaizung summon mutates for the third time. A shadowy, leg-like appendage, absolutely crackling with vibrant purple energy, manifests with a soft swoosh. As the summoned entity begins to wriggle and contort, its form violently shifting. Meanwhile, the porcelain white snake dragon remains, its ethereal form and piercing blue eyes a stark, chilling contrast to the chaotic energy. The shadowy entity continues its writhing, violent transformation, its full, dark silhouette now visible amidst the intense purple glow. Observing the chaotic spectacle, Jaizung Cheon notes the entity's distress, realizing, she's rattled. And questions aloud, his voice laced with concern, what's wrong? A sudden, explosive burst of green energy erupts with a powerful shwom. And he understands that it's not just the size and appearance of his summoned being that has drastically changed. But its spiritual power is also rapidly growing, becoming an immense force. The spiritual entity's amorphous purple form writhes, its transformation accelerating with terrifying intensity. He's reeling, questioning how this much power could erupt so fast, knowing full well that spiritual energy is the lifeblood a shaman pours into their summons. In his mind, he sees a pixelated avatar of himself, relentlessly channeling raw power into the summoned beast. The Jiamungo, this ancient Korean instrument, is the conduit for this insane surge, draining its energy from 100% to a mere 40% in a blink. His fingers fly across the Jiamungo strings, a frantic twing-twing echoing as he tries to slam the brakes on this runaway power, the shocking truth of the drain hitting him. The ritual is almost done, he realizes, meaning the entity will soon be unleashed, free from his direct control. He shouts, a desperate command to the spiritual force within him, take my place. Play the Jiamungo. No time for doubts or impossible questions, he lunges. He's at the instrument, hands ready, poised to seize control of the ritual. The silence is shattered by a phone, ringing with urgency. A subordinate snatches up the phone, delivering a bombshell update to his boss, the targets are deep in a ritual, and it's almost done. Another subordinate steps up, ready to lead the charge and shut it down, he's itching for a fight. He swears to hunt them down, crush their ritual, and bring back victory for his boss, then he's out the door. Meanwhile, the boss, Sanghung, stands coolly with his crew, his eyes hidden behind shades, plotting his next move. He takes in the intel with a chilling calm, declaring the rats are now in Yupo. Hand in pocket, he starts barking orders, telling everyone, from employees to gang members, to get ready. His commands are absolute, follow Sanghung's lead and bring those targets in, no matter what. He reveals the crucial detail, awakened are transported by semi-trailer. He orders checkpoints on all main roads, stopping every single semi-trailer heading into Yupo. Inside a sleek, dark vehicle, Sanghung drops a chilling command. Giving his crew the green light for extreme measures, but with one critical target off limits. His eyes narrow, a cold glint in them, as he orders his crew to show everyone just how ruthless they really are. He quickly corrects himself, a smirk playing on his lips, it's the Great Empire gang's brutality they're about to unleash. Across the city, under the neon glow of the night, the Mapo Bridge hums with unsuspecting traffic. But one semi-trailer isn't alone, it's being escorted by two dark sedans, a silent convoy cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, more dark vehicles swarm in, forming an impenetrable escort around the target semi-trailer. In a trailing car, a subordinate's voice crackles over the comms, confirming the semi-trailer is in sight, and the order is clear, stop the vehicle. A firm tap on the shoulder, a silent, chilling confirmation of the impending ambush. Under the cloak of night, a fleet of black sedans and shadowy figures lock down the highway, setting a deadly trap. Inside his ride, the boss of the Great Empire gang, eyes sharp behind his specs, scans the scene, every move calculated. Just moments ago, he'd been out there, gripping a subordinate's collar, barking orders, block the road, stop the vehicles, no excuses. But here it comes. Down the highway, a colossal semi-trailer charges, its blinding lights cutting through the darkness. The behemoth keeps coming, a thunderous roar from its engine, closing in fast. Back in the driver's seat, the boss's resolve turns to steel, he's going to ram that semi-trailer himself. But a subordinate voices his worry, this won't be easy, he thinks, as another voice shouts to lead the charge. The boss knows the score, sedans won't cut it against that monster of a truck. He leans back, a soft clunk breaking the silence, plotting his next move for the ultimate showdown. A monstrous roar rips through the night. As blinding headlights cut through the black, the engine's thunderous growl intensifying with every beat. From a bird's eye view, the semi-trailer barrels down the highway, an unstoppable juggernaut hurtling towards the unsuspecting blockade. The Great Empire Gang, led by their white-haired boss, stands ready, but their jaws drop as the truck refuses to yield. "What the hell?" someone shouts. A subordinate's face twists in pure panic, utterly baffled why this behemoth isn't hitting the brakes. But inside the semi, Jaisung Cheon's eye, burning with reflected light, is locked on, absolutely unyielding. Then, with a bone-shattering wham, the semi-trailer obliterates the first car. Metal screams as the car is violently crunched and sent flying, a storm of sparks erupting across the asphalt. The truck's unstoppable momentum keeps going, smashing through the rest of the blockade in a cataclysmic crash. The blockade was absolutely obliterated, a scene of pure chaos with metal twisted and smoke billowing into the night. A shocked voice cut through the destruction, screaming that the semi-trailer and those sedans had actually made it through. Blood smeared across his face, the gang leader could only glare in absolute fury. While the tail lights of the escaping vehicles just disappeared into the night. With a furious clench of his fist, he screamed for everyone to go after them, right now. The highway stretches ahead, bathed in the bright light of day. Before night falls, the road now a blur of motion and distant car lights. Inside a speeding vehicle, a voice erupts in furious frustration, demanding to know what is wrong with his subordinates. Jaisung Cheon, his face contorted in anger, presses the issue, knowing exactly where their target is. He shouts, emphasizing that they have the target right beside them, yet they fail to act. Suddenly, a violent impact shakes him, his body jolting as he demands to know why the car isn't stopping. Outside, a massive truck barrels down the highway. As Jaisung Cheon is forcefully ejected from the vehicle, his body tumbling onto the asphalt. The road blurs past, leaving him behind. A new victim, bald and tied, is violently ejected from a speeding car. The door slams shut, sealing his fate. He's sent spiraling, a helpless blur. Plummeting towards the hard road below. But the real struggle continues. Jaisung Cheon, battered and bleeding, is left for dead on the highway as his attackers vanish into the night. But he's not giving up. With a burst of raw will, he snatches onto a passing truck. He's hanging on for dear life. His legs flailing just inches from the deadly pavement. The truck speeds on, dragging him into an uncertain future. Inside a high-speed vehicle, an unknown figure coolly declares, this is where the first-rates play their game, completely unaware of the chaos about to erupt, with Jaisung Cheon a silent witness. Then, with a brutal whip and waft, a hand is violently shoved out of the window. The man is then brutally launched from the car, his desperate scream tearing through the air. Elsewhere, a colossal truck thunders down the highway. And with a sickening whoosh, the ejected man is sent hurtling through the air, right into its path. From a remote location, a shadowy figure on the phone coolly assesses the situation, declaring, the one on the wheels is pretty good at driving. And the convoy won't let him get inside the truck. Jaisung Cheon desperately clings to the side of the speeding truck, grunting with raw effort, while the cold voice on the phone adds, besides, stopping a moving truck is nearly impossible to begin with. His face contorted in pure frustration, he curses, gripping his fan like a lifeline. As if summoned by his desperation, the ethereal porcelain white snake dragon begins to manifest, its glowing blue eyes burning through the night. The summoned being is powering up, evolving with every single transformation. A shadowy serpent whips through the air, purple energy crackling. It's not just dodging anymore, it's striking back. A white, ethereal serpent writhes and coils, its evolution accelerating. And darkness has already bolted from the building to handle this crisis. The white serpent's manifestation rages on. But whatever his plan, he needs to execute it now. His spiritual power is about to run dry, and he'll lose everything if that thing transforms again. Some might call him just a shaman, but Jaisung Cheon stands, radiating a fierce red-orange aura, a raw display of his immense spiritual power. A sudden, piercing spiritual bite hits him, and he can't believe it's happening, but the raw power is undeniable. With a soft wish, he snaps into action, activating a mysterious ring. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired guitarist shreds, feeling the spiritual tides turn hard towards his deity's side. Jaisung Cheon, now radiating with a powerful, glowing aura, grips his ritual fan, ready to unleash his spiritual might. A monstrous wah rips through the air, and he screams for everyone to just hold on. The blonde guitarist keeps his furious rhythm, his electric guitar screaming blang 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 with pure, unadulterated power. Then, a car roars by with a deafening vrrrr, signaling a sudden, violent turn of events. A man in a dark suit bursts from the car, leaping into the blinding headlights. But before he can even move, another suit is already there, having slammed him to the pavement. He's launched from the car, hitting the pavement with a brutal, bone-jarring whack. The car peels out, leaving him screaming on the road, and the driver's voice cuts through the air, just a little more. But across town, a different man in a sharp suit is white-knuckling the wheel of a massive truck, eyes locked on the asphalt, laser-focused. Sweat drips, his face a grim picture of pure focus, every muscle tense with the pressure. Then, a lightning-fast move, his hand snatches at the door handle with a quiet whoosh. The scenery outside becomes a blur. He grits his teeth and violently swerves the wheel, a desperate whisper escaping him, it's almost. Jaizung Cheon, the shaman, stands before an ancient, vibrant painting. When suddenly, an unseen force makes him whip around, his green eyes wide with shock. Ha! His gaze locks onto an unseen point, ha! Elsewhere, a truck's tires scrach, burning rubber as it violently swerves. Its massive form rumbling and sliding across the asphalt. The sheer force of the maneuver rumbling the very ground beneath it. The truck skids past the prone figure of the man in the suit. Its trajectory barely avoiding a direct, devastating collision. Inside the cab, the truck driver is slumped forward, blood streaming from a head wound, the brutal stop having taken its toll. A figure in ancient robes stands, a silent sentinel, his eyes holding untold depths. But the calm shatters as we cut to the brutal aftermath, the truck driver, utterly wrecked, his face a crimson canvas of agony. The chaos spreads. A woman, eyes wide with horror, screams into her phone, desperate for answers about the unfolding disaster. And the source of the terror? The colossal semi-trailer, flipped like a toy, a scene of utter devastation. An aerial view confirms the nightmare, the driver, thrown clear of the wreck, lies broken on the pavement, a miracle he's even alive. The stakes escalate. Another call, another grim face, demanding updates on Cheolgon, and the shaman caught in the ritual. A brutal close-up on the driver's mangled leg, suit shredded, blood everywhere, the voice on the line grimly confirms the ejected took the brunt of it. But the man's confidence shatters. Cheolgon, the unshakable, was also ejected. Unbelievable. Back to the carnage. The driver, barely clinging to life, lets out a guttural groan of pure agony. In the immediate aftermath of the devastating crash, a bloodied operative urgently reports to his superior, his expression a mask of grim determination. His bloodied hand clutches a phone, the screen flashing Team Leader Dumi, a stark visual of the unfolding crisis. With a resolute gaze, Team Leader Dumi declares, "Ma'am, I'm securing Jaizung and getting out of here, now." His voice tight with urgency, he adds, "We're completely exposed, and Hoam's goons are going to be all over us any second." Dumi drops to one knee, handing over the phone, and the other man snatches it, his focus already locked on the next move. Without a word, the man pivots from the wreckage, moving with urgent purpose, a dark figure against the chaos. He heads straight for a massive gray shipping container, its cold metal gleaming ominously. He throws his weight against the container's heavy doors, a guttural hrrggh escaping him, muscles bulging with the effort. Frustration contorts his features as he snarls, "Damn it. They're jammed." The massive container door lets out a tortured groan, slowly giving way to the relentless pressure. Perched on the metal behemoth, he stares intently into the shadowy depths below. Then, with a deafening clang, the door bursts wide open. He hits the ground, eyes locked on what's inside, his expression a mask of pure concentration. Amidst the chaos, a pair of sleek silver headphones lies abandoned. And right there, a pair of sneakers, completely still. A shockwave of realization hits him, and he roars, "Jaizung." Then, a blinding flash erupts, his eyes burning with an otherworldly glow, blood already soaking his shirt. A top-down view reveals Jaizung Cheon sprawled on the ground, the man looming over him, his face a mystery. This was it, the absolute worst-case scenario. A colossal porcelain white snake dragon, its ethereal blue eye glowing with ancient power, now dominating the very sky. They were teetering on the brink, just a single moment from utter defeat. As the back of a container truck, now ominously ajar, pulsed with a strange, orange light from deep within. Below, a cluster of suited figures stood frozen on a crosswalk, their faces upturned, eyes wide with terror. Their collective despair threatening to shatter their resolve completely. A frantic finger jabbed at a smartphone screen, the stark, chilling message, "We're royally screwed." Burning into view. As a man in a sterile office chair stared wide-eyed at the very same dire words. His face contorting into a mask of pure, unadulterated desperation. A bottle slides. Revealing a cold, hard gun. Jaizung was thrown headfirst into the chaos the moment he woke up. The world was a high-speed blur. His eyes stinging with blood. As he struggled to rise from the floor of a strange room. Outside, the city screamed with the sounds of battle. His bandaged hand instinctively reaching for his blood-streaked face. One terrifying question burned in his mind, is this it? He's plummeting, a traditional figure in a surreal dream, as if everything he ever cherished is just, gone. The feeling is visceral, blood red against his dark hair, and the crushing truth dawns, it was all just a dream. But even as a dream, it was one hell of a ride, a time when, for the first time ever, people actually gave a damn about him. He remembers living a life he never even dared to dream of, a life packed with simple, pure joy. He flashes back to strolling through city streets, trying things he'd never even imagined, like incredible food and killer tunes. The memories hit him like a wave, sharing meals, jamming on guitar with friends, and finally feeling truly connected. But the biggest memory of all, the sheer, overwhelming satisfaction of finally being able to help others for the first time in his entire life. The dream unfolds with a tender touch, a moment of pure connection as a hand reaches out to a younger woman, radiating warmth. But the dream twists. Suddenly, he's held captive, surrounded by a menacing squad in sharp suits, his face a mask of raw defiance and crushing despair. A sharp-suited woman coolly adjusts her tie, a chillingly indifferent gesture that amps up the tension, her presence radiating pure, unadulterated menace. Then, a voice slices through the chaos, demanding, "Seriously, you don't mind waking up from this dream?" He's down, bleeding, a shadowy figure looming over him with an inscrutable gaze, the dream's warmth shattered by brutal reality. The voice hammers at him again, directly challenging, "Are you absolutely sure you don't mind, Jae Cheon?" Clad in magnificent traditional robes, a stark contrast to his pain, his inner voice screams, "Of course, I mind. I want to stay in this dream forever." He craves a future, meticulously crafted day by day, a future so perfect no one would ever want to leave it, but the grim faces of those suited men crash back into his vision, a brutal reminder of the world he's desperate to avoid. But reality slams back, his gaze falling to his own battered arm, a raw whisper escaping him, "But, look what's happening around me." Trapped in the void, a desperate question rips through his mind, "What am I supposed to do here?" But a chilling voice cuts through the silence, demanding, "Do what you can." A younger him stares back, a silent, haunting question in his eyes. He stands, a figure of ancient power, draped in dark traditional robes and a striking red sash, yet his posture betrays a heavy, unseen weight. His face contorts into a mask of pure agony, blood streaking his matted, dark hair. A trembling hand reaches, a silent plea, as the desperate question echoes in his soul, "What I can." The rich, dark fabric of his robes, accented by the vibrant red sash, hints at a forgotten past, a stark visual against the torment he endures. Tears of blood and anguish stream from his fiercely glowing red eyes, his face a testament to unimaginable suffering. Then, a heavy boot slams down, cracking his restrained leg with brutal force. An agonizing scream rips from his throat, his entire body convulsing in unbearable pain, still bound. The nightmare intensifies. A sickening crack rips through the air as his leg is brutally crushed. And a primal scream rips from his very soul, his eyes blazing with a furious, crimson glow. But even through the torment, a fierce resolve ignites. He knows exactly what he has to do. He steps out of the nightmare, leaving the torment behind. But a voice from the shadows calls out, "Jae." The scene shifts to a tense street below, where men in suits surround a downed figure near a truck, and the stakes are high. His crimson eyes still burn with intensity, a small, familiar object held casually between his lips. His hand firmly grips a delicate, ornate charm, ready for action. He knows there's only one way to keep everyone safe, and he's about to take it. A man with a baseball bat is absolutely stunned, his jaw practically on the floor. But the other guys in suits are already asking, "What the heck, is this punk even thinking?" But Jae Cheon just keeps on walking, that powerful charm still in his grip, his mind set on one thing, and that is, to curse someone with every fiber of my being. His long black coat, with its striking red lining, flares out as he takes another step, an unstoppable force against the stunned onlookers. Blood gushes from his head, blinding him. As a concussion threatens to split his skull wide open. A searing, dizzying pain rips through his twisted ankle. And a finger pulses with excruciating agony. He's sprawled amidst the truck's shattered debris. The brutal, chaotic fight between the vehicle and his bodyguard still tearing itself apart in the distance. They all stare at him, utterly bewildered, as if he's pulling some insane stunt. But the boy couldn't give a damn. Amidst the wreckage and his own brutal injuries. Arms aloft, a dagger gleaming. Back in the present, bloodied and battered. To him, the world's chaos was just background noise. Elsewhere, the white-haired leader and his crew stared at a screen, faces grim. Back in the car, Jae Cheon's hand rose, eyes shut. Then, in the ritual, a dark, swirling vortex exploded around him. He was unleashing something monstrous, something primal. He's free-falling through a swirling, dark purple abyss, his body caught in an endless descent. The feeling is intense, like he's sinking through the deepest ocean. He just keeps falling, a lone figure swallowed by the ethereal void. His face, hidden by his hand, shows pure exhaustion. But back in the real world, Jae Cheon's eyes are blazing red, his hand clamping over his mouth to hold back a scream. A chilling voice whispers in his head, telling him he's going to end up in a barrel, as he chokes and gags for air. He claws at his own throat, a desperate gasp tearing through him. Blood smears his forehead, a brutal sign of the immense strain, as he teeters on the brink of unconsciousness. The chilling thought hangs in the air, if this keeps up, what's left of him? Still trapped in the ritual's grip, the shaman is shaking uncontrollably, his hands clenched tight as the spiritual torment just keeps on coming. A desperate thought screams in his head, if he messes this up, White Rock is gone. He knows what's coming next, he has to stop him. But just as his mind races, a dude in a bloody suit screams at the crowd, like, are you blind? Can't you see he's doing a ritual? Then, a shocked, oh, rips through the air as another suit-wearing dude just charges, knife out, screaming, RAAH, as he goes for the kill. A savage kick sends a guy flying, blood exploding everywhere. The whole street just explodes into a full-blown brawl, suits flying, fists connecting, pure chaos. One guy gets absolutely shanked, the knife plunging in over and over. Meanwhile, a dude with a baseball bat just stomps on a fallen enemy, then brings the bat down with a sickening whack. Shattered and bleeding on the unforgiving asphalt, he curses his luck, wishing he hadn't taken that brutal fall from the semi-trailer. A desperate gasp rips from his throat, his body a mangled mess of blood and pain. But his torment isn't over, a menacing group of figures looms above him, their dark silhouettes a chilling omen. Their leader, a cold-eyed man in a hat, sneers down, twisting the knife by reminding him his shaman is out cold, leaving him utterly exposed. But even battered, he spits back a defiant challenge, proclaiming it's already over, for him, a bloody, desperate declaration. He clenches his jaw, a raw, guttural sound of pure defiance. Unimpressed by the injured man's defiance, the man in the hat makes his move, his hand darting inside his coat, a chilling prelude to violence. His fingers lock onto a cold hilt, a deadly grip tightening. Then, with a terrifying screech of steel, he rips a sword free, a chilling promise of agony for his helpless victim. Down but not out, he's barely conscious, a shadowy figure towering above him. His world's a dizzying mess, the pain overwhelming as he struggles to comprehend his situation. Then, a menacing step lands right beside him, a chilling reminder of who's in charge. But then, a shift. He's back, bandaged and battered, but with a shocking new look, vibrant green hair. Someone calls him Deho, and he's totally confused. Wait, didn't I beat those guys? He asks, completely baffled about his current location. He's on his feet, making it clear, he's only here to return some shoes, a debt of gratitude for his hospital bills and his daughter's meal. But the hat-wearing boss isn't buying it. He snarls, his hand gripping a hidden blade, a menacing clack sealing the deal. Then, he explodes. Get them, boys, he screams, unleashing his crew for another round of chaos. And just like that, his masked goons charge through the downpour, ready to throw down. The phone goes absolutely wild, screen cracking like a spiderweb, as a chilling tremor hits. A hand slams down, hitting answer with urgency. But the phone just keeps ringing, its blaring tone refusing to quit. The ringing blasts through the city streets, a deafening alarm in the urban chaos. The relentless ringing closes in on Jaisung Cheon, trapping him in a sonic assault amidst the roaring traffic. The call shatters him, his face twisting in pure agony, green hair plastered by the rain as his eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow. Then, a tidal wave of dark energy explodes from him, swirling with destructive force. The raw power slams him to the ground, crashing onto the asphalt as the shadowy surge intensifies. And then, the dark energy coalesces, erupting into the sky as a colossal, serpentine beast, twisting menacingly over the entire city. The colossal serpentine form, a raw manifestation of Jaisung Cheon's power, begins to take shape, dark energy violently hissing and swirling around its massive body. It wriggles and expands, its form growing larger with each passing moment, a terrifying display of raw power. Meanwhile, an unseen voice ominously warns, it's too late. Yo-Yo has already been swallowed. Don't even think about giving it any more spiritual power. Unheeding, the entity continues to writhe and shriek, its scaled body stretching further, a monstrous spectacle. Its form bulges dramatically, a clear sign of its rapid, uncontrolled growth, threatening to burst. With a guttural gurgle, its head rises, mouth opening slightly as it ascends, a truly terrifying sight. Then, black, feathery appendages begin to violently emerge from its body, gaping open as they unfurl, a new stage of its terrifying evolution. These appendages flutter, revealing themselves as fully formed, dark wings, ready for flight. With a powerful whoosh, the now winged serpentine form soars over the city, a dark omen against the night sky, its power undeniable. The energy surge intensifies, and with an explosive swish, a monstrous, shadowy wing rips into existence. The very air crackles, pulsating with raw, purple energy as the creature takes shape. Then, from the swirling darkness, a terrifying, shadowy maw with glowing purple eyes and jagged fangs bursts forth, letting out a guttural NOM. At the same instant, the massive, segmented white serpent body slams into reality with a thunderous doom. A single, piercing blue eye snaps open, as a voice filled with dread whispers, "What exactly is that deity?" The shadowy observer, their face etched with concern, muttering, "What in the world did Jaisung Cheon just summon?" The two monstrous heads, the white serpent and the shadowy beast, lock eyes and unleash a terrifying, synchronized hiss. The white serpent coils around the shadowy wings, the ultimate form of the summoned entity finally taking shape, its name echoing through the spiritual realm as Iaduxioni. From the abyss, something truly terrifying begins to take shape, a ghost of pure, unadulterated darkness. This spectral horror, driven by pure malice, grows stronger, devouring spiritual power and the very fear it creates. Its initial form, a dark, serpentine head, with a single, menacing purple eye, pierces through the veil. But it quickly shifts, a more bestial aspect solidifying, unleashing powerful claws and a terrifying gaze from its many purple eyes. The entity's body explodes outward, a segmented, dark mass, pulsating with raw, terrifying purple energy. Then, colossal, dark wings unfurl, casting an apocalyptic shadow as its true, terrifying form is finally revealed. A close-up of its monstrous head, now fully visible, reveals razor-sharp fangs and three piercing, glowing purple eyes that promise destruction. This terrifying entity had been nurtured, growing on the spiritual power Jaisung had poured into it, building to this very moment. But now, its hunger was insatiable, its eyes fixed on a new prize, it could see the grand feast laid out before it, the entire district of Uedo. The monstrous Iaduxioni fully manifests, its ethereal form twisting and expanding with terrifying power. A chilling presence settled over the world, a dark, multi-limbed shadow against the deep blue, ready to devour. And what it brought with it, was an overwhelming, soul-crushing wave of fear. This wasn't some ancient, forgotten terror, no, this was the raw, primal fear of the young. Even Jaisung Cheon, the one who conjured this nightmare, the shaman performing rituals with ghosts at the heart of this mess, is recoiling in agony, tears and blood streaking his face. But then there's the fear of Daeho and his gang, the ruthless crew who don't even flinch at impossible odds, their faces locked in grim, unyielding determination. They charge forward, a unified, unstoppable force against the unseen terror. But the true terror? The fear and despair of facing a shaman who was like an unscalable wall, his presence solidifying with a powerful, echoing clank. The shaman stands firm, his robes flowing, ready to unleash hell. Fear and anxiety consume all, a terrifying truth. Iaduxioni is a ghost that feeds on spiritual power and pure terror, a fact that cannot be overstated. Even the one who summoned it, Jaisung Cheon, is left reeling, questioning how this could be, despite planning for every single outcome. Across the city, the white-haired man clutches his head in sheer terror, screaming internally that he refuses to end up as just another casualty. The entity, Iaduxioni, fully manifests, its colossal serpentine body twisting into reality. A chilling grin spreads across its scaled visage, its electric blue eye glowing with pure, unadulterated malice. A monstrous, shadowy form lets out a guttural, desperate cry, "Ch. Chung." But the horror isn't over. A new, terrifying manifestation emerges, a colossal, tiger-like beast with three piercing purple eyes on its forehead, radiating an utterly ominous aura. That shadowy, tiger-like entity, its eyes burning with an unholy purple glow, just keeps on looming, a terrifying omen of what's about to drop. But then, out of nowhere, a colossal white snake, all black patterns and pure menace, just drops, slamming right onto that shadowy tiger. It wraps around the beast, and with a massive gush, pure energy explodes from their fusion. The snake keeps coiling, building up an insane surge of power, a dynamic swoosh of raw energy. And from that chaotic merge, a monstrous, ruined skyscraper-like entity, with the white snake still coiled around its dark, towering form, just erupts into the heavens. It absolutely owns the cityscape, its sheer size making everything else look like toys. Iaduxioni's terrifying manifestation is now complete, a dark, twisted monument of pure dread. Meanwhile, a shaman gasps in pure shock, utterly bewildered that all the spiritual power just vanished. And another guy, sharp in his suit, takes a sudden, sharp breath, his face a mask of shock and pure dread. Jaisung Cheon sprints across the rooftop. As below, a horrifying black mass begins to claw its way out. While a colossal white serpent wraps itself around a skyscraper. The black entity explodes upwards, fusing with the building, twisting it into a grotesque, ruined titan, the serpent still locked in its embrace. Jaisung Cheon stares, his eyes blown wide with pure, unadulterated terror. A bone-deep tremor seizing his entire body. Iaduxioni's monstrous form now utterly dwarfs the city, an impossible, nightmarish monument. What has unleashed itself upon Hoam is an absolute, soul-crushing dread, infecting the very core of every person. Whispers spread across the land, tales of the Iaduxioni. Legends echoing across the entire peninsula, from the heartland to the furthest shores. But here's the kicker, for all the talk, not a single tale actually describes what it looks like. It's a total enigma, a profound mystery. And the reason it's so elusive? While for others, it's a shadowy, formless blob. Or a writhing, shadowy mass that makes the water itself squirm. An ancient shaman, clad in flowing robes, lets out a disapproving tisk-tisk. Suddenly, a man's face twists in pure agony, engulfed by a powerful, surging aura. The shaman holds her ground, her eyes locked onto the unfolding horror. His eyes blaze with pure rage, his voice a thunderous roar, condemning her as pathetic, utterly worthless. The shaman's eye snaps wide open in sheer terror, a single, desperate word escaping her, "Chairman." Her composure absolutely shatters, and she frantically tries to explain, I can explain. A single tear streaks down her face as she blinks, completely overwhelmed by the crushing weight of her fear. Her vision blurs, a single eye wide with pure terror, staring into the abyss. The darkness consumes everything, a swirling void filled with ghostly motes of light. Trapped in this nightmare dimension, White Rock is isolated, the murky water clinging to her ceremonial attire. Frantically, she pleads with a nearby figure, shouting that his power was overwhelming, and they had no chance to react. Her voice rising to a shriek, she screams into the void, denying all blame and pointing fingers at the staff who failed to halt the ritual. Her eyes wide with terror, she desperately implores the attendant, demanding that he trust her words. Her desperate cries are swallowed by the encroaching dread, as her ultimate nightmare takes form, a monstrous, shadowy silhouette materializing before her. Confronted by the horrifying entity, White Rock unleashes a primal scream, her last words a desperate, echoing refusal to accept blame. Yangxiang Ma's grotesque, ancient face fills her vision, his eyes burning with malevolent, glowing power, a silent, soul-shattering condemnation. Jaizong Qion is absolutely drenched, his mind reeling from the frantic questions. What is he even saying? What did the chairman reveal? He's shaking, barely holding it together, as a voice screams at him to keep it together, just until the ritual is done. His eyes are blown wide with pure terror, as the chilling question pierces his mind. What did you see? The sheer, unadulterated horror of his vision contorts his face, leaving him utterly speechless, frozen in place. Then, a sudden, earth-shattering BWHOM makes him jump, and a desperate, almost hallucinated thought escapes him, Sergeant Kim. His eyes snap to the doorway, finding a familiar figure, and a choked "Mom" barely escapes his throat. They say fear is the ultimate weapon. It spreads, devouring everything in its path, a literal plague, manifesting as a dark, glowing silhouette against the urban sprawl. The darkness explodes, a gaping maw of terror, swallowing reality whole. The death curse ritual was going off the rails. Anyone with spiritual powers who dared to interfere was now shaking in their boots, absolutely terrified. But from the abyss of his deepest fears, a monstrous, plague-like entity was taking shape, absolutely dwarfing the city. Its terrifying form morphing into the face of Justin Lee himself. This chilling manifestation of pure dread was about to swallow everything whole. Watching the horrifying spectacle unfold, the narrator man and the white-haired man could only stare as the darkness consumed everything, knowing their defenses were absolutely worthless. The white-haired man, his face a mask of pure desperation, muttered that they needed a way to break this insane stalemate, and fast. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion's mother, trapped in this nightmarish vision, was shaking uncontrollably, her only thought, her family's safety. Back with the observers, the spreading darkness suddenly struck. A shadowy hand snatched the white-haired man, who screamed, pleading for his life. The attack left him absolutely wrecked, his face now a mess of bandages and fresh, bloody wounds. Consumed by the encroaching darkness, his leadership shattered, the white-haired man is hauled up by his determined ally. He tumbles, a casualty of the escalating terror. His face, a canvas of bruises and bandages, screams of the brutal impact, a direct consequence of the shaman of sudden death unleashing his ritual, Jaizong Qion's voice cutting through the chaos. I see you, sir. But that's not the only problem. The manifestation of Justin Lee rages on, decimating everyone in its path. They're outnumbered. The narrator man knows they can't breach the manifestation's defenses, as more bodies pile up. The pavement runs red, a brutal testament to the carnage. With a grunt, he lifts the injured man, evacuating him from the hellscape. He keeps moving, past another casualty, desperate to escape. He's hit. A brutal blow sends him flying, blood exploding from his face as he crashes down, completely out of the fight. Barely conscious, he gasps, knowing this is all the chairman's twisted game, a fight they're already losing. He can't even process it, the sheer power of the chairman's attack is just too much. And just like that, he's done for. Total chaos. The street is a graveyard, bodies everywhere, proof of the manifestation's insane power. Out of nowhere, Daeho gets rocked. Blood explodes on his mask as he's thrown back, caught off guard. He grabs his chest, agony ripping through him, a raw scream tearing from his throat. It's a shocker, but he snaps back fast, knowing he has to go all out, right here, right now. No more holding back, Jaizong is about to unleash hell. Even after taking a brutal hit, the shaman of sudden death is still in the fight. A worried bystander checks on him, asking if he's okay. But he's not out yet. He ignores the pain, standing tall before a makeshift altar, ready to unleash a ritual. Bloodied but unbroken, he closes his eyes, channeling his power in the heart of the city. With an explosive surge of resolve, he starts to raise his hand. He brushes the blood aside, and his eyes blaze with an infernal, crimson glow. The power builds. And with a chilling resolve, he declares, "Finish it." But the fear manifestation isn't going down without a fight. Its shadowy tendrils writhe and tug, fighting back. But Jaizung Cheon isn't backing down. He raises both hands, channeling a blinding, pure white energy, ready to unleash his ultimate attack. Out of the void, the colossal white fear manifestation bursts forth, its segmented body twisting into existence. Its piercing blue eyes lock onto him, and the serpentine head strikes, unleashing a furious hiss directly at Jaizung Cheon's shadowy form. But he doesn't flinch, just stares up, a pure black silhouette against the chaotic backdrop. The fear manifestation thrashes, its colossal body twisting and turning, a furious, desperate dance of raw power against the unyielding shaman. But in a flash, Jaizung Cheon unleashes a devastating blow, splitting the writhing entity clean in half, its form ripping apart with a sickening flinch. The manifestation shatters, and an invisible force violently yanks him skyward, the very air ripping apart as he rockets up. He lands on a glowing, grid-like platform, staring down into a mind-bending, endless abyss. Below, the city lights stretch out, a dazzling, blurred tapestry, a world away beneath him. And then, with a silent whoosh, Jaizung Cheon is falling, plunging at insane speeds towards the city lights. His vision blurs, the world around him a dark, indistinct haze, as the impact of his fall registers. Blood streaks across his face, a testament to the brutal descent. With a slow, painful effort, he manages to blink, trying to clear his sight. Elsewhere, or perhaps in a memory, Jaizung Cheon, clad in his shaman's robe, unloads a large, intricately patterned object from the back of a truck, letting it fall with a soft thud. His hand reaches out towards a table laden with offerings, a ritualistic gesture in a different time. Meanwhile, the financial world reels as Hoam Construction's once impregnable stock price crashes, plummeting by over 21%, sending shockwaves through the market. Justin Lee and his white-haired associate watch the devastating figures flash across the screen, their faces etched with disbelief. The trading floor descends into chaos, a maelstrom of desperate activity. From his private office, Justin Lee screams into the phone, demanding that everything be sold, desperate to salvage what he can from the wreckage. Hoam wasn't just crashing, it was a full-blown implosion. Subsidiaries, partners, everything was being dumped, leaving everyone stunned, asking how a titan of construction could just disappear overnight. You'd think some epic disaster hit, right? Maybe their projects just crumbled, leaving a massive mess behind. Or maybe the whole real estate market just tanked, dragging them into the abyss. Even a massive corruption scandal in some redevelopment project could be the culprit, but get this, the real disaster that crushed Hoam had nothing to do with any of that. As the news breaks, a suited man freaks out, yelling about how insane it is that the stock crashed so fast, totally cursing the whole mess. Then the real bombshell drops. Breaking news announces the arrest of Hoam Group's chairman Ma Yangxiang, cuffed alongside a bunch of masked guys. The hammer finally dropped on Chairman Yangxiang Ma, Justin Lee himself, as prosecutors swooped in, arresting him for massive embezzlement and sealing Hoam Construction's fate. He wasn't just a problem, he was the catastrophe, the ultimate disaster that brought Hoam Construction crashing down. And hold on, because there's more. Gwangjung Kim, the CEO of Hoam Group, dropped a bombshell, exposing how Chairman Ma had strong-armed the board into shady dealings. As the company teetered on the brink, a flood of Hoam employees turned whistleblower. It was every man for himself as insiders scrambled to save their own skins, blowing the lid off Chairman Ma's corruption, from illegal family fund transfers to sabotaging rivals, all just to make it out alive. And get this, whispers started circulating that Hoam Construction's very roots were tied to a massive, nationwide crime syndicate. It was a brutal realization, sacrificing Ma was their only shot at making it out alive. Then, a sudden blink, and everything changed. He stared up, a chilling thought hitting him, this ceiling was completely alien. Jaizung Cheon's eyes flutter open, his mind reeling from a deep, dark sleep. He'd fought, he'd won, but now he's back in the land of the living, wondering what fresh hell awaits. He's in a hospital, but he's not alone. Next to him, another patient, a green-haired man, is also on the mend, a silent companion in recovery. The green-haired man cuts through the quiet, demanding to know why Jaizung Cheon is back in his place. Still half asleep, Jaizung Cheon can only muster one question back, was he injured? The green-haired man brushes off his own wounds, telling Jaizung Cheon not to sweat it, the damage is already done. Jaizung Cheon drops a bombshell, he heard the green-haired man was in a coma while he was healing, and he even got payback for him. A beat of silence hangs in the air, then the green-haired man just says, thanks. He then voices a wish for them to stick together for the long haul, a feeling Jae Cheon clearly reciprocates. The green-haired man nods, but then drops a dose of reality. Jobs are tough to find in this economy, and he's not talking about employment, he's talking about survival. Still recovering, Jae Cheon hears his green-haired ally lay it all out, a powerful plea to stay together, to fight side by side, and to never face pain or illness again. Rising to meet his gaze, Jae Cheon's response is immediate and unwavering, a solid yes to their shared future. Their solemn pact is instantly broken by a jarring thud and a slam from the corridor, then the urgent tap 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 of someone rushing closer. The door rattles open, and a blur of motion, two schoolgirls, a man in a jacket, and more, zooms into the hallway, their gazes locked onto the scene inside. His eyes flash with surprise as the white-haired girl's voice cuts through the air, a desperate shout of Jae-sung, and the entire group swarms towards him. The room erupts. Everyone's shouting Jae Cheon's name, a wave of panic washing over them as he just sits there, surrounded. The scene shifts. Jae Cheon, still in his sleepwear, is now facing a silver-haired woman and a suited man, and the woman drops a bombshell, demanding to know if she is actually dead. The pressure is immense. Justin Lee, Cheolgan, and the white-haired enforcer are all there, eyes locked on Jae Cheon, and someone just tells him to breathe in this suffocating atmosphere. The suited guy from before gets right up in his face, his expression giving nothing away, while Jae Cheon just takes it all in, the tension palpable. Time jump. Now in a slick suit, Jae Cheon stands, back to someone off-screen, who nervously calls him boss. He stares at his phone, a steely resolve in his voice, proclaiming he regrets nothing, no matter the fallout, even if it all goes public on TV. His eyes hold steady, a fierce resolve burning within them, a silent testament to the massive choice he's made. He remembers the dire predictions. They said the target's share price would have to absolutely tank, or Hoam Investments was going down in flames. Meanwhile, a sharp-looking woman with a killer white streak in her hair is furiously tapping away on her phone. The screen flashes a devastating blow to Hoam Construction. Trading for this stock has been temporarily suspended. The message screams across the display, confirming the market's total shutdown. He just stares at his own device, a cool, unbothered look on his face. Then a subtle, confident smirk spreads across his features. The woman is absolutely ecstatic, practically shouting, "You knocked it out of the park." Her phone reveals the insane truth. Hoam Construction's stock price exploded, jumping 30% in a single day. With a triumphant pump of her fist, she declares, and it's all going to crash and burn once they lift those emergency brakes. In a hospital bed, he gets the intel from his associate. The mission was a total success. A slight smirk crosses his face as he replies, "Good to hear." His partner then adds, recognizing the insane difficulty, "That was way too close. But you pulled it off, Jae-sung." She stares at him, her face giving nothing away. Then playfully ruffles his hair. With a smug grin, she declares, "You absolutely crushed them all by yourself." Spinning around to exit, she quips with a smirk, "My bad for interrupting your little moment." Pure glee radiates from her as she walks off. Her grin stretching ear to ear as she eagerly calculates their winnings, asking, "So, how much did Golden Cross Investments rake in from this?" With a triumphant grin, she declares their absolute win, proclaiming that the big players are now dancing to their tune. From his hospital bed, Jae Cheon, ever the strategist, coolly confirms the game is on. Elsewhere, Cheolgan, still in his hospital gear, pores over a tablet, calculating that if the stock price tanks, it's only going to crash harder. Across the city, Justin Lee and his white-haired associate are reeling from the disaster, with Justin conceding they got off easy compared to the others caught in the crossfire, as the white-haired man lets out a frustrated snort. Back at the winner's circle, she, now relaxed, coolly states that their pay is irrelevant, her eyes fixed on the bigger picture. She then confronts Cheolgan, demanding to know what's up and if he's not hyped about his bonus, a mischievous glint in her eye. He lets out a shocked gasp, utterly taken aback. The hospital ward is a scene of devastation, filled with the unconscious bodies of those caught in the crossfire, a stark reminder of the operation's brutal efficiency. Later, in a sleek office, Cheolgan and his associate, now in sharp suits, strategize over a massive table, their expressions grim with anticipation for the next phase. Across town, Justin Lee, the white-haired man, and Gwangjung Kim are locked in a tense meeting with their executives, their expressions a clear testament to the catastrophic financial hit they've just taken. Cheolgan drops a bombshell, claiming he's not in it for the cash, leaving Jae Cheon totally bewildered. With a sly grin, he reveals the shocking truth: the payout is so massive, they can't even pull it all out at once. Jae Cheon's jaw practically hits the floor, his brain short-circuiting trying to grasp the insane amount of money they just made. Cheolgan then points to the paperwork, signaling it's time to lock in their epic win. They both grab the yellow slip. And with a flourish, they sign on the dotted line. Later, Jaisung Cheon, rocking a fresh varsity jacket, stares at the folded paper, the sheer magnitude of his new wealth finally hitting him. A soft rustle accompanies his contemplation, as he clutches the tangible proof of his insane success. At a wild party with the crew, Jaisung Cheon throws the document in the air, screaming about the insane money and officially declaring himself filthy rich. Footsteps hit, and the talk immediately shifts to the insane money, questioning if they'd even pay it all in cash. He just stares, a slight frown on his face, as the other guy drops the bomb. This is only a fraction of what the company pulled from the operation. Cheolgon, with the whole crew around, takes the thanks but quickly sets the record straight. This cash isn't from some deal, it's a payment for their market dominance. Jaisung Cheon, still reeling from the sheer scale, just shrugs, saying all he did was perform the ritual. He pushes back, saying he didn't invest or declare war, it was all Cheolgon, his boss, who made it happen. Cheolgon, raising his glass, beams, genuinely thrilled that everything actually worked out. Then, he locks eyes with Jaisung Cheon, saying he gets why everyone likes him, but quickly adds, "You're no pushover." Jaisung Cheon's face softens, taking in a compliment, and he thinks of Cheolgon as a truly solid, kind person. Cheolgon, glass still in hand, then leans in, hinting he's got something big to propose to Jaisung Cheon. Justin Lee, oozing confidence, drops a bombshell offer on Jaisung Cheon, not just a bonus, but a piece of Golden Cross Investments itself. He lays out his grand vision, declaring, "I don't want a shaman who just follows orders. I want us to rise as partners." The two stand face to face, a silent pact forming as Jaisung Cheon processes the sheer magnitude of the offer. Fast forward, the grim Seoul detention center dominates the skyline. And Jaisung Cheon is there, staring through the bars into a cell. Inside, Justin Lee sits, back turned, in a plain robe. A sharp clack cuts the air as the white-haired man looms over Justin Lee, the tension in the room palpable. Elsewhere, Cheolgon lets out a quiet huff, lost in thought behind his desk. And Jaisung Cheon, back to us, whispers one chilling word, darkness. An underling bows low, desperately pleading his innocence, swearing he never snitched or worked with the cops. He doubles down, arguing that if he'd been a traitor, he'd never have shown up to meet Attorney Yun. But Gwangjung Kim, his superior, just cuts him off with a chilling, "I know." Elsewhere, Cheolgon is seething, venting about how he never got the bail he was promised, forced to pay it himself while playing whistleblower for the police. His jaw clenches, a silent, furious grind. He slams his fist, raging that they wouldn't even save him personally, but vows that even a toothless tiger still has its deadly claws. Cutting back to the underling, he's still groveling, desperately reminding his boss that he was their loyal man, the one who knew their true power. His desperate plea ends with a meek, "Why yes, sir." Gwangjung Kim's voice slices through the air, admitting the underling's loyalty but still pinning the blame on him for this whole mess, then drops a bone-chilling, "Nonetheless." A shadowy figure in a dark suit, hat pulled low, pledges his absolute loyalty, ready to execute any command. He lays out the targets, naming them, the Shaman of Sudden Death and the CEO of Golden Cross Investments. A chilling voice, seething with rage, orders a death curse on them, vowing that no one who dares humiliate him will ever escape. Gwangjung Kim, deep in thought, seethes over what was stolen, a lifetime's work, and now he's ready to take everything back, and then some. The underling, hat still shadowing his face, starts to speak, a single, hesitant word. He warns his superior about a sacred rule that every shaman in Uedo must obey. His gaze drops as he declares that anyone who dares break that rule will face utter destruction. Meanwhile, Cheolgon is locked away in a prison cell, his eyes fixed on an unseen future, trapped behind cold steel. No way out. It's them or his family, a brutal choice he has to make. But his own spiritual power isn't enough. He barks, "Do the ritual. You're my weapon, so get it done." Even trying a death curse on the Shaman of Sudden Death is almost impossible, the very thought making something rattle ominously. He just stands there, deep in thought. Then it hits him, there's a way to temporarily supercharge a shaman's power. It's called a starvation jar, and it's filled with something sinister. But while Gwangjung Kim plots, Cheolgon is already trapped, tied up in a chilling, desolate room. Gwangjung Kim grips the starvation jar, his eyes locked on the dark liquid within. Cheolgon still stuck in his cell, a guard looming, the door clearly marked, "Detention Facility." Now two guards watch him, making sure he's not going anywhere. A sudden, powerful slam rips through the silence. And we're instantly transported to the sleek, imposing Hoam Investments building, the ultimate arena for the elite. But the real action is inside, where a lavish table is set for a secret gathering. And Gwangjung Kim is there, alongside a mysterious, hat-clad figure, surveying the shadowy chamber. Then, with a subtle click, the shaman presses a seal, igniting arcane red symbols across the wall. While a trove of ancient talismans, etched with cryptic signs, awaits on an elaborate tray. The shaman reveals the insane struggle to acquire them, declaring, I had to go through all kinds of trouble to get one. He elaborates on the desperate lengths, revealing, there was nothing in the country, so I had to pay a smuggler to smuggle one into the country. Then, with a gentle stir, the shaman begins to mix the talismans, kicking off the ritual. The ritual kicks off with a horrifying reveal, the starvation jar, made from an infant. This is next-level dark magic. His eyes practically burning, Jae Cheon can't believe they've gone this far, crossing every single line. Meanwhile, Jung Kim is practically crumbling, the gravity of this whole mess hitting him hard. But the shaman pushes on with the dark ritual, fully aware that anyone who crosses this line is doomed to retribution, because this kind of evil is too much even for a god of darkness. The talismans practically scream in his hand, and he knows the stakes. Best case, he's permanently messed up, worst case, he's dead from a fatal illness. But he has to do this, because if he doesn't, he's dead, and it's not just him, everyone he cares about is going down with him. The sheer cruelty of this man, the one who dares to perform this ritual, is more terrifying than any divine retribution. Jae Cheon, with an iron will, states, I will do this alone. He knows the stakes are impossibly high, that his entire crew and everyone he cares about are on the line. But Jung Kim, his face etched with worry, warns him, you need to leave this room, if you want to survive. But Jae Cheon ignores the plea, initiating the ritual by spinning a dark, circular object on the floor. The object gaining an unsettling, hypnotic momentum. Then, from the ritual's dark core, a grotesque, multi-headed monstrosity with frantic wings and piercing squeals begins to tear its way into reality, its horrifying presence filling the air. Jae Cheon, with a practiced, swift motion, brings a hat down, a sharp wish cutting through the tension. The circular ritual object now lies ominously still, its center a gaping void of impenetrable darkness, a chilling testament to the unleashed power. Then, a chilling, drawn-out cry rips through the air, a terrifying sound confirming the ritual's dark success. A chilling, desperate cry rips through the silence. A raw, agonizing sound. Then, a sickening gush of blood explodes into view, painting the unseen with crimson. Only to be met with another heart-wrenching wah. The agonizing cries persist. While a slow, horrifying trickle of blood begins its descent. The sound of pure anguish refusing to cease. A final, desperate wah echoes, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. A desperate cry rips through the air, then another, chilling you to the bone. A hunched figure, hidden by a massive hat, violently retches, the sound absolutely gut-wrenching. Then another agonizing cry erupts, adding to the relentless chorus of desperate wails that consume the oppressive space. A muffled groan of pure agony erupts, the figure's arm twisting as they writhe in torment. A sharp, guttural cry of pain explodes, their lower body convulsing violently. The cries of distress just keep coming. Each one a brutal testament to unbearable suffering. As an overwhelming, deafening chorus of wah absolutely floods the air, a final, desperate plea for release. Horrifying wails pierce the silence, challenging you to confront the unspeakable process of crafting an infant starvation jar. The first, chilling step, snatching an innocent infant, ripped from their world. Before they could even taste their mother's milk, their fate sealed. Then, a twisted feast begins, milk from mother and cow, rich porridge laced with potent herbs to fatten them up. Once they're plump, their bellies distended and ripe for the next stage. The cruel starvation begins. No water, no mercy. The relentless starvation grinds on, met only by agonizing squeals. Resist the urge to feed. Be utterly ruthless, even as the haunting wah, wah echoes. The infant's face twists in pure agony, gasping for every last breath. Right before they're about to drop, a chilling voice reveals, they're prepped and slathered with the very same honey milk porridge they used to eat. A figure meticulously force-feeds the emaciated infant. Their raw, desperate hunger becoming the absolute core of the starvation jar. Then, the tiny thing will claw its way into the jar with every ounce of its fading power. With a final, desperate push, squeezing itself inside. Once it's in, the jar is slammed shut. Hands ruthlessly seal the lid. And the completed starvation jar, a truly grotesque horror, is finally revealed. And just like that, the most terrifying ritual tool ever conceived is born, crafted from pure, unadulterated malice. Then, a monstrous, shadowy vortex explodes into being, swallowing a helpless figure whole. But then, Jae Cheon cuts the tension, shutting down all the serious talk with a decisive declaration. He then proposes they all go out for an epic meal to celebrate their brand new partnership. Someone practically screams in shock and awe, realizing they're holding the CEO's corporate card. The crew heads out, but Jae Cheon bails on the drinks, while Cheolgon hypes everyone up, the unnamed female associate jokes about getting wasted, and Jung Kim drops a cryptic, super-fast crystal. Then, a lightning-fast blur slices through the air. That sinister, dark energy from earlier erupts once more, now crackling with menacing red particles. At a high-stakes social gathering, the blonde-haired man casually asks if omakase is even different from regular sushi, while Jaisung Cheon, ever the professional, coolly declines a drink, admitting he hasn't had omakase in ages. But as the pleasantries continue, a sinister, murky liquid begins to churn, a small, unsettling splash breaking the surface tension. The ominous dark mass continues its unsettling boil, a deep, guttural sound echoing from its depths. Then, with an explosive surge, a terrifying column of dark energy violently erupts from the abyss. Meanwhile, back at the party, the blonde-haired man, ever the strategist, suggests they head to Haru's place. It's the best, and totally private, he insists, as a subtle, almost unnoticed shimmer of power flickers past. He then drops a bombshell, mentioning a super-fast crystal, which immediately prompts another associate to urgently ask for help extracting it from the warehouse, emphasizing it's no ordinary crystal. Jaisung Cheon, unfazed, cuts through the tension, telling Haru she's just making things worse and to stop acting so cheap, just as the dark energy violently surges upward again. The ominous black energy continues its relentless, terrifying ascent, twisting into a monstrous, shadowy column that pierces the void. Oblivious to the terrifying supernatural escalation, the entire group, Jaisung Cheon, the blonde-haired man, Haru, and Cheolgan, stands together, seemingly wrapping up their intense discussion. A sudden, bone-deep shudder rips through him. An oppressive darkness looming closer. Forcing his head to snap around, eyes blown wide with shock. He gasps, staring down at a horrifying, baby-like stone figure. The oblivious masses mill around, but a select few. The grotesque, shadowy idol radiating pure malevolence. Only those with true spiritual sight could grasp the terrifying reality of what lay before them. It's a death curse, the woman beside him exclaims, her voice trembling with horror. Jaisung Cheon freezes, the chilling revelation hitting him like a physical blow. The truth hits her like a truck, a name screaming in her head, Justin Lee. Out of the three who felt that death curse, she knows Hoam Investments is done for. They just crossed the ultimate line. Unbelievable. They actually broke the sacred rule of Yudo just for some petty revenge. Gritting her teeth, she's gotta get rid of this annoying problem, like, yesterday. But then, her resolve hardens, she just needs to keep Jaisung Cheon safe until they get there. Elsewhere, Cheolgan squares up to Justin Lee, furious, asking what's up with him and if he forgot something back at the office. Cheolgan's hand slams onto his shoulder, and a voice barks at Justin Lee to freeze. Don't you dare move. Justin Lee stops dead, glancing back over his shoulder, a quiet thud echoing his abrupt halt. Suddenly, the entire structure starts to give way. Metal groans and clunks. And then, with a terrifying JRREAK, bars snap and twist. Thick cables violently snap. A piercing SCRECH as more metal rips apart. The whole place is collapsing. A massive clunk and SCRECH as it all falls into the abyss, glowing particles everywhere. In the middle of this disaster, the unnamed female associate stares down at Jaisung Cheon, who's flat on the ground. The message is clear, one wrong move, and it's game over. Elsewhere, Justin Lee, caught red-handed, faces off against Gwangjung Kim, shouting their names. The dark-haired man warns them, the situation is volatile, anything could go down right now. Cheolgan, now with Jaisung Cheon, pulls him close, a clear command in his voice, stay with me, Jaisung. The world was tearing itself apart, and then, from the heavens, a monstrous, rock-hard entity came crashing down. Smashing into the water below with a bone-shattering crack and a monstrous blurgh, the impact alone was enough to shake the very foundations of reality. In a flash of desperate resolve, the unnamed female associate whipped out a tiny bottle, a last-ditch effort. She had a legendary talisman from Monk Sangmyeong for the real emergencies, but this little vial was all she had now. She unleashed it, a desperate prayer on her lips, and the bottle exploded in a blinding blaze of raw spiritual power. But it wasn't enough. The sheer power was overwhelming, and a single, disbelieving thought cut through the maelstrom, what? Dark particles swirled around her, a chilling realization dawning, the creature's spiritual power had utterly crushed the talisman's desperate magic. The protective barrier, already pushed to its limits, began to spiderweb with cracks, threatening to give way. Then, with a deafening shatter, the barrier exploded inward, leaving Jaisung Cheon utterly exposed and stunned. He plunged through the shattered glass and debris, but Cheolgan was already there, lunging to catch him. Still free-falling, he's caught in the maelstrom with the female associate, the barrier's destruction a deafening roar. But just as all hope seems lost, Cheolgan swoops in, snatching him from the fall, as a creepy rock creature glares down from above. His eyes, burning with shock and a creeping dread, lock onto the bizarre entity. The creature expands, its rocky mass growing immense, its red eyes blazing with an eerie power. A cold truth hits him, the creature's aura sparking a forgotten memory, a chilling whisper in his head, and the blue bears the ghost of craving. He chokes, the words forming a terrifying question, "Oh. Is this what I get?" Blood streams from his face as the crushing weight of his past sins hits him, for setting death curses on others. The creature's face, a silent, judging horror, seems to scream his worst fears, silent is the white. Crushed by the truth, he screams in pure agony, silent is the night. No. The unnamed female associate bolts, but a chilling memory cuts through the chaos, a voice from the past screaming, I warned them, over and over. Meanwhile, the monstrous antler creature, the very heart of this nightmare, throbs with an ominous red light, a terrifying beacon of forgotten sins. A sudden flashback hits, the unnamed female associate, humbled, kneels before a powerful shaman elder, her spirit perhaps already broken. Namjian, her face a mask of deep worry, remembers her desperate warnings, I beg them, again and again, stop tearing each other apart with these curses. Her voice, filled with a chilling prophecy, rings out, unleash these curses, and this world will become nothing but a slaughterhouse. A heavy sigh escapes her, the crushing weight of human folly evident, but it's always the same, humans just forget, don't they, Namjian? The shaman elder's hand glows, a mystical energy surging forth, ready to raise something profound from the kneeling figure. A fist tightens, knuckles white, a raw display of sheer will or agonizing torment. Back in the present, Jaizong Cheon is still reeling, utterly consumed by his torment, as two mysterious figures, one green-haired and one blonde, loom silently over him. A shadowy, formless entity thrashes violently, radiating pure struggle. As the chaotic energy erupts, the unnamed female associate stares up, her gaze piercing the turmoil. A realization hits, they've arrived just in the nick of time. Her stoic expression holds as the truth is laid bare, it's the occult information squad of the Financial Regulatory Service. Their target is unmistakable, the towering HoAM Investments building. A crisp ding announces the elevator's arrival. The doors hiss open with a mechanical whir, unveiling the green-haired man and the blonde-haired man, ready for action. A powerful voice booms, proclaiming the arrival of the Curse Regulation Division. Taking a firm step, the green-haired man strides out, prepared for anything. Jaizong Cheon is on the move, leading a squad of sharp-suited agents through the corporate labyrinth, his gaze locked on the mission ahead. The Occult Enforcement Squad of the Financial Supervisory Service, a specialized unit, was mobilizing. Their target, the massive HoAM Investments building, a corporate fortress. Inside, an elevator door sealed shut, carrying its occupants to their destiny. With a soft whir, the doors split open. Revealing a determined foot stepping out, as a voice announced, Division is here. A squad of agents, led by Jaizong Cheon, stormed out of the elevator, their presence demanding attention. Jaizong Cheon, blindfolded and in a sharp blue suit, exuded quiet authority, flanked by his elite agents. Because the Financial Supervisory Service wasn't just a watchdog, it was the ultimate authority, even over the occult. Their reach extended to powerful entities like Golden Cross Investments, another formidable corporate giant in their sights. Back in the early 2000s, when corporations were slinging death curses around like candy, the Financial Supervisory Service had to step in and create the Curse Regulation Division. This was it, the headquarters, the Curse Regulation Bureau itself. The whole damn district of Uedo was thrown into absolute chaos when death curse rituals first hit the corporate scene, the city ringing with the sounds of dark magic. At first, these curses were just corporate warfare, aimed only at other companies. But the clanging, the spiritual warfare, it just kept escalating. But then things got real ugly. Shamans started going after actual business owners and politicians. A shaman, decked out in traditional gear and clutching a ritual dagger, was at the heart of it all, their power spreading. And the results? Pure carnage, like this blood-soaked portrait of some big-shot businessman. Soon, the death curses spiraled out of control, causing a catastrophic loss of life and capital. News headlines screamed about a shipbuilding CEO and his family wiped out in a plane crash. And the mysterious deaths of powerful figures like MP Byong-jin-do and an executive director, all pointing to a dark, hidden force behind the chaos. The Financial Supervisory Service, reeling from the escalating crisis, actually thought about outright banning death curse rituals with new laws. But after intense debate among the top brass, they decided against it. Instead, they went for a radical new plan, establishing the Curse Regulation Division, officially launched to tackle these supernatural threats head-on. And to power this critical new division, they started recruiting. Hunting down the most powerful shamans of the age with one mission, to stop the shamans of Uedo from ever casting death curses again. And one such shaman, a man with vibrant green hair, stood ready, his fist clenching with fierce resolve. A clear sign that they had to respect the ancient, terrifying powers they were now trying to control. The market's collapse is a slow burn, but when shamans get involved, things escalate fast. Jaizong Cheon, ever the enigma, is right there in the thick of it. His hand clenches around a sheathed blade, a dark, menacing energy practically radiating from it. He walks right into a room choked by that dark power, a sinister red glow hinting at something truly evil lurking inside. Elsewhere, Gwangjung Kim is getting absolutely wrecked by the death curse, clutching his chest, the dark energy visibly tearing him apart. He drops to his knees, groaning and puking his guts out, the curse absolutely destroying him. Justin Lee, the mastermind behind the curse, just watches, totally unfazed, muttering about how the death curse is brutal, but the sheer amount of dark energy here is enough to make you want to keep a starvation jar. Back at the office, some guy warns Jaizung Cheon, telling him he needs to be super careful out there. But Jaizung Cheon isn't listening to warnings, he just whips out a small, ornate banner, and declares, "Raise the war banners." With absolute determination, he vows, he's going to smash through in one swift move and cut that divine tether. The ancient war banners of the Blue Waters and Red Gates were unfurled, their powerful call reverberating through the very air. Two figures, poised and ready, joined the powerful chant, answering the call with unwavering resolve. Then, from the heavens, Jaizung Cheon plunged downward, a blinding blue aura exploding around him as he unleashed his raw spiritual power. He moved with an explosive burst of speed. He plunged into a shadowy, oppressive chamber where a sinister talisman dangled from a cord, the very anchor of the death curse. Gwangjung Kim lay trapped within, engulfed by a suffocating purple haze, as Jaizung Cheon charged the curse's manifestation, his spiritual blade blazing with righteous fury. His gaze locked onto the talisman, instantly identifying it as the shaman's ritual tool, the very lifeline of the curse. With a lightning-fast, decisive strike, he brought his blazing blade down, slicing through the cord. The entire room immediately buckled and warped, erupting in a furious red energy as the curse screamed in protest at its severed tether. He fights back, his voice raw with defiance, screaming that this curse won't get rid of him easily, not after everything he's been through. Blood splatters across his face, but he doubles down, refusing to break. Then, with a terrifying wish, the curse explodes from Gwangjung Kim, his face twisting in pure agony as raw, red energy pulses out. The dark energy twists and churns, forming a horrifying swarm of insectoid monsters that fill the air. But Jaizung Cheon, in his shamanic gear, stands ready, his eyes locked on the monstrous swarm, ready to strike. A single glowing insectoid monster lunges with a sharp swing, its body crackling with dark power. No hesitation. Jaizung Cheon unleashes his spiritual power, a blinding blue aura exploding around him as he charges, his weapon blazing. Then, with a devastating slash, he carves through the monster, blue spiritual energy ripping it to shreds. Blinding blue energy continues to erupt from him, as he unleashes a relentless assault on the rest of the swarm. With a face twisted in pure determination, he unleashes a torrent of spiritual energy, a blazing blue aura erupting around him as he condemns the curse, a metallic swing echoing his power. His voice booms with absolute authority, a chilling command for the malevolent force to vanish back into the void. Then, in a flash of speed, he draws his blade, spiritual energy instantly coiling around the weapon. The blue light explodes, forming a shimmering grid that slams down on Gwangjung Kim, pinning him to the ground under the shaman's immense power. A devastating slash rips through the very air. The spiritual blade finishes its deadly arc, leaving brilliant blue light streaking behind it. Gwangjung Kim's body collapses, hitting the ground with a heavy flop. Below him, the floor itself cracks and glows with residual blue energy, a stark crack marking the sheer power unleashed. Just moments later, Cheolgan and his female associate are already standing over the fallen chairman, Cheolgan barking urgent orders, "Get the chairman to the emergency room, life support, now." And Jaizung Cheon. "Keep him calm, secure him, and bring him straight to headquarters." Cheolgan, ever the meticulous one, kneels to inspect a mysterious yellow envelope, with Jaizung Cheon still incapacitated nearby, under the watchful eye of his associate. The associate keeps a close eye on Jaizung Cheon, who's now sitting up, restrained, his eyes fixed on the floor. Boom! A massive surge of spiritual energy explodes outwards, bathing everything in an intense, otherworldly blue light. The power goes wild, swirling around Jaizung Cheon as his eyes blaze with an eerie blue. He's locked onto something below, and the chilling cries of "Mommy! Mommy!" rip through the air, emanating from the very core of the spiritual storm. Then, a terrifying, jagged mass of pure darkness rips into existence, a chilling counterpoint to the blue. "I'm so hungry," he roars, devouring the encroaching darkness as it crumbles into nothingness. The dark particles fssh away from him, leaving him momentarily frozen as his associate stares, utterly stunned. And then, with a soft flop, he just drops. Unconscious. His associate lets out a shaky, "We're saved." The sharp click of her heels echoes as she rushes to Jaizung Cheon, who's barely conscious, letting out a weak muffle. He's down, bloodied and broken, as she desperately tries to help him, surrounded by the grim faces of Cheolgan and his crew. His eyes are wide with shock and pain, blood streaming from his face, a silent, furious "darn it" echoing in his mind. She frantically checks his pulse and breathing, it's a total mess. That attack was lightning fast, barely a moment. Her face twists with raw worry. But this wasn't just any hit, he was slammed by immense spiritual power, leaving him gasping and gurgling. "Ambulance," she screams, her voice piercing the tension. Call an ambulance. Hurry, now, she yells, her panic rising. As the ambulance finally arrives and they load Jaisung Cheon, she confronts the paramedics, demanding, "The guardian, please." Who's the guardian? She's right there, watching Jaisung Cheon get rushed through the hospital, his body completely out cold. Her mind is screaming, begging him not to crash again. Even though the docs found zero injuries. And said he was actually in perfect health. The brutal reality is, he hasn't woken up since that whole incident. Now, in the silent hospital room, she's just standing there, a fruit basket ignored. Just waiting for anything to happen. She's all ears as Cheolgan drops the bombshell. "I was trying to get intel on the starvation jar, the one Hoam Investments used." He presses on, his eyes locked on her, but he's totally out of it. "And you're the team lead at Golden Cross Investments, right?" She shoots back, a hint of frustration in her voice. "You might not recall, but we've actually crossed paths before." He pauses, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Really?" A subtle rattle accompanies his movement, and she clarifies, "Yeah, back when my old CEO was under investigation for shady dealings with Master Kim. You were the one who came in to clean up the mess." Later, the soft beep of a hospital monitor accompanies her as she sits by Jaisung Cheon, sighing, "Anyway, there's something I need to ask you." Her voice tightens with frustration. "Did the cursed shaman who used the starvation jar know Hoam was behind Jaisung Cheon's curse? Or did you just not care about the victims and let them get away with it?" Cheolgan's face remains impassive as he states, "Look, the Curse Regulation Division has zero protocols for dealing with death curse shamans." Her heels click softly as she strides away, the conversation leaving her with nothing but a bitter taste and unanswered questions. She snaps, demanding he repeat himself, eyes blazing as she challenges him to look her in the face. But he's not backing down, firing back with a reminder of the boy's condition, and how her own clairvoyance instantly pinpointed the Uedo ritual. A chilling vision flashes, a shadowy shaman kneeling, deep in a forbidden ritual before an ancient, towering altar. He pushes, asking if she means Jaisung Cheon, the Hoam Investments shaman in a coma, or maybe even a death curse shaman who's been cursed himself. Cheolgan's voice hardens, declaring his absolute opposition to death curse shamans and their dark dealings in Uedo. A sudden, stark realization dawning on her as his words cut through the air. He doubles down, his conviction unwavering: no shaman, under any circumstances, should ever step foot in Uedo. Because for him, the market is sacred, stock prices must rise and fall based solely on a company's raw performance. Not by any mysterious powers, he clarifies, that's his unwavering belief. The unnamed female associate just stands there, cigarette dangling, lost in thought by the window. He keeps going, laying out his vision. Everyone would be shocked if things went his way, and then they'd all just revert to being normal shamans. Living their lives as the ultimate bridge between the dead, the soul, and the gods themselves. But that? He just waves it off, not happening anytime soon. Because those death-cursed shamans, the ones who got rich off pure chaos, they've already let their greed run wild. Until that day, people like him will keep existing as a bare minimum safety net. And yeah, it's a real shame that young shaman got hit with a death curse. From this moment, Cheolgan declares, shamans are banned from Uedo, to ensure no forbidden rituals ever take root there again. The unnamed female associate immediately drops to her knees. It was just a misunderstanding, she desperately pleads, you don't have to punish him like this. Jaisung Cheon is out cold in a hospital bed, doctors are stumped, finding zero physical issues, yet he just won't wake up. He's just, out. And his associate is convinced it's gotta be some kind of spiritual curse, but she's totally clueless about the source. But Cheolgan cuts in, dropping a chilling reminder, every shaman in Uedo is terrified of the Curse Regulation Division. He clenches his fist, a cold declaration, their fear exists because he is there. Dropping to her knees, the associate makes a desperate, final plea, begging him to help Jaisung Cheon recover. In the heart of the financial world, colossal structures like Nana Securities and Ubiquitous Bank pierce the clouds. A realm where the titans of Uedo refuse to bend the knee to anyone. These are the power players, the masters of the market. And honestly, it's no shocker. Considering they're moving everything from billions to mind-boggling trillions of one at a time, even if it's not technically their cash. With massive buy orders for hundreds of thousands, even millions of shares, flying through the system every single day. When you're orchestrating that kind of financial power and raking in commissions based on your sheer performance. It's absolutely insane to see the daily average trading volume smash records, hitting an unbelievable 16.6 trillion won in October 2025. This is the ultimate playground where victories are toasted with champagne, celebrating nothing less than the highest quarterly performance. The financial district pulses with silent power, a card exchange sealing fates in an instant. To these titans, anyone on a meager salary? They're just pathetic. Their gaze, sharp and dismissive, sees only the weak. Cheolgan, striding through the office, barely flinches as he bumps a cleaning worker. She stumbles back, face contorted in quiet shock. A dismissive frown, a quick brush of his shoulder, the interruption is beneath him. Because they're trapped in a delusion that they're just better than everyone. And who embodies this belief? The director of the Curse Regulation Division, that's who. Her piercing gaze and unyielding composure scream absolute authority. She knew it. In the brutal, high-stakes arena of Uedo, seeing someone drop to their knees was practically unheard of. A move that shattered the very essence of the district's prideful elite. To force a shaman to kneel was one thing, but for her to actually do it? She swore she'd never stoop so low. But she did. She knelt. Because in her cold, calculating world, tools were disposable, but this shaman? He was different. He was more. She saw it in his eyes, a raw power, a presence that screamed not a tool, something that forced her to bend a knee she swore would never bow. Just like the Financial Supervisory Service could crush firms or banks, the Curse Regulation Division wielded its power with absolute, chilling impartiality. They played no favorites, whether it was shamans or the corporate giants backing them, a cold, hard truth she was now forced to confront head-on. Pushing herself up, her voice a low growl, she confessed, "Okay, fine. I wasn't ready for this." Her eyes, still sharp, narrowed slightly, a flicker of something akin to respect in their depths as she finally said, "All right, I guess we can throw you a bone." He stares down, a single word escaping him, "Nam-san." She looms over him, an unyielding presence, as he sits, trapped by her words. Her voice, devoid of emotion, cuts through the air, her bandaged eyes a chilling mask as she declares, "If that's what you wish." The weight of her words crashes down, forcing him to clench his eyes shut, his hand pressed to his brow in silent agony. Meanwhile, the tension is palpable elsewhere, his associate gnaws at her nails, a silent scream of worry, as Chiogan stands sentinel, his face a mask of grim concern. The director, now in a sterile hospital room, stands vigil over a small, bandaged child, the true cost of her persistence laid bare. A heavy silence is shattered by Chiogan's urgent query, "How is the boy?" His eye, a window to his soul, screams with raw anguish, reflecting the crushing weight of the moment. He's completely hollow inside, a shocking revelation that defies all norms. Normally, people born with an angel for a god, or any other divine entity, are brimming with immense spiritual power. Whether it's their spiritual essence or the very form of their deity, they're absolutely overflowing with something sacred. But within this boy, a shocking, unsettling truth emerged. Instead of divine presence, I found nothing but an overwhelming, suffocating amount of yin energy. This dark, swirling force, utterly consumed his entire inner being. It was a profound emptiness, filled only by this chaotic, overwhelming essence. The sheer volume of it was staggering, a turbulent, raging sea within him. Therefore, it's not the death curse that has the boy bedridden, but this unique, overwhelming, and terrifying internal state. The bombshell drops, and her eyes snap open, a silent, blink of pure shock rippling across her face. That death curse everyone feared. Just a smokescreen. A dark, swirling illusion hiding the real, terrifying truth. But the real horror? It's not the curse, it's him. He's not just sick, he's empty, a hollow shell where a god's power should be. Instead, he's overflowing with raw, untamed yin energy, a power so immense, he's literally drowning in it because no one's ever taught him how to wield it. The director's mind races, a storm of calculations behind her calm facade, while Chiogan, ever the pragmatist, cuts straight to the chase. Can we even fix this? Her gaze sharpens, a plan forming. She reveals the boy's body isn't just sick, it's a battery, a living conduit of yin energy that, with the right touch, could be controlled. But that fleeting hope. Gone in an instant. A fresh wave of dread washes over them as the true scale of the problem sinks in. Chiogan's voice cuts through the tension, asking the million-dollar question, who on earth has the guts and the power to pull this off? The solution? A Neirim gut ritual. A shaman literally becomes a vessel for a deity, talk about next-level spiritual power. The director's voice cuts through, revealing that even without the ritual, the boy's raw spiritual power is already off the charts. If he can actually control that insane amount of spiritual power and yin energy, then without a patron deity to rein it in, it's going to be an absolute disaster. It would take an absolutely overwhelming deity to possess him, and finding the right one is a nightmare in itself, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. They'd need a shaman who can actually pull off a Neirim gut for a god-tier entity like that. Jaizung sits in deep meditation, his body practically glowing with a dark, potent aura, two spectral swords blazing behind him, a terrifying display of the power they're trying to harness. The Neirim gut is usually done by a seasoned shaman with way more spiritual power than the one they're trying to help, but here's the kicker, the only people in this entire field who could even attempt that ritual for Jaizung are all his rivals. Jaizung and Chiogan stand shoulder to shoulder, surveying a crowd of powerful figures, every single one a potential answer, but also a massive threat. The hunt for a shaman for Jaizung hits a wall. The only one who isn't a rival shuts them down cold, a stark "I won't," echoing the challenge. But Chiogan isn't giving up. He confronts another shaman, a fierce woman with streaked hair, and the tension between them is palpable, a sharp clang cutting through the silence. She lays down the law, making it crystal clear she's out of the running because her allegiance is to an earth god. The white-robed shaman doubles down on the refusal, dropping some serious lore, a Narim that needs a heavenly deity, and earth deities. Totally different game. Chiogan, ever persistent, tries to sway the streaked-haired shaman, hitting her with the classic, "Look, I've told you this a million times." Pleading his case. He practically begs, laying it all on the line, "Come on. You're literally saving a life." But the streaked-haired shaman isn't budging, declaring her only reason for even considering it is to keep Jaizong from waking up, and absolutely nothing more. Her voice cuts off, the unspoken words hanging heavy, or anything like that. While the shaman drama unfolds, Jaizong, still out cold, can only manage a quiet sigh. The shaman hunt is on, and a new lead just dropped. Time to meet someone new, the voice booms. And get this, she's a total powerhouse, one of the best outside Uedo, with a fresh deity connection. Meanwhile, Jaizong is being led up a mountain by this mysterious woman with the striking white streaked hair. But a word of caution drops, hold your horses, though, her deity is a total wildcard, super hard to deal with. They finally reach the mountain shrine, and it's absolutely packed. A massive, energetic crowd swarming the sacred grounds. Chiogan takes it all in, noting, she's gotta be seriously talented to draw this many people to a shrine way out here in the mountains. The white-streaked shaman just stares ahead. Then, Chiogan corrects himself, wait, the crowd size isn't the point, Chiogan. It's all about who's actually here. He scans the crowd, picking up on a strange vibe, everyone's beaming, like they just tied the knot, and nobody looks like a fresh-faced kid. That's all he needs to figure out which deity this shaman's rocking. It's none other than Granny Samsin. The legendary grandmother Samsin, goddess of fate and childbirth in Korean mythology, is the one pulling the strings here. Jaizong steps into the sacred space, finally entering the shaman's inner sanctum. A wave of worry washes over him. Deities usually call for the grandmother, and though she might sound like a minor player, Granny Samsin is actually one of the top 3 most crucial deities in all of Korean shamanism. Her role is basically on par with the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, aka the Jade Emperor himself. Still reeling from the shock, he's barely conscious, but Chiogan's got his back, convinced this shaman is their only hope. They burst into the ancient house, a mysterious figure greeting them at the door, ushering them into the unknown. Chiogan gently lowers Jaizong, and the green-haired shaman immediately gets to work, her intense focus already on him. Cutting straight to the chase, Chiogan drops the big news, the director sent them, and they need a Narim gut, pronto. The room is a spiritual powerhouse, ancient artifacts and mystical energy practically vibrating in the air. Just as the shaman starts to spill the details, Jaizong, now awake and grabbing a sacred tool, cuts her off. You don't need to explain, he declares, his voice raw. His eyes locked onto a powerful deity's portrait, he reveals, Granny already told me everything. The shaman freezes, her ritual bell chiming a silent question as she stares back, clearly stunned by his words. He presses on, asking about her contact, while the shaman, clutching her jingling bells, appears to be holding back. Then, almost bashfully, he admits, he's just a little bit shy. The green-haired shaman hangs on his every word. Her face a mask as the bells in her grip softly jingle. He internally scoffs, thinking he was intimidated by her, but she can barely string a sentence together. The bells keep their soft, rhythmic jingle. A sly smirk crosses her face, the bells still jingling. Her eyes sharpen, the bells jingle intensifying with her change. Suddenly, she flings the bells, their sharp clang echoing through the room. Her voice, now sharp and powerful, cuts through the silence, calling him a naughty little alley cat and daring him to challenge her vessel. Her expression completely shifts, revealing a fierce intensity. Jaizong, still on his knees, can't help but notice the shaman's totally different vibe. As she practically radiates annoyance. She stands up. Taking slow, deliberate steps. And looms right over Jaizong, who's now flat on the ground. Her voice cuts through the air, a chilling reminder, my vessel already told you to avoid eye contact, didn't she? Jaizong bows his head, but his mind races, sensing a strange, new spiritual power from her. Even as he internally challenges her, believing she can't actually hurt him. The shaman doesn't back down, demanding an answer, so, are you here to help me, or to harm me? Which is it? A moment of calm with a classic painting, then bam, we're back with the shaman. Still owning the room, she leans in, eyes blazing, dropping a bombshell about the fastest way to power up. With a smirk, she boldly states she's bursting with yang energy and can literally merge with him. Then, with a final, piercing look, she throws down the gauntlet, daring him to accept her outrageous proposal. An endless, inky abyss of water churns violently, a chaotic void stretching into infinity. The churning currents hint at an unseen force, a raw power that grips the very fabric of this desolate realm. When suddenly, a lone figure plummets into the churning darkness, erupting in a violent splash that momentarily breaks the eerie calm. Just as quickly, Jaizung Cheon is there, sitting in the frigid water, the chaotic ripples now a silent witness to his awakening. A terrifying truth slamming into his mind. This is supposed to be instant death, right? But it feels like he's been trapped here forever. His eyes, sharp and bewildered, scan the desolate expanse above him, a single thought cutting through the haze: this definitely isn't the afterlife. He clenches his fist, a surge of raw sensation confirming his suspicion: his body is still alive, still reacting. A desperate question burns in his mind, his gaze hardening with resolve: how in the world does he escape this nightmare? Could the answer really be as simple as just jumping into the water? Trapped in the inky abyss, he can't believe what's happening, a low groan rumbling from his chest. But a burning question ignites within him: can he really depend on someone else forever? He steels himself, declaring that he has to conquer his own problems, his feet lifting with a surge of determination. Then, with a decisive FWIP, he plunges deeper into the abyss. This is it, he thinks, this is how he becomes a true partner. Jaizung makes his move. He'd marched right into the water, convinced he was saving himself, but now he's sinking, fully engulfed. A choice he would come to regret soon. He's plummeting into the dark, silent void, bubbles streaming behind him as he falls. That raw, untamed energy he was born with had absolutely wrecked his vessel, dragging him down into the swirling, dark unknown. His hands thrashed wildly as he plunged. The dark water swallowing him whole, leaving him lost in the murky, crushing depths. His vision swam, and his mind started to just fade out. The sheer chaos inside him was so powerful, it threatened to consume his very being. Suddenly, a voice cut through the darkness: I came to rescue you after you fell unconscious. But wait, what? This clueless idiot somehow managed to pass out without actually losing consciousness, his eyes still twitching as he kept on flailing. He was free-falling through a blinding white expanse, his body a dark silhouette against the sudden, overwhelming light. His eyes snap open, a sudden, jarring rush of sensation as he's violently pulled back to consciousness. A dizzying blur of motion surrounds him, the entire world spinning in a chaotic, disorienting vortex. He finds himself emerging from a liquid surface, held within an impossibly, mind-bogglingly vast hand. Coughing, he struggles to regain his bearings, the immense palm absolutely dwarfing his entire body. The colossal hand gently lifts him higher, a tiny, insignificant speck within its grasp. A voice echoes, resonating from the giant figure, demanding to know if he's awake now, ready to talk. The voice then dismisses him as a clueless fool. As if in direct response to that condescending pronouncement, a woman with flowing green hair and a serene, almost ethereal expression suddenly appears, her gaze piercing. Jaizung Cheon stares back, his eyes wide with absolute shock and utter confusion. He's still trapped in the dark void, the giant hand vanished, but the chilling sensation of being watched is still there. Suddenly, a voice, quiet but sharp, cuts through the silence, asking, do you even get what just went down? The green-haired woman, glowing faintly, presses on, you had a choice, and you took it. He bites his lip, the words hitting hard, as she adds, you broke through because you just wouldn't quit. He stares down, processing her cryptic message, as she lays out his options: or, if you want to take the easy way out, through death, you can just go back to a normal life. Her hand reaches out, a clear sign of a choice, as she asks, so, is that what you're going for? She nods, calm and waiting for his answer. After a heavy silence, he finally breaks it. He looks up, a fierce resolve in his eyes, and declares, just do this one thing for me. I'm sticking with this nightmare. He's made his choice, and there's no turning back. No regrets, even if it means being a shaman forever. He knows he's not alone, with his crew and his son backing him up, that's all the comfort he needs. Suddenly, the green-haired woman lets out a sly laugh, her face a total mystery as she sizes up his determination. Are you bold, or just plain arrogant? She taunts, her eyes piercing. Listen up, you clueless idiot. Her voice hardens, cutting straight to the point, I owe you nothing. No ritual, no duty, got it? Her hands ignite with a mystical glow, and she lays it out, as a literal deity, it's a huge deal I even help people accept death. Anything more would just look bad. The energy crackles between her hands, especially since you're just another one of those shamans in Yuso, only in it for the cash. Her hands, still radiating power, gesture outward, you actually came into my mind and saved me? She hesitates, the light around her hands pulsing, maybe I was just feeling playful, or maybe I just wanted to mess with a human shaman out of pure curiosity. Her voice, cutting like a blade, slices through the air, demanding to know why he'd ever choose this shaman path. She pushes, challenging his power choice, especially when it only brought him the sickening stench of death and pure agony. His eyes drop, a silent admission of a life absolutely riddled with abnormalities, a past he's trapped in. He finally answers, a quiet determination in his tone, declaring this is the only way he can make the people around him happy. A flashback hits, a younger Cheolgan, axe ready, as Jaesung Cheon remembers this was his only shot at acceptance, his only chance to finally be himself. His mind races through fragmented memories, a chaotic montage of his past. Every image a crucial piece, building up to his current reality. Faces, places, decisions, all flashing before his eyes. A life chasing something greater, a purpose he craved. Then, a clear memory, a younger Jaesung Cheon, hands clasped with Cheolgan, a pivotal moment frozen in time. His face twists in a grimace, recalling the dark path he walked, the act of cursing for profit and splitting the spoils. Fists clenching, a raw display of his inner turmoil, he grapples with the grim reality of his past, and yet. He drops to his knees, eyes downcast, confessing it filled the void he couldn't share. With a dismissive gesture, Jaesung Cheon reveals his true feelings, money and fame mean nothing to him. He recalls a past where his sole ambition was to unleash his talent and make everyone happy. But beneath it all, a desperate plea for his own happiness echoed, a yearning to finally find true joy. A raw, desperate plea ripped through the silence, please, help me. He prostrated himself, a desperate bow, imploring the powerful Samson to perform the Namsangut ritual for him. A chilling grin spread across the shaman's face, a dark thought forming, he could become a vessel far worse than any evil deity. Because it wasn't just evil deities who unleashed chaos upon the world. True chaos erupted when shamans, even those serving a deity, became consumed by their own insatiable greed. The shaman let out a dismissive humph, calling him a little brat. But then, a decision was made, fine. I shall help you. Breaking free from the depths of a profound vision, a hand punches through the fabric of reality, leaving the spirit world behind. With a subtle impact, the echoes of the spirit world vanish, leaving only silence. He jolts awake, the sheets rustling around him, as a voice playfully announces, "Welcome back to the living world, little shaman." Right there, next to him, the green-haired shaman is already awake, observing him with a knowing gaze. Her hand gently touches his back, and she lets out a playful sigh, seriously, all I ever do is wake you up. But then, a sudden thought hits her, and her eyes snap wide open in pure shock, Huh. A bead of sweat rolls down his face, and he's just as utterly confused, shouting, what? He springs up with a powerful jolt, the blankets flying wildly as he shoots into a sitting position. He's rocked to his core, stumbling backward as his mind screams, what is this? What's going on here? The shaman's jaw drops, her eyes wide with pure disbelief, uttering, this can't be right. This isn't what I think it is it? She quickly averts her gaze, a blush creeping up her neck, muttering, yes it? Well, I wouldn't know what you're thinking. His face flushes crimson, the full weight of the situation hitting him like a truck. A jarring cut takes us to a majestic, ancient structure, where a critical discussion is underway. Cheolgan, grim-faced, lays out the brutal truth, declaring, right now, we've got to figure out the yin energy leaking from the Narengut. And he will fall into a coma if he doesn't accept a new gong. He vows, so we'll do our best to prepare the Narengut as soon as possible. His message delivered, Cheolgan pivots and strides off, his silhouette disappearing into the traditional architecture. Cutting back to the shaman, she sheepishly adds one last, awkward request, and one more thing. If possible. Try not to make eye contact with me. Still reeling from the unexpected intimacy, the shaman quickly dismisses the moment, telling him not to get the wrong idea. She insists he shouldn't say things like that, especially to her. And Jaesung, equally flustered, quickly agrees, explaining that he was the one who transferred some of his yin energy, and that was all there was to it. An awkward silence hangs heavy in the air. The shaman's expression hardens, a serious resolve settling on her features. She firmly states that they can move on, her hand squeezing a small cup with decisive force. Meanwhile, Cheolgan, in a different location, contemplates the gravity of the situation, wondering how they plan to deal with the Narengut. He muses that considering the sheer size of Jaesung's vessel, finding the ritual should be a simple task. He recalls being told that all kinds of sinister beings, like ghosts and goblins, are drawn like moths to a flame when a Narengut is held for such a massive vessel. His thoughts drift to the shaman, who remains intensely focused on her critical task. He concludes that the real guest, the one destined to occupy the vessel, only shows up much later, implying a tense waiting game until their inevitable arrival. The shaman's voice rings out with absolute certainty, declaring, my deity, my lord, my master, and I will keep Jaesung safe. She presses on, telling him to forget all the small stuff, and just concentrate on his hands. Her words deepen, a powerful directive, telling him to get ready to accept a presence, to hold something beyond himself within. A cup of vibrant green liquid, a potent ritual brew, stands prepared. Meanwhile, Jaizong is surrounded by towering stacks of books, a lone figure immersed in a sea of ancient knowledge. The sheer volume of text screams a desperate search for answers. Because Samson's followers were legendary for their faithfulness and professionalism, their guidance was practically infallible. And that meant Jaizong was critically short on time, with barely any left to prepare himself. His gaze, sharp and burning, mirrored the immense weight of the coming ritual. The shaman lays down the heavy truth: Jaizong needs to brace himself, to accept a powerful presence, to hold something beyond himself within his very being. Her finger taps the cup, a subtle, chilling reminder, underscoring the immense power at play. Jaizong watches, captivated, as she drops the bombshell. He's about to house a literal deity. He turns, his back to her, staring out at a tranquil scene, but the shaman's words echo, a storm brewing within him. Her eyes pierce him, demanding to know if he's getting cold feet with the ritual looming. He can only respond that he's out of choices. She calls his name, her face a mask of stern resolve. Her tone shifts, just a fraction, insisting she just wants to know how he truly feels. She lays down the ultimate warning: once he accepts a deity, his normal life is gone forever, a stark reality underscored by images of ancient figures. Jaizong thinks of his grandmother, who went through this exact ritual to become a shaman herself, realizing her fearless front is all about pushing him to be strong. He's drowning in guilt, realizing his actions led to the shaman getting hit with a death curse. Manager Me, the shaman, just stares, dropping a truth bomb. He might have been forced into this deity deal anyway. But Jaizong just cuts her off, telling Manager Me, he made this choice himself. He remembers it clearly. He asked Granny Samson for the Naram gut, he chose this ritual. Kneeling there, hands clasped, accepting his fate. Manager Me nods, confirming his memory, she was the one he asked. He replays her words, you told me to choose, and his own desperate answer, I chose death. I chose to be with you and die with you. He chose to stay in this dream, embracing it as the life he picked. But a shadow of fear crosses his face as he confesses, he's terrified, because soon, something else will be living inside him. Facing his deepest anxieties, a soft voice cuts through the tension, urging him to drop the apologies and just commit. He makes a decisive motion, declaring that he's ready to conquer his fear. A hand reaches out, a silent vow of commitment. Through Du's eyes, this guy was seriously mature for his age. A small cup glides over, a subtle gesture of connection. Honestly, she couldn't help but think, he was pretty awesome. Their gazes lock, faces inches apart in a charged moment. Then, she closes the distance, planting a tender kiss on his cheek. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, they find solace together, lost in a tranquil, shared silence. When you're talking about deity possession, you don't just pick anyone, you go for the absolute supreme being. Inside a stunning traditional chamber, the shaman scout, draped in white and red, takes her place before an altar, as three figures kneel in hushed reverence behind her. Head tilted back, eyes shut in profound communion, she raises her arms, calling forth unseen powers. And there, Jaizong Cheon, in striking red and black robes, sits in a powerful, meditative stance, his face a mask of serene focus, ready for whatever comes next.